presence of a You are now in the presence of a king.
Really been going back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors.
I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go switch, that's an A1. I stay with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks, tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good, tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops, drop a lot, and she pack the bag, she shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say none, I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like this day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer. summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. These beats are up and beat 'em. These bags, you can't believe 'em. I never saw the country, but the money comes from Sweden. I meet 'em, then I leave 'em. I wake up, fight my demons. I never grew my circle. I can't trust you with my freedom. Give me lockdown, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go bust and I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby, turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none. I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I eat steak with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. noticing. All these frames got me trimming a knife. Always on some new thing, like riding the bike. Let's do things in one setting, but I don't feel like selling for the time being. When I was young, I used to dream about the palm trees. After the summer achievements, I got a long sleeve. Supposedly, think about it. In reality, you running out of options. Starting to see the coffin with the Bible preach. I'm way ahead on a private beach. My hair bleached on the cover of a magazine. I got the flavor doing push-ups on the coca bean. Doing all the things you can't imagine what it might be. All these women trying to write me. I get the message now, I know they wanna wife me. And not to mention all the bruises, I just went through all the heat. I broke through all the edges like a right cheek. Yeah, I come and go like a round. They don't want the two be going nah. I'm coming back with the money in the bag. The rubies in my lap, yeah, I'm running with the cash. I'm come and go like a round. Putting in the work like I'm way behind. Still trapping on the low, lurking in the mold like I'm running from the pole. Yeah, I cooked it up cause I'm a hero in my own town. Whoa, we just running on our own now. Whoa, all these digits on my phone now. Working through the late night, that's just how it goes down. Oh wow, put in work, I guess we work it out. Almost summer and the money almost running out. All this running up and down, it's getting funny now. I do it for myself and all you ever did was run your mouth. Yeah, we at the spot, they be stunning now. They don't see the bigger picture, we be cutting now. All I'm saying is the man that I'm becoming. He gon' take the new edition and it twist it like a plumber now. Yeah, I'm out here watching all these bowling ones. Yeah, and they be thinking about my own runs. Oh, how they gon' catch me when I'm all around. Oh, I can't see why I didn't call it out. I come and go like a round. They don't want the two be going nah. I'm coming back with the money in the bag. The rubies in my lap, yeah, I'm running with the cash. I'm come and go like a round. Putting in the work like I'm way behind. Still trapping on the low, lurking in the mold like I'm running from the popo. Yeah, that's been my whole life, you know. Ever since a little kid, I didn't know what to do. They just told me, you done took all your stuff. And they said to me, young 2B, you're gonna have to work hard for it, you know. Ain't no going around it, man. You see what it did to you? Yeah. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Tell him more. Yeah. I'm staring at the only one I trust. Been down on my luck, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. I'm looking in the mirror at the only one I with. I've been held me down, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. It's anything but diamond in the rough, yeah, we had it tough, yeah, we had the pressure and the pressure done its stuff. Oh, I'm not flexing when I'm brushing off the dust, no. All this pain and the tears made my shoulders rust. In this life, gotta do what you must, build your value up, gotta earn trust, avoid fuss. Maybe you don't know the facts, you don't know enough. You can judge me all you want, cause every day I send love. Every day I do me, makes me wanna see you, makes me wanna see more, makes me wanna see through. Maybe we become one, maybe this is the thing. There's an energy and flavor to the things that you bring to the table, any way you're able. Real work turns into gold when you're stable. Now life feels sweet like syrup, like maple. Wouldn't change a thing about my past to stay grateful. I'm staring in the mirror at the only one I trust. Been down on my luck, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. I'm looking in the mirror at the only one I with. I've been held me down, so when you see me now I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. It's anything but luck now. I'm busy doing me, I'm out their range, I'm out of reach now. Almost let it drown, but they found me off the freestyle. Product of that ground, you seeing her eye me down. She wanna vibe, trying to see if she can slide. It's in the green now, it's snakes from my past. They look at me where I'm at, thinking they can hit my line, and I'ma help them on their feet now. I had a few I looked up to, they showing different shades. They might have blocked a couple rays, but now they watching my beam down. I struggle to open doors to places that come to life if I step inside. I learned to cut the keys down. Got it locked, this demon stirring a pot with pretty faces and plots that try to knock me off my feet now. No new friends, I had so many hit my line for the freebie, but if you see me out, you gotta pay the fee now. All these things you never cared to see me for is what I let the world see now. I'm staring in the mirror at the only one I trust. Been down on my luck, so when you see me now I'm up.
I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. I'm looking in the mirror at the only one I f with. I've been held me down, so when you see me now, I'm up. I'm fresh up out that mud, I'm a diamond in the rough. So when you see me shining now, know it's anything but luck. It's anything but luck now.
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, win, win, win, win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me. Feet on the floor. What they gon' say now? We came along from last place, bottom to top of the fast pace. Out of this surf, I get touchdown. I take a loss, get it back 8. I'm in the gym putting numbers up. You're never there, you got bad traits. Never excuses or cover ups. Learn from the losses and bad breaks. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, win, win, win, win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, win, win, win, win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Who said I wasn't him? Who said it? All this talk about who's on top and who's not. Miss me with the gossip. Check the score. Yeah.
See me coming off the screen. No, I gave myself the green light. Catch a shoot from the 3. If I'm not the one, it doesn't seem right. I need like 2, 4, 5, 6 in them rings. I'm talking back to back to back like 23. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, win, win, win, win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, win, win, win, win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Everything around me looks a little great. Ever since you found out, worry about my brain. I just need a time out, probably just a sprain. It's okay, baby, it's okay. Got a lot of words you don't know how to say. Pull out all your big ones, tryna flip my face. I give you a big hug, say I'm feeling great. It's okay, baby, it's okay. I don't wanna see you worry, but if you come around too early, if you make my toes too curly, and if you really, really have on me, baby, can't hold that roll. How do you get it so wrong? Baby, sometimes you're cold and a big problem though, yeah. Cause to me, you're an angel. If you ask me why, I say yeah, yo. Everything around me looks a little great. Ever since you found out, worry about my brain. I just need a time out, probably just a sprain. It's okay, baby, it's okay. Got a lot of words you don't know how to say. Pull out all your big ones, tryna flip my face. I'll give you a big hug, say I'm feeling great. It's okay, baby, it's okay.
I'm alright, everything fine, everything good, everything nice. Don't pull the curtain to something uncertain, just living your life. Taking a drive, stay in your lane. Don't veer off, might go insane. Think of your brain as a shelter in place. Don't let no one in, just lock up your chains. Change to be feared if you hear what they're saying. On the news, feeding us views. Never feel good to be tame. Taking my feet, treated as truth. Ooh, ain't it a breeze to forget how to speak and let them do the speaking for you. Ooh, don't it feel free and to give your freedom, decisions be made by the group.
Mama told me safer folding. Trying to carve yourself a space. Bend over backwards, let the assholes run us right down the train.
Everything around me looks a little great. Ever since you found out, worry about my brain. I just need a time out, probably just a sprain. It's okay, baby, it's okay. Got a lot of words you don't know how to say. Pull out all your big ones, tryna flip my face. I'll give you a big hug, say I'm feeling great. It's okay, baby, it's okay.
Hello PUBG Mobile friends, my name is Carol Bombshell and welcome to the last day of the prelims stage. Teams have fought tooth and nails, showing their skills and strategy. But today it all comes down to this. Who will rise and secure their spot among the top 8? Stay tuned and let's find out together who will advance to the main event.
Sitting and watching today, Seven. Just sitting and watching and hoping that the points that they were able to make are able to hold on enough to make it to the main event.
There is, man. I'm excited to see what's going to be happening, but you know what? Let's look at the highlights so far of what happened yesterday. I mean, two of the teams that we're talking about, Zebra Masters and Hyper, that were looking to make a comeback, they ended up falling a bit short. And then Virtus Pro, they were trying to turn it around as well, but it was just a little bit too late. Smoke Gaming, though, was the biggest surprise for me. Not only with what they were able to do in day one, DK, but also how they were able to be consistent and actually improve on certain things in day two.
I mean, consistency is absolutely key here. So we are going to be seeing just how well the performance from Smoke Gaming is going to carry them through today, even though they're not going to be here. But the pressure is going to be on. I'm expecting all those Group C teams really to bring in so much heat moving through. And I mean, we were talking about Virtus Pro. We did see an amazing pop-off coming through from them yesterday. But as we know, right, there's a certain time to do things, but of course, I mean, Influence Rage, they also really up the ante coming through their performances.
They definitely have. The only thing for Influence Rage that I will say right off the bat was some inconsistent in regards to placing. But the good thing about this team, and the good thing that we got a chance to see yesterday, is that this team does have fragging power, and they don't shy away from going after those eliminations. I think they ended up in 10th place at one point, and even though they ended up in 10th place, they were able to get 9 eliminations. So even whenever they are getting off very early, they're able to still put up some points on the leaderboard.
100%. One of the big things I was really excited to see was none other than the Death Wolves, right? A prelim qualifying team that actually came in here and just straight dominated yesterday. So I'm hoping to see them continue that trend. As a matter of fact, I think a lot of the qualifying teams just outperformed most of the partnership teams, at least at the start of this one. I mean, we'll see how that happens, and of course, in the main event coming up. But right now, it's all about making it into that top 8, DK.
I mean, the pressure is going to be on, and I mean, like, we were not, well, at least I wasn't all too sure what to expect to have come through from the teams all the way from the qualifiers. But as we've seen in the previous 2 days, they have been really capable, holding their own, keeping the pressure up. Now, this is where I'm curious to see what is going to be happening as we move through, because we also do have a nice little interview coming up as well.
For Death Wolves team, who also did their debut here today. And we want to know what will be the main strategy for the last game tomorrow, because we know that you guys still have a couple of points to go up in our standings. Primeiramente, seja muito bem-vindo e nós queremos saber qual vai ser a maior estratégia de vocês amanhã, porque ainda faltam alguns pontinhos para vocês conseguirem se classificar.
Acho que o dia hoje não foi tão bom como a gente esperava. Acho que tem alguns erros, né, alguns ajustes para arrumar e conseguir chegar amanhã melhor do que chegamos hoje.
He said today was definitely not a good day, but they will come back tomorrow, fixing their mistakes. They will talk with the coach, they will talk with their teammates, and tomorrow definitely will be a better day. Is there any team that you guys should worry about tomorrow? Tem algum time que vocês querem ficar de olho, que pode possivelmente atrapalhar vocês a conseguirem essa classificação?
Não, acho que não. Acho que só time no spot, né? Como nos primeiros dias a gente trocou no spot e acabou sendo ruim para nós. Mas agora que a gente já tem spot sem contest, eu acho que não tem nenhum time, não. Todos são iguais.
All the teams are the same. There's no teams that can bother us because the only mistakes that we have, it's our own. So we already have our spots and we will come for it and we will definitely qualify for the next main event. So yeah, thank you so much for the interview and we are looking forward to watch you guys tomorrow. Muito obrigado pela entrevista e até amanhã.
Is the same. I don't know about that. I'm sorry, Jukes. What sound does Falcons make?
I think that's how it is now.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And the Falcons have arrived, and they are going to be here today. So for anybody that thinks that they're going to be able to just walk over them, just keep in mind, this team is 4th place still after not playing yesterday at all.
That's ridiculous. You know what was ridiculous also is the fact that he said that we had a bad day today, to be honest. I mean, like, out of all the teams that have only played 6 matches, they're in 3rd place, right? Yeah, they're in 10th on the overall leaderboards. That's because they only played half the matches as everybody else did. So, I mean, Death Wolves are in a great position coming today. Yeah, we see them in the 10th, but they did 45 points in 6 days, out competing everybody else in their group. The rest of the teams, those are the ones that are going to have to put in work today, right? They got to make sure that they make it into that top 8, DK.
And you know what? We are not going to be looking at Group B because that was their last day yesterday. So Group B, you had your best chance to put up the most points possible. And Group A, in case you don't remember, these are the teams that are going to be coming back. And yeah, we were kind of hyping them up because they were able to do so well with Team Falcons. And maybe that's why Death Wolves was saying that it was just such a bad day for them, because they, even though they end up putting really good points, it was nowhere near of what Team Falcons was able to do in day one.
Yeah, then again, nobody else did what Team Falcons did in day one. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, all that matters is that if you make it into that top 8. So they're definitely in a great position coming today. But I do like to see that, though, right? I mean, honestly, you know, it's a great mindset to come into. Or, you know, when you look at it and you're like, oh, it's a terrible day. Because if they have that thought process coming in, then that means that their expectations is to be in nothing less than first place, right? And if you have that main event coming up where that big money's on the line, that is the mindset you have to have. So I'll kind of backtrack a little bit and I'll say, you know what? Okay, Death Wolves, right? Let's see what you can do today. And maybe you might be able to even make a miracle happen and try to pass up the Falcons. But good luck with that, because those guys are high in the sky. And I know you guys are a bunch of wolves and work together, but still, them Falcons, they're no joke.
That's right. And you know what, DK, I want to get your thoughts. Do you think Falcons, are we going to get the exact same Falcons, or possibly an even more aggressive Falcons here today, considering that they know exactly at this point, they're just going to have to do a little bit more points and they're going to qualify if they haven't already qualified to main event? How are we feeling in regards to Team Falcons and how they're going to perform today?
I think we are going to be seeing an even more insane Team Falcons coming forward into this one.
Pode comentar, pode zoar o amiguinho, enfim, pode dar uma brincada, tá?
Who is always late for practice?
Pode mostrar? Mostrar? Unânime?
Ah, já tá na frente, Jordan. Acorda.
Who barely listens to the IGL's calls?
Entendi. Quem escuta também. Você. 1, 2, 3. Todo mundo escuta, mas o menos é esse aqui, tá ligado? É só mais nenhum.
Who is the X factor for your team?
É o Lopes. Não. É o perfil.
Who is most likely to sleep during meetings?
Rapaz, gente, se botar a luzinha no escuro, ele acaba cochilando, viu, da revisão. Começou a falar assim, né?
Who on your team is the best at handling pressure?
Everyone.
Who is the team clown?
Isso aí.
It's always fun to see the teams getting up to a little bit of shenanigans, trying to figure out who is who. But we were also talking about what the Team Falcons are going to be looking to do here today. Now, what I was trying to get to is that Team Falcons came into day one, and we would say they did so slightly blind, right? Because they didn't quite know what the partnership teams were going to be bringing on through. But now they've had the opportunity to do their homework, to do those VOD reviews. So I think, honestly, here, guys, I mean, they are going to be coming in so hot right off of the bat here.
Makes total sense. I will ask you this, Seven, right? Yeah, we know that they can have the potential to pop off. They have the points to do so. My question is this, right? Instead of trying to go and just, hunt down first place, because at the end of the day, in these prelims, all that matters is top 8. Do you think instead they'll decide to set their little falcon eyes on some of those teams trying to barely make that cutoff?
I love that I already knew what you were going to ask me. Oh, yeah. And I love that I had already said yes, because I'm hoping that's going to be the case. I mean, if this team can find themselves in a situation where they don't have to worry about the likes of Influence Rage, they don't want to have to worry about Vampire Esports, and you can make their life a little bit more difficult, and you have such a buffer already. Nobody is going to remember if you ended up first place in the prelims. But you know what? They might end up remembering who's going to end up winning this first map in Sandhawk for day 3, because we're going to be hopping in. We're going to be dropping in hot. And with this plane path, we might end up with some hot drops here, DK.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm curious to see where the Vampires are going to be looking to get themselves situated, because yesterday we did see them coming in clutch with that winner chicken dinner out of the gate. But, well, as we know, with Group A now joining in on the party here, it is going to be a pretty hot and spicy day. Hot drops would be nice, potentially in this first game, but let's maybe leave it just there, right? Just the first match. So, yeah, Seven will have to wait and see.
Yeah, and then one thing, talking about hot drops, guess who we're also looking at as we're taking a look at the plane path and where the circle is going to pop up. Enigma Galaxy, this is a team that I'm hoping, and a lot of their fans and people from the regions is hoping that they are not going to be hot dropping today, that they're going to be looking to set themselves up, put up a much better performance. And talking about hot drop, well, we're going to get one. We're going to be able to get Team Falcons and none other than Influence Rage. And I was just talking about them and seeing if they were going to be willing to fight each other. We just might get that answer real quick.
Well, this is where we are going to be having a beautiful bit of a showdown come through here. I love this position coming through from Falcons, holding on to Lobster. But as you can see, Influence, I mean, they're not going to let that one slide. There's going to be top, though. Beautiful jump play, kicking us off with a little bit of action right out of the gate. So that is the first confirmation in Law. Also trying to see if they can maybe find a bit of an opening, bit of an angle here. But Seven, I love this, right? The team's just showing up. They know what's at stake here.
They definitely know what's at stake. I mean, one team that needs those points, it's going to be Influence Rage. Team Falcons going to be able to relax a little bit, even though they're not going to be going to, because they are Team Falcons. We saw how they reacted when they ended up winning. And right now, Top is trying to figure out where some of these players are from Influence Rage. The shotguns are going to be out. The one thing you got to keep in mind is some of these players might not being able to loot yet, as we do have another fight going to be ensuing. Team Queso going up against Foot. Those two teams definitely need the points as well if they even want to be able to challenge on the top 8. Oh my goodness, he tried to do the quick 180, get the other player that was pushing him, but he wasn't able to. And now Karos is going to try to back off from this fight and stay alive a little bit longer.
I think that's a very wise call to make here for the side of Foot, seeing that they're also widespread across the map, right? You don't really have that fortification, that backup to really show up alongside the players there from Team Queso. So hopefully that is going to be the approach. Or maybe Keros is just going to be waiting for a little bit of that backup. Speaking about backup, though, we are going to be needing a little bit of assistance here between Influence and Falcons. Both squads are just getting themselves ready for a little bit of a push, a little bit of a play. No one really taking that first plunge just yet, trying to assess the situation here. But in the meanwhile, just a little bit further down towards the south, we got 9Z getting into a very hot and sticky situation.
9C going up against Regnum Karia. And Regnum Karia, I mean, there's so many teams that need to have a good game here. We always try to give some teams a map off. You know what? That was in their first day. That was on their first day. As 9C now is going to be finishing off those players there from Regnum Karia. And Regnum Karia, definitely a team that needed those extra points. They're currently 17th place with 31 points. If they want to try to make it in the top 8, I mean, it's going to be a struggle. Now we're going to be getting the fight. Influence, Rage, a team that needs the points. It's going to get absolutely demolished by Team Falcons. Team Falcons making that look so easy and so good that every single player on that team ended up getting an elimination. And that's the beautiful thing about Team Falcons. Anybody can take care of business if they get put on the spot.
Yes, sir. I mean, I almost want to say they're in it to win it, but let's see how this one is going to play out for them, as we do have a little bit of pressure now starting to build up in towards that more centered region of the zone. Regnum Karia, so far having good pacing, but an interesting thing that I've noticed here, aside from what we just saw with the Falcons there, a lot of these confrontations that we are looking at is essentially teams that are sitting right next to each other on the leaderboard, right? Team Kesar, Foot, next, they are side by side. And we did see the same thing also coming through between Regnum Karia and 9Z. But let's see who's going to be the one to reign supreme here, as it is going to be Kairos, just keeping a very watchful eye down on that bridge.
Yeah, and with the points, we're talking about the top 8, which are going to be going to the main event. I was guessing that it's going to be anywhere between 75 to 80 points. That's going to be the cutoff. And you can see Influence Rage at the moment nowhere near that. Luckily for them, I mean, we still have 5 matches, but I'm pretty sure they would have loved to have those 4 points out of Team Falcons. And also, how is that going to start playing on the mental of Influence Rage? And also, how is that going to start playing towards Team Falcons, knowing that they just took care of business against Influence Rage? Now we might see a little bit more of what we were talking about earlier, DK, of maybe Team Falcons saying, okay, I mean, we can definitely beat these teams. We know we can beat this team. We just showed that we can beat these teams. How about we try to maybe cut off their rotations? How about we try to surprise some of these teams that need the points and make their life just a little bit harder?
Yeah, but the scary thing here, Seven, is that once Falcons get that momentum, they become quite a force, right? So if teams want to maybe solidify some hope for themselves, we kind of maybe have to see, you know, a bit of a push coming in on potentially maybe the Falcons, but I don't think the Falcons are going to let any of that slide or even pass them by. In the meanwhile, we're looking at a little bit of an angle now coming through here between All Gaming, or All Glory rather, all the way down towards that far southern side. Hura also coming through with a little bit of that connection. I mean, this is also going to be a very important play now for Hura, right? They still want to try and climb up that leaderboard. As we can already see, they are situated all the way in 17th place with those 31 points right alongside Regnum Karia. But now, Mafia Ninja, is going to be taking a little bit of damage.
And Horror Esports tries to do the push. It's going to start backfiring as All Glory Gaming are trying to fend them off. They are able to knock one player. They need to be careful too, as they could possibly end up getting third party. And here we go with the push. Guapo is going to be trying to find an angle. He's going to be trying to confirm this into an elimination. He's going to be able to spot one player. Can he hit those shots? He's going to be able to knock him. He had a DBS, so he needs to be careful. He needs to watch out. Here comes Melger trying to get that off angle. It's going to come down right now to a 2v1, confirming those elimination points. And here come Cardi from All Glory Gaming, trying to back up his player. Only 2 players alive from each team. Can they finish off this fight, or are they going to be trying to just back off? And Cardi is going for the hunt. He knows that that player's running, and meanwhile, Guapo is currently getting revived. This is looking good here for All Glory Gaming.
I mean, it could definitely give All Glory Gaming a really good footing here if they can get their player back up on their feet. But Hura still going to be trying to do the business here. You can see Sky looking for the angles. And this is now where things become a little bit more challenging, because they're also got to consider at the same time, how are they going to rotate themselves back in towards the zone? Unfortunately, Quarry does seem to be quite open for the taking at this point, as the blue zone is going to be picking up Fran in the process. Guapo back on their feet. Things starting to look a little bit better here, but All Glory not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, All Glory's not. I mean, even though they did ended up winning that fight in a way, they still ended up losing one player. And this was a team that only got 3 points yesterday after 3 matches. An absolutely awful performance. to not even keep going, is even be more toxic from my side. So that's a team that's definitely trying to make a change here. It is going to be their last day. It could possibly be their last day in the PMGO, which, I mean, if they don't end up popping off like Team Falcons did in day one, which is going to be very unlikely from a team that ended up getting 3 points, they're going to be sent home. Regna and Karya only having 2 players now. They're going to be looking over towards 9C, seeing if they could possibly spot somebody. And with Team Falcons, you know what? We were talking about everything in regards to them wanting to hot drop or maybe hunting down some of the teams on their rotations too. I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams currently in Group B that were just able to do barely enough, and I'm thinking right off the top of my mind, Team Liquid, right? They were able to end up with 71 points at the start of the day. They're currently in 5th place. My guesstimate is going to be 75 to 80 points is going to be the cutoff. So if that actually stays, Team Liquid wouldn't be able to make it. But what if Team Falcons starts doing so well and gets so many points? And this was the conversation that I was having with Hajux too, that they actually stopped some teams from getting those points that they need. And it kind of helps out some of the teams from Group B.
I mean, they definitely have the capability to pull off a maneuver like that, right? And I think it's going to be interesting to see how they plan to play out this whole situation here. But, I mean, you were talking about All Glory as well, right? If they have a good day, you know, things could definitely work out for them. But they also have a lot of power because they find themselves in a very similar situation. I mean, they can also control who gains points and who doesn't. If they go on the hunt, some magic could start to happen there. So, yeah, I think there is going to be a lot of interesting things happening out on the battlefield here today. Speaking about interesting, though, Enigma Galaxy also now starting to make their way on up, and they've decided to not go for the hot seat today, right? They want to play a little bit more of a calculated approach, not going to be rubbing shoulders with other teams unnecessarily, I would say.
Yeah, they're not going to be looking to do that at all. I would like to see how Enigma Galaxy is going to be performing whenever they do have to push out of a set spot that they are. That has been their biggest weakness last year. Kind of glimpse of it on day one as well. And this team is just not performing that well in regards to that. Now, Furia, a team that that's going to be looking to contest there on the top 8, looking down on Team Queso. Team Queso from yesterday from Group C, not having one of the best performances ever. They didn't even end up one time in a top 4 situation. They were able to finish in the top 5, but only with 3 elims. So it's not going to be enough. We need to see a little bit more proactiveness, a little bit more urgency out of all these teams that are wanting to do something. But when it comes down to Sandhawk, it's easier said than done because there's just so much madness. Look how close these teams are going to be. And if you do get into a fight, a lot of the stuff that we've been seeing on the first 2 days is you're gonna more than likely get third party. So if you do get into a fight, try to finish it as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you're definitely going to have to try and do it as efficiently as you can. But I'm going to be looking up on towards the Vampires there as well, that we did see sitting up towards the northern side of Zone. It does seem like they are maybe cooking up a little bit of something there, right? They've got a little bit of a setup. I think it's also one of those teams that we are really expecting to start popping off here today. But I think a lot of the focus is also then going to be over on towards the Death Wolves, right? As we did see Guazor saying that they had a bad day yesterday. So, I mean, if they considered yesterday a bad day, I want to see what a good day looks like, because, I mean, they were playing quite an aggressive bit of action, bit of gameplay, as we saw coming through from those qualifiers. And then, of course, yesterday, they got that first and second place positioning.
Yeah, and I wonder if they're maybe talking about possibly being a little bit more aggressive, getting those extra eliminations. So what it was, because as you mentioned, it was a fairly good day. It wasn't nothing along the lines of what Falcons was able to do in day one, but not bad with their positioning. First place one time, they ended up with 6 eliminations. They ended up with the second place as well at one point in Erangel with the 5 eliminations. But then they have some matches, and these are the ones that I think they're maybe reflecting on. The first Sandhawk, they ended up in 11th place with only 2 elims. And then on the first Erangel, 10th place with 3 elims. So the good thing for this team is that they were able to get points every single match. The inconsistency wasn't as crazy. So we'll have to wait and see if they are going to be making that move and trying to become a lot better, as we do see Enigma Galaxy passing by Falcons, and they're going to be trying to crash Falcons. And guess what? One of the best players there from Enigma Galaxy, Coops, gets knocked, and I doubt he's going to be able to get picked up here, as now some of his other teammates are taking a fight with Team Queso and getting knocked as well.
But Steven, I think this is what's so crazy about what we have currently happening in the zone, right? We've got such a concentration of teams all just huddled over on towards this western side of the zone. So a very bold decision being made there by Nigma, trying to get themselves situated a little bit further on forward. They do end up paying the price for that as they get sent away quite early on, essentially just giving eliminations to a few of the other teams here. But now looking down onto Regnum Karya that we had over in that bowl there, it is going to be a pretty sticky play to get themselves out of that and into a good angle. Falcons, on the other hand, though, I mean, they just starting to spread out here in boot camp.
They are going to be having to spread out. I mean, the only problem here with Team Falcons is they need to be careful because Vampire Esports does have the high ground, does have a lot of area to work with, and we saw what Vampire Esports was able to do yesterday in this exact same position. Not the exact same place on the map, but the exact same position of them being able to control such a big area within the final circles. As we're looking there at the map feed, Vampire Esports is going to be looking great. They have the high ground. They're going to be able to affect a lot of fights, and they're going to be looking to send a bit of a statement here at the start of the day because a lot of people, including myself, got catfish yesterday. They started the day super hot. Then we didn't see them at all in the next 4 matches. And then on the last day, Vampire Esports was like, oh yeah, guys, we're still here. 3rd place, 9 elims. We want to start seeing more consistency out of this team. We want to see that PMWI champion status, the performances that they have showed in the past.
Well, let's hope that that is exactly what we'll be looking at right here. In the meanwhile, Falcons Furia getting into a little bit of a hot debate. I mean, I like that setup. Vampires just over onto the edge. And as you've said, right, they've got the elevation, they've got the high ground. But now with that zone shift that we saw coming in, that places them in smack dab center zone. So a very controlling position that they have possession of there. So let's see what the rest of the teams are going to be doing. Na'Vi now taking the plunge, just rushing straight on forward.
And I think Na'Vi realizes that there is some Team Falcon players right here. Now they do, as there was a shot there by Action, a little bit of trigger discipline. But guess what? Action is going to be saying, bring it my way. It was all a plan. He's going to be able to knock one player. The only problem is that he's not going to have anybody to back him up. And Action is going to get eliminated. And the crazy part there by Na'Vi, what they were able to do is they were trying to do a bit of a split. It ended up backfiring to their players got knocked. I think only one got eliminated. And they're trying to see if they can possibly revive this player. As I see, is going to try to make a push and see if somehow they can finish this player from Na'Vi.
I mean, what's quite interesting to see is that even though we find Falcons now getting quite aggressive onto the side of Na'Vi, none of the teams in the vicinity are looking to capitalize on what is at hand here. So it's going to be a tricky play once they make it out of this. As we move just a little bit over towards that western side, you can see, of course, Furia just jumping at the opportunity. Hura getting spotted out in the open. But we also then have the Devils trying to get a little bit of the action going here. But Furia just having such amazing reach all across the way. And we also then say goodbye to 9Z.
And with this here, Furia playing it out perfectly. You were talking about some of the teams that could affect that fight between Na'Vi and Falcons. Hura gets eliminated. Meanwhile, Furia, instead of wanting to third party the fight between Team Falcons and Na'Vi, they decided to back off and just play their own game. Try to get those angles. Try to focus a little bit more on getting that scouting done. They're able to do that, and they're able to pick some of the fights apart from the other teams. And here we go. The circle's going to be closing in. Look at Vampire Esports currently holding up so much ground. And now a lot of these teams that were in boot camp are going to have to push up. A lot of the teams that are towards the east of the map, which is a bunch, are not inside the circle. So that's going to be absolute mayhem and madness whenever they do start making those rotations as Rules of War, trying to get those extra points. Team Kesto just lurking by.
Oh, come on. And of course, who also is lurking in the shadows here is going to be Regnum Karya. Still just holding on to those rice fields. But there we go. The play coming through, though. Solke with an effortless hit right over into Rivas. So, I mean, you got to commend the plays, the angles, just capitalizing on the opportunities. But now comes the tough part, right? Because as you said, the zone, it's moved up. A lot of teams still need to get themselves situated, and there's not going to be a lot of space really to work with here. We do see the Death Wolves also now starting to hit a few shots home as they find the opportunity over across the way onto the side here of Furia. I think Guazo is going to have a pretty tough time rotating out of that little shack over there.
It will, but he might just be able to do it. And with Solke, the way he was able to get that angle there, we're talking about Regnum Karya. It was possibly going to be them. Nope, he ended up being soul cave from so far away, but that's good. That's what we want to see out of this team, is not just be too passive. If you are holding a compound, look ahead, try to be proactive, try to clear your area, and if you're able to get any points here, make sure you get them, because it could come down to 1 point. You guys saw it during the qualifier finals. It came down to the last place team that could qualify here, ended up making it just by 1 point, beating Inco Gaming. Here we go, Team Queso now at 4 points, all via eliminations to MB. I think he ended up knocking that player there from Regnum Kari, and I'm wondering if he's going to be able to notice it and maybe convert that into an Illim before it gets stolen. Inco Gaming now trying to make a push. This was a team that I was talking about being able to qualify to the prelims by just 1 point. They're going to try not to make it so stressful for them. Nurse is going to get pushed. Here comes the push. He's going to be switched over to the shotgun. He's going to make that look very easy. And they're going to try to confirm that he needs to be careful, because he's getting pushed by another player from Navi, and he gets knocked. And there's going to be nobody able to back him up. Now Icy actually making the push and trying to get to that Navi player before he heals up. Navi player is going to be able to get the heals off, but this fight's still going to continue, DK.
I love this play from Psych. Coming in is like, oh, you said shotties? I can do that. Let's see how this show goes. And now it's going to be the S12K versus DBS. Icy and Psych trying to set all their differences here. Who's going to be the one to survive the play, though? Oh, Navi, come on. You can clutch a little bit of something here. They're already sitting on those 4 eliminations. Falcons, though, on a very comfortable 7. Let's see how this one goes. Oh, almost a no-look tap coming through from Icy, as they do send Navi on their merry way. Vampires, in the meanwhile, they now going to be looking to lock down the zone as Inco tries to push on forward all the way from that sudden side.
Inco 8's trying to make that push. The good thing about Vampire Esports, they were holding up so much ground that they could end up surprising Inco Gaming here with some of the off angles, and that's exactly what ended up happening, having to force Inco Gaming to just push back down. Vitali being the only player alive now at this point, and look at that. Vampire Esports is looking great right now with the positioning that they're holding. They're able to see anybody that gets close to them. They're going to be able to make sure they knock them and confirm that into an elimination point. They're currently sitting at 4 points for themselves. They're not going to be mad at that, as we do see the play zone starting to take some of the other players. Icy, the only player alive from Team Falcons, and Team Falcons, even though they might not be able to win this match, they do end up with 8 elimination points.
Oh, I mean, 7 at this point, it is going to be so dang challenging to dethrone this position coming through from Vampires. As we can see, they still rocking a full squad, a full piece. I mean, what a presence. Effortless throw down onto the side of the Euphoria, as it is now, well, the Death Wolves going toe-to-toe, head-to-head with the Vampires. Both teams, they've had their plays. They've had some amazing performances. Each of them now going to be looking to secure the finish here for themselves. It is going to be a 3v4. I think 7 at this point, it is looking pretty good on the Vampire Esports side.
It is going to be looking good, and Death Wolves is allowing Vampire Esports to get way too close here. I thought they were going to be trying to get some off angles. I thought they were going to be trying to surprise some of the players, and this player right here, Wezo, might be able to actually do it, as he's going to be taking some shots there to Tony K, trying to confirm that elimination. He's not going to be able to, but there's still Vampire Esports still has one player on top of the mountain, on top of that hill, trying to get those off angles, and I think that's what Death Wolves was worried about. They are going to be able to knock that player that we mentioned. Stone's going to be now pushing in, and I think they might be able to get this reset. They're not going to be able to. Newsy gets knocked as well. It went from looking so well to Vampire Esports that now they're going to be trading back and forth, and guess what? It's going to turn into a 2v1. It's Obscure from Dead Wolves is the only player alive, and you have Schweppes there at the top trying to see if he can possibly get those shots, and guess what? Nobody's going to doubt that, as Vampire Esports go back-to-back wins in San Hakan, back-to-back days, ladies and gentlemen. We just need to start seeing this out of Vampire Esports in some of the other maps, in Erangel, in Miramar, but that is how you want to start the day.
I mean, what a phenomenal start. But you got to give up the Schweppes, though. Hitting the headshot at that range, I mean, it's not easy, right? It is definitely not easy. So that, I think it makes that Woulda Chicken that is just even more impressive. But, I mean, a very strong start coming through here from the side of Vampire Esports. And you've said it, 7, right? Now they're going to translate the success that they've shown on Sanhok into the other 2 maps, because it's going to be of the utmost importance to them here.
Yeah, and the thing is that as surprised as we are with Vampire Esports as their lackluster performance yesterday, they did end up with that chicken dinner. They were able to still put up 38 points. And if the guesstimate is going to be right with 75 and 80 points, this team just needs to keep on doing what they're doing, because as much as we are judging them, as much as all the viewers are judging them, it is going to be for top 8 in this situation in the prelims. It's not about who's going to end up being in the first place. The prize pool, as Hotjukes were mentioning, is not going to be different. You just have to make it to top 8. And if they continue doing this, it's going to be just enough to actually get into top 8.
Yeah, that's going to be the goal. That's going to be the aim of the day. And as we saw coming into this lobby, there was only one team secured in the top 8, right? Falcons, they were the only crew holding on to that. So the pressure is on for everybody else playing here today to secure that seat. And I mean, as we've seen, the teams, they are ready for action. They are ready for pressure. And Falcons action just bringing in so much of that right here over in the warehouse.
Oh boy, Jukes, how are you feeling after that Sandhawk? Was it everything that you were expecting and some more?
I mean, I saw some things that I was hoping to see. I saw some things that absolutely shocked me. The first thing is, you know, off the rip, Influence Rage dropping onto the Falcons. What are they thinking? That I could not believe it. I could not believe it. Why would you even want to mess with the team who could literally decide your tournament life? You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense to me. If they win, then they could literally just anger the Falcons, and Falcons can go after them for the rest of the tournament and still make it into the top 8. And if they lose, then you just fed the Falcons and crushed yourself from another game that you desperately needed points from. So that shocked me off the rip. And then you have Vampire coming out with 9 eliminations and the chicken dinner. What more could you ask for? Now, we saw them dominate, like you mentioned, in Sandhawk yesterday. But that game, though, who knows? That could just be enough to already rocket launch them into that top 8. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to hold on, though, here, 7.
It's the same pattern that we're starting to see with Vampire Esports too. If they're able to get in just such a great position, this team is just so well at being able to hold all those angles.
Oh man, it's so crazy. When these guys get hot, they are just really difficult to stop.
And the first chicken winner in the hands of the Vampire Esports. And I'm here with the coach, and we are gonna talk about this last match. Okay, thank you so much for being here. And I wanna know, instead to hunt out the top, are you guys focus on you guys focus to make the cut among the top 8, maybe set a new strategy for today, working on rotations, because you got the first chicken dinner, but you still start the day in the 13th position?
So honestly, today we just focus only on the top 8 first, because you know on this tournament it's very hard to compete. So many team is good, and so many things like a circle is very shrink, and it's so hard. So today I think it's depend on the game. So we try to focus on sometimes playing is, sometimes it's playing on the middle, because you have to adapt in game. Yeah. So I hope my player doing well and we get the top 8 today.
Awesome. And people talk a lot about one of your players, who is Tony K. He's probably a star of the team. And do you think it's too early to say, but do you think he can run to be the MVP for PMGO?
That's appreciate that, but I think he will do his best, because yeah, MVP, anyone want the MVP, but I think if we can do like more teamwork than the individual work, I think it's more better. So I hope Tony K will get the MVP, or maybe someone else in my team. Let's see.
Thank you so much, Sir Tanek, and that's it. We'll see you guys again in the next match.
Always good to hear Sir Tanny's opinion, man. One of the legendary coaches in esports. What do you think about that interview, 7?
It ain't probably. All right, Tony K is definitely the star for Vampire Esports, and I do love what Sir Tanny was able to say there. They were trying to focus a little bit more towards the center of the circle, and that's exactly what ended up happening here in this Sandhawk. How is that going to translate, though, whenever we start going to Erangel? Yesterday, they didn't have the best performances in Erangel. They were able to kind of save it a little bit on the last match of Miramar, but I do want to start seeing that Vampire Esports. I want to start seeing a bit more of consistency, not just some spikes at the start and at the end.
Yeah, let's take a look here at the match rankings. 19 points off the rip. That's exactly what they needed. And we heard it from Sir Tanny himself. He was just talking about how the importance was just making it to top 8. That was the first step, right? And once they do that, then they can adjust afterwards. And the thing is that you know, once with a game like this, it's going to rocket launch them up the leaderboards. And I'm not sure exactly where they're going to line up. Hopefully we'll see here in a second. But if they do make it into that top 8, I wonder if they're going to start shifting their focus on possibly gatekeeping some teams here, DK.
I mean, it's scary. It's scary hearing the Vampires say that they are going to focus on top 8 because they just did it, right? They now climbed 6 positions all the way up into 7th. So it means from here on forward, it's game on. Vampire Esports, I think they're going to let quite a few things loose coming into these next few matches.
Well, RIP to N-Hyper, not able to hold on the first match just like that. 19 points from a team like Vampire is definitely scary. And I'll tell you who it's even scarier for, 7. It's got to be Team Liquid, right?
Yes. And this is what I was also scared about when it came down to Team Liquid. While we were kind of pushing them to get those extra points yesterday, because we knew some of these teams were going to have that urgency. Some of these teams that are trying to get into that top 8 and have the chance to get into the top 8, we're going to start off hot, and Vampire Esports was able to showcase that. Now, with some of the other teams that are still now playing, Insanity, I mean, that's going to be a given that they're not going to be able to make it too. I'm going to be looking towards next. Ruya next. They do have 85 points, so they are a little bit more secure. But anything can happen here. I mean, we saw what Falcons was able to do. Even though they didn't get a chicken dinner, they were still able to put up a lot of elimination points. Yeah. And I'm sure some of the other teams like Influence Rage, after having that awful performance there in that first Sandhawk, they're going to be looking to bounce back.
100%. Well, guys, go ahead and check out the anniversary crate that just came out. You have until the end of the month to try to pick up some of the skins that you guys have been hunting down for a long time. I'm talking about the full M4, a whole bunch of other bad boys, and it's only 30 UC for your first draw. So definitely go check that out. Also, of course, we have to give a big thank you to none other than the Realme 12 Pro Plus. It elevates your photography experience with 120x super zoom and performance in games. Go check it out today.
How to be a portrait master.
One, two, three, yeah! Bounce in the streets, I'm a boss till I call. Bounce in the beast, I'm a boss till I fall. I'm a boss on the beat, I'm a boss, spit it raw. I'm a boss, keep it G, and I walk in the talk. I'm a boss.
Welcome back, guys. Well, you know what? The next game is about to get started here. I am so excited for it as we're going to be heading into Erangel here, 7.
Yeah, we're going to be heading into Erangel. Who's it going to be, man? You know what? I want to see Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, woo! Show us what you got, because this path right here, DK, is going to be perfect for them. The question is going to come down, is anybody going to be challenging them when we go to Pochinki?
I think that is going to be a very interesting question to see the answer to, because I don't know what the answer is, whether or not anyone is going to be looking to challenge them in Pochinki. But, I mean, yeah, Enigma Galaxy, we want to see that step up, because as we've seen so far already, right, the last time we had them in the first Erangel of the day, they ended in 13th place with that one Elam, but we know what happened there, so we won't talk too much on that. Let's see whether or not the teams are going to be looking to change things up. So far, it does seem like we are having a very regular kind of drop-off, right? Teams going to either sides of those flight paths, but an interesting one there from Falcons, looking to get their play started all the way down over in towards Nova Rep Noya. And then, of course, well, the Death Wolves, right? Also looking to potentially maybe build up a bit of momentum, depending on where that zone is going to situate itself.
Yeah, and I think with Falcons, I wonder if they were hoping that Navi was going to be dropping over there too. There was nowhere near him, and there we go. We get the first circle. It's going to be towards the main island all the way to the west. So a lot of teams going to be able to rotate, and I wonder who's going to be rotating quickly. You're mentioning Death Wolves. Death Wolves is going to have to cross some bridges here, and I'm starting to see Team Queso staying within that west bridge. Could we end up seeing some kind of bridge camp? We'll have to wait and find out as the game does continue on. We're talking about Enigma Galaxy. I think the main reason why I want to see Enigma Galaxy and what they're able to do if they're not getting hot drop in Pochinki is because they're going to be able to play a bit more of their style. They're going to be able to do a little bit more scouting instead of doing what they were doing last time, which was just getting out of a fight, not having that many heals, and going in absolutely blind in their rotations. And with that extra time, we do expect them to do a lot more stuff. With the extra scouting, we do expect them to find much, much better positions.
I mean, so far things are looking pretty good, especially over onto the side there of Enigma Galaxy. They are uncontested, so no team really to worry about within that Pachinki region. We do see Fireflux just going to be holding a little bit further up towards the north, almost up in towards Rozhok. Regnum Karya also having a decent bit of a spread here, but an interesting rotation coming through here from Inco. I mean, they saw Everest is open, then they were like, you know what, we don't have loot, we don't have weapons, we've got nothing. Oh, we're going to try and claim Everest.
And they're going to be going for it. Remember what happened last time when Team Falcons was able to take advantage of that Everest finish? Boy, it worked out wonders for them as they were just clearing teams left and right, and it was one of their biggest wins. One of the biggest wins that we have actually seen in this tournament so far in the prelims. I think they ended up with something along the lines of like 18 elims. And here we go. This is just... I'm not used to this. Pinch me, DK. Am I dreaming right now? Am I seeing this right? Is this Enigma Galaxy in Pachinki? But there's no hot drops. Obviously, DX is not going to be here because they're in Group B, which it's kind of nice for them. But there's no other team wanting to hot drop this. I'm liking it. Okay, let's see what can happen here with Enigma Galaxy.
I mean, I'm squinting my eyes to just make sure that what I saw was 100%. And I mean, it turns out that's true, right? It's just Enigma there with the whole entire Pachinki for themselves. Yeah, it's like you were saying, right? This gives them the opportunity now to play strategy as opposed to, you know, having to contest for possession of Pachinki itself. But the rest of the teams, I'm still going to be looking at what the rotations will be. I mean, we were talking about the Wolves a little bit earlier on. They are most likely, I think, going to be opting for that Western Bridge, and Team Queso, they're looking to get themselves set up there. So there could be a little bit of head bumping going through as the teams start to push on forward, but it doesn't seem like Wolves are going to be looking to make any of those plays just yet. And earlier we saw Inco and Inco rotating over atop of the lovely Everest there, but it seems like they've also then decided to move down in towards Georgia Ball, right? We got Furia kind of sharing that position with them. And speaking about sharing is caring all the way over in Yasnaya.
Yeah, we had Hura Esports there against Influence Rage, and a team that wants to get those extra points, especially after getting a little bit embarrassed there with what Team Falcons was able to do to them in bootcamp on that first match of San Juan. Here we go. The battles of Everest. Are they going to be friendly? Are they going to be having some kind of peace treaty here for a while until they are having to absolutely fight, or going to be they trying to establish, you know what, this is our side. Do not even try to peek our way. Do not try to do anything silly because we'll come after you. Regnum Karya, a team that needs those points, a team that before this match started, they were in, let me just double check, 15th place with 37 points. So for Regnum Karya, honestly, to start having even a chance with the top 8 with how some of the other teams might end up performing, I need to start seeing a minimum out of 10 points every single match out of Regnum Karya.
Yeah, and this is where they need to be careful because as we can see also Furia, they are just a few slots above them, sitting on 44 points. So, I mean, if they're not careful, they could definitely be handing them a few points on a silver platter. Speaking about platters, though, 9C are going to be rolling on up, coming in hot as they just fly on through into the zone. Not taking any names, any questions. They just going to be pushing. Now, this is where I'm curious as to where they're going to be rotating, right? Are they going to be pulling into these compounds over here that we can see just up ahead of them? Or are they maybe going to be opting for position a little bit further up in towards Headshot Hills?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they're going to end up deciding. And I'm looking to also see what Enigma Galaxy is going to be doing here because they're taking a little bit too long there in Pachinki. They haven't really been able to readjust. Obviously, the circle is still within this area, but you might have players like Foot being able to try to sneak up on them. There we go. Fireflux being able to catch somebody there from Foot. He's going to be able to knock him, and he's going to be looking to confirm that into an elimination point. And they're going to be forcing Foot to just absolutely back off from this fight as Doku Machine is trying not to get knocked. He's very low in HP, and that might force some of his other players to come back and try to help him out. He's still taking shots on Fireflux, on Lux. This man just doesn't care if he's 1 HP as grenades are going to be coming raining down on him.
I mean, but this could also be a good opportunity now for 5flux to secure a few of those points. You can see Solar is trying to reach across the way, see if they can find that last slither of HP. But there we go, it is going to be Lux instead to end the run as Dokken gets dropped down to their knees. The rest of Foot now gonna have to decide how this play will pan out. We do have 9Z also now stepping up to the plate. So, I mean, it went from a slightly challenging position to an even harder angle to try and cover.
Yeah, and even though they're throwing all those smokes, it is such an exposed area. And right now, 9C's got everything going for them. You also see Choco trying to get a little bit closer towards this team. The grenades are going to start running down. And if he's able to hit one of these nades, it's going to be massive for that team. As I say it, and it ends up happening. Choco being able to knock somebody, but he needs to be careful. He needs to make sure that he doesn't end up getting knocked, because you know who's going to be one third party this fight. Fireflux. We saw what they were able to do there earlier with some of the players there from Foot. And here comes the push by 9C. Is Rookie going to be able to clutch this up? He's going to be able to clutch up at least one player. Fireflux is now getting involved. Fireflux is going to be able to clear them out. And 9C have to rethink their strategy. They need to rethink if they want to stay here or if they want to back off.
Wow, they coming in hot, right? Nobody's even backing off of any opportunities. Now it's going to be Solkay looking to see if they can reach across the way. The nades flying in. Simple is going to be finding a good connection there. Well, not the kind of connection that they were looking for, but, well, it is happening nonetheless. It does seem like 5flux now quickly reassessing the whole situation as the zone does take us a little bit further over towards the western side. But Seven, we still see quite a few teams yet to find their way in, and looking at who we already have in zone, things looking pretty sweaty. I mean, I'm looking forward to what the rest of the lobby is going to be bringing in as well.
Yeah, the fights that we're getting already, the third parties are happening. Everything is going to be even more amped up here on the final day of prelims. And 9C decided not to back off. I think they were looking for a fight there between Fireflux. Meanwhile, we go back to Everest. Furia is still going to be here. I think Regnum Karya Mata ended up backing off. 9C Choco taking on those shots there to the Fireflux players, trying to help out his teammate. Simple to get out of this area to make sure he doesn't end up getting spotted. They don't want to end up losing more players here. It's going to just keep putting them in a bigger disadvantage when we do end up rotating even into the later circles. And 9C just slowing it down a little bit more. This is kind of what we want to see. Vampire Esports, we heard them. They're going to be trying to prioritize the center of the circle. But how are they going to be doing this? Sometimes we see a lot of teams prioritize the center of the circle, and then they try to full send it to the middle without actually doing any scouting. It backfires as Choco ends up getting knocked right there by Solkay. It doesn't end up working out there by 9Cs. They're gonna have to abandon them. And Solkay, once again, Fireflux being able to catch people on rotation, being able to get those eliminations, those easy eliminations. But as I was saying, I'm just intrigued to seeing how Vampire Esports is gonna be playing this, since they are trying to focus into the center of the circle.
I mean, for now, I think we're going to have to wait a little bit for that Vampire push to come up into Woodzorn, as they are now playing a little bit of a PUBG GTA alongside the players there from Inco all the way up into Woods North George. In the meanwhile, Team Kesso, they've moved up into Woods Center Zone, so they find themselves in a very hot and contested position. Influence Rage also now starting to pull in. We got Foot also going to be holding it nice and steady, and this is where things just keep getting more and more challenging. Regnum Karya, so we can see them up on that mini-map just over towards northwestern side. There's so much contention up into Center Zone. It's like the teams decided, they were like, you know what, it's the last day, let's just play an insane game of PUBG here today.
And I'm all for it, as Furia is going to be getting caught there, trying to go for a vehicle. Risky push, man. Trying to do that without putting down any smoke. 9C currently has 2 players down. You know what? Make that 3 players eliminated, as it's only going to be just one last player there from 9C. Regnum Karya currently getting absolutely cooked, though. Could this player from 9C could scream, clutch up this 1v4? Anything is possible. We've seen it before, but he needs to be careful because there are teams close by. Influence Rage being one of those teams, very close by, trying to third party this fight. 9C not being able to turn that knock into an elimination, but you know who is going to be looking to turn this knocks into eliminations? Influence Rage, as they're doing just that, being able to knock some players from Regnum Karya. And I wouldn't be surprised if right now we see Influence Rage just full sending it to these teams and making sure that they collect those extra points.
I mean, they're cooking, they're getting ready for a pretty crazy play. Does seem like, well, instead of pushing up, they were actually just trying to alleviate some pressure. So they have a much more comfortable rotation up in towards that zone, but they are just playing a little bit of leapfrog here, trying to get themselves just ahead of the way of Regnum Karya. As you can see, still quite a few teams yet to push on through. We got Nigma as well as the Falcons now pushing in from that southern side. Navi going to be opting, I think, maybe for a much wider rotation in the meanwhile. But Regnum, they've been able to get themselves a steady hold on this compound, right? Furia not going to be contesting them all too much, but instead it is going to be Furia now running over in towards the Death Wolves. Team Kessler also right here alongside them.
Everybody's just going to be fighting each other here as Death Wolves currently has one player knocked. They're going to be trying to breach this compound. They're going to be trying to see if they can possibly pick up his teammate, but I don't think they're going to be going for it. He's throwing those Molotovs. He needs to be careful. His teammate's still right there. And on top of that, he's getting nades thrown at him. Nigma Galaxy going to have to push off there with that sniper tower. And here comes the push. Death Wolves now having a lot more players there to their advantage. Pappy Potro trying to peek, see if he can get an angle. He's going to just barely evade that grenade, but he is going to get spotted. Here comes the other nade from Rataboy. He's going to get knocked. Great play there by Death Wolves, as now the numbers are on their advantage. They need to try to make this push, and they need to try to make it quickly because Navi is on the horizon. Navi is looking to third party this fight, and they're doing just that.
Yeah, the play is in their hand now. They got to make the magic happen. It's going to be Obscure quickly just trying to reposition here. This could potentially maybe even be a breakaway opportunity, but Kupslo is going to be met with quite a nade all the way there from the side of Influence. Navi also out in the open trying to pop off at whoever is moving ahead of them. We also did see quite a bit happening down on towards that southern side of the zone, right? We did have a little bit of an altercation between Nigma Galaxy and the players coming through from the side of Falcons. Now, Navi, well, they're done with waiting. They're going to be looking to break down a few doors. And, well, Team Kessler, they're going to be on the receiving end here.
Yeah, and if Navi was one of those teams that's trying to be hopeful, trying to show a good performance here, this is what they need to do if they want to make it into the top 8. Because you can see there in the leaderboard to your right-hand side, only 26 points for this team. They need a lot more. The top teams are going to continue to get those points, so it's going to be a lot harder to catch them. But anything is possible here in PUBG Mobile Esports. They got some good points on Death Wolves, and now they're trying to secure this extra points here on Team Queso. And earlier, we did end up seeing Coops getting eliminated as he was trying to make a rotation. That is now the second time that Coops is the first player from his team to get eliminated. Not what you want to see at Enigma Galaxy, considering that he's usually one of the strongest players for that team. We're going to have the circle closing in. Let's see what's going to happen here. And it's going to be none other than straight down to the center, a little bit to the left. A lot of teams are going to be inside, and it's going to come down to who can dominate the most here. We see Navi taking on those shots. This player, Milos from Team Queso, getting so lucky that he's just in the right spot in the corner as the Molotov is not able to touch him. And you have, meanwhile, Navi players running away with fire on their back.
I mean, Psych getting psyched down on that one, but up comes Puncher King now looking to follow through a little bit. I mean, some interesting parking that we see here with the vehicles up on the roof. I guess that's free parking all day long, but now let's see whether or not Milos can actually hold on to the defensive here. It's going to be M2MV rather, right there behind them. Push coming in. All right, so the first compound is clear. They now know where they need to go. Milos trying to just uphold a little bit of the position here, coming through with the DVS. It's going to be Molly's, but it doesn't seem like they found any angles just yet. Navi, though, getting ready to jump.
And they have the numbers. They're trying to get the angles here with 6. Are they going to be able to do it? Milos, though, he's going to turn the numbers around as he ends up getting one player knocked. And there you go. That's all it took. Navi had to wait for them to get one of their own players eliminated. To find that opening is going to hurt them a little bit, but now they have great control of this area. And a team that we haven't seen much of so far is going to be Team Falcons, and now we're going to be getting some action out of them. We have All Glory Gaming passing by. This is a fight that you do not want to get into, All Glory Gaming. Just keep going, keep driving, and get out of there as Team Falcons is looking to secure a lot of this area and control pretty much the southern part of the map at the moment. Oh, they're going to be making the push here to Old Glory Gaming. Here we go. They were able to spot him. They didn't let him go. Those shots are going to be coming in. Action is able to back up his boy there, Isia. He's going to be getting picked up. A little bit scary there for Team Falcons. They don't want to end up losing any players right now. But now that they were able to clear that team, they're going to have just a lot of control there towards the side of this circle.
I mean, that was just to get the blood flowing again, right? They just want to make sure that they are as hyped up and ready to roll as they can be. Interesting position coming through here from the Wheels of War. Also just going to be holding on towards Gatka over on towards that eastern side of zone. If the zone is going to be kind of pulling in towards this eastern side, this could be quite a bit of a position to utilize, but we'll find out soon enough where it is going to be taking us. Meanwhile, decent spread. Inco also about to, well, bring their contribution as they are dipping up in towards the zone. Quite a contested region that they're deciding to rotate up, right? We did see Hura up there. We got Fireflux. We got Nigma also just off in the distance, but it does seem like Inco Nene Bete finds themselves a little bit of that Malik action. 1 down, 3 more to go.
Nene Bete and Inco team looking to get a lot of points. Hura Esports, another team that's looking to get a lot of points, but it's not looking good for them. As you mentioned, one of the players is currently knocked. He's going to end up getting picked up. Inco now making a push. Vitali trying to get those off angles. He's going to be able to knock one player right there. He does end up getting knocked, but they do end up trading. 2 players are still alive there for Hura Esports, still standing. And Inco now trying to make this push. Now trying to clear this area. And if they do end up doing it, they need to do it quickly. This man is an absolute magician as he was able to run there through the fire. And Hura Esports making sure that they clutch up all these points and try to recover as fast as possible. Fireflux trying to get a little bit lucky here and see if they can possibly get some cheeky eliminations.
Yeah, that was Nene Bete now deciding to get the heck out of Dodge, but it is going to be Fireflux looking to clean it up as Lux and comes in quite aggressively. It is going to be Ketch also setting up a beautiful position just over towards that southern side, but let's see whether or not Fireflux can flush them out. The first hit is in. That is going to be Nofia down on their knees. Ooh, a little bit of a trade through the window. Malik looking to see if they can find even more of a continuation here. Solus quickly having to patch themselves up, but it's going to be Sky letting the nades loose. Lux is dodging all over the place as Mafia Ninja gets dropped to their knees, but now it's down to 1. Fireflux, they know it is just around the corner. They just got to make that extra little bit more of a push, but let's see whether or not they'll be able to get it. Up comes the opportunity now. The angle is there. 1 now is all that stands between Fireflux and yet another squad wipe. Sky trying to figure out where it's going to be the best place to hide. But the trade-off is there on towards Lux. One more coming through. Absolutely insane play coming through here. Sky tries to defend, but it's going to be a 2v1. And they will not be making it out of that one.
And honestly, Hura Esports right there with the way that they were able to control this building, defend these 2 buildings for the longest time. I am impressed with what they were able to do. Sky, the main player, the main MVP out of that team, trying to clutch up those extra points there. He was able to clutch up at least 1 point there from Fireflux, and Fireflux not going to be happy that they ended up losing that 1 player. And guess what? We're talking about earlier about Vampire Esports, what they were going to be doing if they were going to be prioritizing the center of the circle here in this match. They're playing this out very, very well, because right now, with the way I'm looking at the map, you don't want to be anywhere near the center of it. And they're looking to get into other fights as well, trying to see where Navi is going to be coming in from. And keep in mind, Navi is down 1 player. Vampire Esports will have the numbers advantage. Another team we haven't really seen much of, Royals of War. I mean, this team, we've been wanting to see more and more and more, considering that they were able to have just such a good performance in day 1. And here comes the push. They're going to be pushing Influence Rage. This is going to be a massive fight, because Influence Rage, they end up getting a big old donut in the first match. They don't want to end up getting another 0 here in this match, even though they do have 3 eliminations. Here comes the push. Influence Rage Federal being able to clutch up some of those eliminations. Roger War now trying to find the different angles. Little Boy trying to spot the other players. There's so much commotion happening right now. Players from Royals of War, players from Influence Rage are currently getting knocked. Little Boy's just spraying and praying in the smoke and hoping that he hits with something. And another player there from Royals of War trying to make it through. Only Law is alive from Influence Rage, and he is gonna get, at least he's gonna get some of the other teams confirmed. And there you go. Influence Rage gets knocked. Royals Awards end up winning that engagement.
Wow, what a floor, what a play. Royals Award on a 3-piece mode, but there's a nade coming through the door. Fireflux, oh, looking to capitalize on the carnage. Already finding that first bit of a pickup here, but let's see, is there more of it along the way? Royals Award super low on HP. Rivas is down. It now turns to Aragon to see if they can survive, but Fireflux, they out here. They're looking for those elims. And I mean, so far, they're sitting on 9 already.
Keep it going, Fireflux. Right now, if I was to name this team instead of Fireflux, I will call them the third-party kings because they've been able to third-party absolutely everything. And on top of that, they're going to be looking to gatekeep here some of the players that are going to have to exit out of that building from Royals of War. Meanwhile, you know what other teams are currently cheating? Chilling. Absolute chilling. Team Falcons, they have had to not do anything, and that's what I was kind of a little bit impressed earlier when they were able to take care of that one player from AGG, because they were just going to have so much time to work with. A lot of these other teams were going to have to fight it off and make it a little bit easier for them. And here we go. Grenades there from Soulless from Fireflux, trying to find into anybody, but that surprise factor is gone. And guess what? I feel bad here for Royals of War because not only did they have the third-party kings of this match already on them, on top of that, they had to worry about Team Falcons coming up from the top of the mountain, making this push and getting them eliminated as well.
Well, let's see whether or not Rivas can survive the onslaught. As you can see, Ketch now just cooking up a few nades, looking to get some cooking going. And well, there it is. Royals of War at least managing to get those 5 eliminations along the way, but they do go out in placement point territory. Now it's going to be Vampires coming to life. You can see the shots connecting on through it is going to be Psych, the next one to get dropped. Oh, but a cheeky follow-up here. I mean, Falcons, everybody just so active. Nigma also pushing on forward over on towards Vampire. It is chaos all over the zone.
Absolute chaos, and that's what we want to see. Nigma Galaxy now getting into the mix with this. It is going to be only 2 players. Navi making sure that they're going to try to see if they can possibly revive that player, that we're able to win the engagement between them and Vampire Esports, which that's going to be massive for them. But grenades are just going to start raining down as Freak and the squad is going to try to turn it up. But Freak ends up getting knocked and he switches it up. Lord, with that ghillie suit, gonna have to lay down. But guess what? It's not over because you think it's over? No. Furia Esports is close by as well, and they're gonna be looking at third party this fight. Meanwhile, Team Falcons are just chilling in the background. Regnum Karya chilling in the background as well as they've been inside those buildings. Here we go. Lord, can he clutch up this? He's not gonna be able to clutch up. He does get Artisan very, very low, but that is going to be it for Nigma Galaxy there. Now we switch it up. Furia trying to control this area. Navi, though, they've been able to pull things off. They're going to tell them to slow down as they send one of their players from Furia back to the lobby.
I mean, Navi, it seems like they've now caught their second breath, right? They are starting to pace, starting to build. You can see Furia also holding nice and steady. They had quite a bit of possession coming into this phase, but to see whether or not Adrian can make anything happen, is it going to be an opportunity available? But this is where things also get so dang challenging, right? Because you've got Icy from Falcons also just creeping up on everybody, playing the quiet game. Action in the meanwhile is going to be focusing down on towards Regnum Karya as they are yet to make a move. The plunge comes through. Silias going to be moving right on up. Meanwhile, Axa, Puncher King, and of course, well, players here from the side of Furia trying to settle the dispute, as this is such a very, very risky zone, right? I mean, 70, if you overexpose yourself too much, it could be the end right then and there.
Yeah, with the way this area works out, I mean, even you saw it there from King on Navi. He tried to peek that a tiny bit. He thought he was safe, and then he had to just run away and hit the deck because he was just getting peppered. They are trying to be jumping into this car, seeing if they can possibly find the snake that is left. Anybody that might be trying to surprise them. Meanwhile, Adrian just throwing those smokes, throwing that utility nearby that team. Team Falcons making the push over. They're going to be able to spot a little snake there in the grass. Take quick care of them. Action now, driving around, seeing if there's going to be any other snakes. And now it's looking bad for Adrian with how he was positioned. He needs to be careful. Those smokes are going to be coming down, but he's going to let them know that there is a team there. And now Regnum Karya finding the right place, finding the right timing to make the push here towards Navi. And Navi, we saw what they were able to do. They can definitely make those pushes here so far in this game. They are able to defend it as well as we saw earlier what happened with them and Furia. And Adrian needs to make up his mind. How does he want to be able to approach this situation? Because Falcons and the squad is going to keep running people over, and that's exactly what Action does. Action just needs to be careful and not overextend. Navi players are right there. He's going to hop out of that car because it's burning, but now he was able to gather that information. He knows that there's 2 players there from Navi, and he knows that they are pinned.
Ooh. Navi up to double digits, and what a Nador coming out here from Axa. But I'm looking at an interesting development here, right? Regnum Karya what a setup this is, because I mean the other two squads, they just fighting it out left, right, and center, right? But now this opens up the opportunity for Regnum Karya to come sneaking on through and capitalize on a beautiful third-party play. But it's all going to be down to how they play these next few shifts. You can see Navi looking pretty strong over on towards that edge, holding steady, as it is going to be Puncher King and Axa now just trying to at least clear out their region. But we are going to be stepping over into Zone 8, right? That is going to be the last one before there is no more.
There is, and you were talking about Regnum Karya being able to get those angles. They're currently working this out perfectly. Things ended up backfiring there for Team Falcons. They were wanting to get aggressive. They were driving around. They're going to be able to go from 3 players down to just 2 players. Navi has just been so good at being able to defend this area, and that's why you're starting to see a bit of a slowdown there now from Action. No longer having access to that vehicle, no longer having access to being able to look over and just try to run over the snakes in the grass. Instead, he's going to become a snake himself, as everybody is trying to find anybody lacking, anybody that's going to peek a little bit too much. You were talking about earlier about the terrain, how crazy this is, and boy, it couldn't get any crazier than this. Everybody waiting to see what's going to happen here. King hopping into that car. Luckily for him, he's not. Oh, he actually ends up getting shot. He was able to get spotted there by Wild77K. That's going to be a knock, and he might end up being able to confirm this into elimination. Axer, I don't think Axer is going to be looking to move. I think he's going to end up sacrificing that player, because in the position that they're currently at, you just want to stay as a surprise as possible, as long as possible.
I mean, it does seem like Regnum Karya here are going for the divide and conquer approach, but it is going to be a little bit of a risky play still, as we do have Axa just keeping it nice, cool, calm, and collected. And of course, you got to remember who you're going up against, right? You got Falcons also just holding over on towards that eastern side, as they're now starting to take aim over towards Regnum Karya. Here we go. Action, Icy. Starting to roll on up. The buggy is out. But again, not a super aggressive push. Just a slight little bit of improvement on that positioning. But here we go. Action, not realizing that Silias is right in front of them, getting a quick shotty to the face.
Yeah, Silas, one of the players that has won the PMGC before. The experience is there. He makes them back off. Here come down the nades. Action and Icy. It went from being non-aggressive to now making it be aggressive. But they need to be careful, too, because they have Navi on the right side, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Navi's going to be able to spot him. There goes one player from Team Falcons. It's going to come down to Action, and on top of that, you do have still players from Navi that were able to recover that player that got knocked. Action shooting back and forth. He's not going to be able to knock anybody. He's going to come down to a 3v2. Navi trying to take care of Wild77K, who has the off angle, and they don't want that player to be in the back. DBS from that far away, he's going to be able to hit it. They're going to have to turn around, and now it goes from a 3v2 to a 2v2 situation here for Navi. Navi has played this game so well, and they're looking to try to secure extra points. They're looking to try to make it into the top 8. Meanwhile, Regnum Karya is looking to also try to get into the top 8. They want to get as much points as possible. Axer is going to be able to confirm that knock into elimination, and now it becomes a standoff here between 2 versus 2. Who's going to end up winning it? Navi or Regnum Karya, as the grenades start rolling down?
Well, this is looking like Navi is out here taking care of business. Now, taking down the competition from a 3-piece to a 2-piece. Silias coming through with the nades, though, is going to be reaching right up into the side there of Axa. But Axa now quickly just patching themselves up as they are prepping for a full-on rush here. As you can see, it is going to be a very decisive decision play coming through from the side of Navi. 2v1, at least on the opening start. Oh, bringing it down to a 1v1 puncher, down to super low HP. And now it's going to be reliant on Kismeet to see if that nade can bring in that winner chicken dinner. No, it seems to be a flat. Ooh. All right, it was slightly overcooked. Not a bad call, but here it comes, and that is it. Regnum Karya stepping on up, locking in that winner chicken dinner.
Regnum Karya with a bit of inconsistency there from day one. They came back in today and saying, you know what, even if we are going to be a little bit inconsistent, we want to get this chicken dinners, and they're able to do just that. Team just doing some quick high fives, you know, saying good job, guys, but the job is not done. We need to make sure we get within those top 8s, and now we're getting winners from all over the place here. We get a winner from Group C, we get a winner from Group A, and all those teams that are currently towards the top in Group B that are not going to be able to play today, they're going to be just scratching their heads and saying, okay, somebody please, somebody needs to start fragging out, because Hot Jukes won't mention it. they're going to be praying, Hot Jukes, that they just start sponge as much points as possible at the teams towards the top.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, those Falcons definitely sponged up some points, that's for sure. But, it's looking mighty dangerous here. I mean, we saw Navi, who desperately needed those points, right? Clutched it up with a great performance. And I heard you say, Seven, a little earlier, right? You're talking about Regnum Cario. You were like, hey, we need to see at least 10 points a game from them. How about 8 eliminations and a chicken dinner, huh?
I'll take that. It's going to make their life a little bit easier as we continue on. And that's ultimately what these players want to be able to do, make their lives a little bit easier, because when you get towards the end and you have that pressure on your shoulders, it only gets tougher and tougher. And talking about pressure on your shoulders, a team that's going to definitely start feeling that pressure is going to be Influence Rage alongside with Inko.
Yeah, I think that was perfect timing for Regnum Cario, to be honest with you. It's going to make their life a lot easier, because to pull off, 18 points here, they do not want to be right on the cutoff on that last game, DK, right? Because then you really leave that door open for the teams at the top to, try to take you out early. And not to mention, the teams at the bottom who unfortunately you're going to realize at that point that they have no chance. They could just decide to be toxic, right? As well. We don't know what kind of shenanigans are going to happen in the last game of the day. So you definitely want to put yourself in a solid position as fast as you possibly can.
Yeah, I think this play coming through from Regnum Cario, it could have been their top 8 step up, right? That could have been exactly that. And I mean, what a way to come on through. But you also got to give it up to the players coming through from Navi, right? Navi also looking so good with the flow coming into this Erangale. So I'm really looking forward to what we'll have as we step over into number 2. But I mean, sweaty performances right out of the gate here.
And they needed it. I love to see teams be able to put up points right at the exact right time. And this couldn't have been a better one, right? The fact that they're just been so consistent thus far, and to be able to put that out, man, these got to be excited. And not to mention, it's always, you got to give shout outs to Team Falcons, man. These guys are just running away with this thing at this point. As we take a look here at the match rankings, and yeah, look at that. Wow, Regnum Cario and Navi putting up the same amount of points here, Seven.
I'm just kind of laughing at myself here. I'm like, Team Falcons, just stop it. Actually, don't stop. Keep it going. I'm loving it here. 15 points for them. Fireflux. I mean, a lot of other teams starting to show up and being able to improve on their performances, wanting to take their destiny into their hands. And it comes down with Navi, the way, as DK was mentioning, the way that they were able to play there towards the end with just 2 players taking on fights with everybody, making sure that they made teams back off. At one point, I was wondering what was going to happen between them and Vampire Esports. I thought maybe Vampire Esports was going to be able to win that. It didn't end up happening. They were able to hold up a lot of teams. So great match there for Navi.
Yeah, well, we got a nice little interview with Silas. Let's take it over to Carol.
Here with me, Silas, the player from Regnum Cario Bra. Thanks so much for being here. And before this last match, you guys had 31 points. Is still there a chance for you guys to get into the top 8? Do you guys think you still can dream about that?
Bu maçtan önce 31 puandınız. Buraya gelmeyi tahmin ediyor muydunuz? Bu maçı kazanmayı tahmin ediyor muydunuz? Ve bu maçtan sonra ilk 8'de olmayı hayal edebiliyor musunuz? Ne düşünüyorsunuz bu konuda?
Yani tabii ki ilk gün biraz özgüvensiz geçti bizim adımıza. Yani biraz özgüvenimiz eksikti. Bugün de yani normalde bütün çalışmaları yapmıştık. Üstüne bir şey katmamıza gerek yoktu analizde falan. İlk 8'e tabii ki girmeyi hedefliyoruz. That's all.
We didn't have the confidence to win the game after the first day, but we managed it, and now we are believing that we will be on the top 8, and we are ready for it, and it will be great for us.
Awesome. And actually, do you guys have prepared anything specific for today? Because we just watched an impressive match coming from you guys that were not in a good position.
Bugün için özel bir hazırlık yaptınız mı? Çünkü sizi oynarken, izlerken çok etkilendik ve bununla ilgili sizinle gurur duyduk. Bugün için hazırladığınız özel bir yöntem ya da taktik var mıydı?
Yani ilk soruda dediğim gibi özgüvensizlik, onu hallettik. Zaten 1,5 aydır çalışıyorduk bu turnuva için. Bir sürü taktiğimiz var daha göstermediğimiz, göreceğiniz.
You will see much more tactics, and we had some self-confidence issues so far, but we managed it. So just be prepared and see how we are playing.
Okay, here we are definitely prepared. Thanks so much for the interview.
Thank you so much.
Good to see a little bit of a sigh of relief there from Silas, because man, that is a game that they needed so desperately. And you know, that's the thing, is that when you get that opportunity to win the game, you can't just win it with, you know, 1 or 2 eliminations. They did it with 8, which was so critical at this time here. So, you know, you said 10 points a game, you know, 7. Now that they got 18, that'll take off a little bit of that pressure, like you mentioned, just in case, you know, they get a bad circle or something like that.
Oh, yeah. But let's keep it at 10 points a game, okay? Let's just make sure
it won't hurt.
That you guys actually get through. Don't slow down, baby. Keep it going.
That's right. They definitely cannot let up off the gas. That's for sure, because you got teams like Na'Vi, DK, who are even further down the leaderboards that had a pop-off game as well. So, I mean, it's only a matter of time. We're going to see somebody else step up here as we take a look here at the top 5 players. And right now, it's Axer on top. Look at that. With 6 eliminations, my boy putting in work.
I mean, they coming in hot, right? So we got Na'Vi up there, we got Regnum Karia, Falcons, and of course, Fireflux. There's some very aggressive plays indeed. But of course, the big question is, what is the overall standings look like, right? Vampires, they just swap in places with Insanity. The same can be said about Falcons and the Zebra Master. So I think page number 2 is where the pressure is going to be. And look at that. Regnum Karia all the way up into ninth, knocking on the door of that top 8.
Wow. A massive jump, and not just them. Look at Na'Vi as well, with the performance that they were able to put up there in the last match, making that massive jump as well. We do see some of the other teams just falling down. I can see it right here. Inco Gaming, they just have not had a good performance here so far. We need to start seeing a little bit out of them. And earlier we were talking about teams that could possibly make a difference when we get into the later matches. If Inco Gaming is at a point where they know that they're not going to be able to make it, we might get some of that jukes. We might get some of that bad juju that you've been talking about, some of that toxicity, trying to hunt down some of the other teams and make their life a little bit harder.
And I'll tell you what, they are in a position for their life to be really hard, that's for sure, because I mean, if you look at it, the cutoff now is Death Wolves, right? 8th place with 58 points. Right below them are 2 teams with only 3 points difference. That's Regnum Karia and Royals of War, and they are playing today. So oh boy, this is going to get really, really spicy here. Of course, guys, go ahead and check out that new Royal Pass. It is available until the 17th of May with a total price pool of over 80,000 UC. Oh boy, go check it out, guys. Get loaded up, and hopefully we can see you get that new victory dance as well. I want to see that in game. So, man, things are going to start dancing, getting spicy here, because we still got a lot more matches left to go. This whole leaderboard can get shaken up completely, DK.
Yeah, it can indeed. But of course, speaking about shaking it up, we are going to be shaking our butts over into a break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys back in a short few moments.
สวัสดีครับผมชอปเปอร์จากทีมเซอร์เซียนะครับของผมจะเป็น M4 กับ DBS ครับ M4 เอาไว้บรรยิงได้ทุกระยะครับไกลกลางใกล้ได้หมดเลยส่วน DBS เอาไว้ระยะประชิดเลยครับส่วนวิธีจัดการความกดดันสำหรับผมให้ไปกินส้มตำครับส้มตำมันแซ่บอร่อยดีส่วนที่ไม่ควรทำก็อย่าไปนั่งเครียดครับเวลาเล่นพลาดมาแล้วมันจะทำให้เราแบบไม่มีอารมณ์มันจะหงุดหงิดแล้วเล่นไม่ออกครับก็คอทีมเราจะไม่คอแบบสิ่งที่ไม่ควรพูดไม่คอเปลืองเกินไปพูดให้ชัดเจนค่อยๆพูดอย่าเร่งในการพูดจนเพื่อนฟังไม่รู้เรื่อง
And we are back. Welcome back, folks. This is starting to get interesting here because we're seeing teams that, we were really worried about here. Big names, right? Na'Vi, Regnum Karya, Bra. I mean, anything could happen, and they pop off at the right moment. Now, we're still waiting to see that from quite a few other squads. One team in particular, Seven, I know you're really excited about, that seems to have a little bit of a struggle here at the start. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy. What do you think about their performance so far?
That's pretty much what's happening right now with them.
Hurts.
We did say, I got to give them some props though, because we did see them trying to get some extra points. They were able to at least focus a little bit more on their rotations, but sadly on their rotations with this circle that they had, it was just so crazy, man, that Coops, first player, once I mentioned it during the cast too, first player, a player that they don't want to get knocked, ends up getting knocked and eliminated right away. That's a player that you want to have towards the later stages, towards where Lore and Rauf were there towards the end, because they need those points. I mean, right now they're sitting in 16th place. It's not going to be good enough for this team. A lot of people had high expectations for what they were going to be able to do, especially now that they've been together for a year. At this point, it seems like nothing has changed. It seems like they weren't ready, and I'm hoping they turn it around. I'm hoping they prove those haters wrong.
Yeah, likewise. We saw in that video, the little content piece earlier, where they had to put up a page of like who they thought on the questions that they were asking. And the question that they asked was like, who is the most clutch player, right? And you saw them all kind of have different answers, right? You even saw Coops say Lord. We saw some of them say Coops. And I'll tell you what, it's going to take all of them stepping up at this point and really putting on those clutch pants, DK.
I mean, it's going to be important, right? If they want that top 8, they're going to have to work for it. And what we've seen already being the flow of the day here, the teams, I mean, everyone is here. Everyone is trying to run at their A game. They're bringing as much heat as they can. So if Nigma wants to be in contention, right, they're going to have to play a completely different game, really amp up that aggression.
Yes, they do indeed. Now, I think we got to go ahead and think about some of these other squads, right? Some of the teams that haven't performed thus far. One team that did at the start, right, is Vampire, right? Vampire crushed it in Sandhawk, and then we saw them have a little bit of a lackluster performance again in Erangel. You think we're going to see that continue to trend on here, DK, or you think we're going to mix it up?
It's difficult because, I mean, if we look at the trend that we've been seeing since yesterday into today, the trend would lend itself to potentially them keeping the same play, but I'm sincerely hoping that they are going to up the ante, right? Because having a repeat of yesterday I don't think it's going to suffice here for Vampires. So we're going to have to see them really bring it all together moving into the second Erangel of the day.
Yeah, and then not to mention, you got another team like Influence Rage, who at the start of Sandhawk dropped on Team Falcons. I don't understand. That's to me still is just like the ultimate head scratcher. I don't know how an IGL or a coach could even allow that to happen. You know that they dropped on Sandhawk. We saw that happen in day number 1. We saw them drop in boot camp. So why would you even try to attempt Lobster? I know that, hey, there's a great position. I know you're trying to get some points. But, when you have a team that is so solidified in that top 8 and you are not, why would you even get near them, Seven? Why?
They were feeling good from the end of the day yesterday, man. They ended up that Miramar with a win.
Too good.
9 Ilims. They're like, okay, baby, we got it. We're Influence Rage for a reason. And then Team Falcon says, boop, sit down.
Sit down.
Completely different groups here today. Completely different teams as well. So, I mean, overall with Influence Rage, that's the thing, right? Like consistency. That's always been the big question mark for this team. The fragging is there. We know you guys can pull the chicken dinners. And I feel like sometimes whenever we do get to these Brazilian teams, they kind of rely a little bit too much on that, on just being able to be like, okay, we got that clutch factor. We know what we're able to put up the points when we need to. But they just need to find that good consistency, the consistency that Team Falcons is showing us. But yeah, right now, we're talking about prelims. But guess what? If you do end up in those top 8, you're going to be going to main event. And you're going to be facing some of the most consistent teams in PUBG Mobile Esports. And by the way, for everybody watching, this is the last day for Prelims PMGO Brazil. The main event is going to be starting Friday. So make sure you tune in, because if you're finding this amazing, you better get a heart pacer for what's going to be happening Friday.
Like we are right here, and then we're about to go right here on Friday. It's going to take it to a whole nother level. Now, yeah, exactly, to the moon.
You're taller than me, so you're right here is like right here for me.
Oh my gosh, right? When it comes to, okay, I will say this. If this was the main event, I would not mind what Influence Rage did, right? Because yeah, you want you want to hunt down first place, right? And you know Team Falcons are probably going to get there. So, you know, that strategy I will be okay with. But, I mean, you got to make it into top 8. This is a totally different game style right here. You got to be able to adjust your strategies. And so, yeah, that's one that really kind of just shook my head at. Now, some of the other teams that we're looking at.
Jukes.
What?
If it was like day 1, I'm with you. But on day 3, you know, like if we're talking about like main event, if there were 2 in main event, like I would not want to be doing this the main event if it's on the final day. Like, and that's something that these teams need to realize. I was getting a little bit hopeful there by the way they were playing some of those fights in this first Erangel, because they decided to back up from a certain fight. And I was like, okay, I'm certain Influence Rage is going to be making this push. And I think it was in Regnum Karya, if I'm not mistaken. And instead, they just took 1 point. They just took some knocks there towards Regnum Karya. And instead of making the push, which we are so used to seeing out of Influence Rage, they decided to back up. So there could be a bit of a change here between this team.
Totally possible. Yeah. The only reason why I said on the main event is because, you know, every single standing is going to be a difference in prize pool, you know, and if you see Team Falcons with such a huge lead, you have to figure out a way to stop them yourselves, right? So I was like, if you're going to do it, maybe on Sandhawk, that would be the only time it'd be okay, you know? But, you know, this, like I mentioned, is a totally different scenario. And that's why I get shocked when I see people not adapting those strategies, DK. Just like we saw, you know, in the qualifiers. We actually saw a team adapt their strategy, and they're going to be in the main event coming up here on Friday.
I mean, we actually saw that come through from 3 teams, right? Or 2 teams leading into that final match. We've got 2 of them, or one of them here, right? It's the Death Wolves, and they've also just been bringing a super consistent basing. The other team, of course, that you were referring to is the Hi-Fis that we saw really just amp it up in the final match to clutch that pole position from the hand of Falcons. So I'm going to be looking over on towards Death Wolves to see what they're going to be looking to bring to the table here, of course, because they are now currently the gatekeepers, right? They are situated in that 8th position. They have control as to who will be allowed in and who won't. So I'm expecting like Regnum Karya, Whales of War to really try and amp it up that extra bit more to push on forward. But that in turn then, as I said, is going to be pushing and putting the pressure over on towards the Death Wolves. So Jukes, I think as we get into the next few matches, even just the next game, I mean, I'm expecting the gameplay to go just through the roof.
Absolutely. And by the way, I do understand that HFIYS is an acronym, but we are going to call them Hi-Fis just because it makes it a little bit easier. Shout out to everybody that's watch partying this as well. Irene, I see you out there putting in that work. This is going to get crazy though. Thank you for everybody that are watching right now and being patient with us as the game hopefully is going to get started here soon. 7, you know, now that we're getting back into another Erangel, I hope we could see some of these teams at the bottom put in work. I want to know what you guys think is going to happen as we're finally getting ready to get into this next Erangel.
Because I was going to say, I hope I see that guy staying alive a little bit longer as they were showing Coops from Nick McGallaghy, because I want to see him fragged out. I want to see that power that he does have as we go. We're going to be going into the second Erangel, and anybody can take a DK.
Oh, yes, indeed they can. But, well, we're going to find out what this flight path will have in store for the teams as we get into your Erangel number 2. We are going to be heading in from up north. As you can see the lovely Stolber in here. And, I mean, Jukes, this is where I'm curious to see what the zone is going to be bringing, right? How are the teams going to be looking to adapt to it? But, I mean, there's such an opportunity, potential play that we could be having on this one. So, yeah, we just got to wait and see.
Let's see, indeed, as it's going to be me and you running into this one here. Erangel.
Oh, I guess Jukes is going to be back just about now. But let's see
I'm
now.
Here, baby. I am here, and I am ready to go because this is what it's all about. As you can see, you know, Vampire taking off real early. They're just chilling right now in Stolber, so they're going to have that high ground for sure. And you know what? At the end of the day, after that game 1, I think they're definitely relaxed because they know they have quite a bit of points here. So, I mean, we should see them in that top 8 for sure. But there's a lot of other teams, like I was mentioning a little bit earlier, that need these points desperately. And one team, you know, that we haven't really talked about a lot, but definitely has a lot of eyes on them is Fireflux. What do you think about them so far?
I don't know. Like I want to see the Fireflux that we had in PMGC, right? I want to see that kind of. I want to see the team play, right? I mean, because sure, yes, we did see them get a 4th place, but that was yesterday, right? As of today, sure, they were able to lock in a little bit more of an aggressive play, but we want to see those placements. We want to see the points. We want to see consistency being secured. And I mean, we know Solkay, the team, they are super, super capable. We just got to see that happen now.
Yeah, let's see as we have the first circle coming on over to the west side. So it's going to be an opposite circle of the playing path. I wonder which teams we're going to see try to get some vehicles, maybe head on over to that hardship side. Gadka right there, dead center. There's so many great locations to hold here. I wonder which teams are going to try to take them. You know, everything is wide open. You got, of course, Death Wolves all the way at the bottom. That's where they like to drop. Team Falcons over there in Nova are going to have a fun trip on over. You know, with zones like this, you definitely want to prioritize that position as early as possible.
Yeah, position is going to be key, but I got to say the zone is looking kind of similar to what we had in just the previous match. So I wonder if the teams are going to look to maybe adapt their gameplay, or are they going to stick to what we saw in the previous match? Because I mean, for a few teams, as we've been saying, right, you definitely can't look to replicate those exact same efforts. You definitely have to up the ante. I mean, if Navi comes through with the same flow from the previous game, it could be their ticket, right? Much, much closer to the top 8, because you can see it's currently sitting on 58, and Navi, they're only 14 points away, and they can easily make that up if they have a repeat of the previous match. So the pressure is definitely going to be on, but I want to see even more action, right? Because we're getting closer to the end of the day here.
Oh, yes, we are. I mean, and the end of the day is where you don't want to be. I mean, I can't stress this enough for everybody watching. Every single tournament I've ever casted or hosted, been a part of, the last games are always not near of what we see at the start, right? Because we see teams that are bummed out because they realize there's just no mathematical chance or even possibility that they can make it in. And we see sometimes those teams decide to do some crazy pushes. Maybe they go and try to take out some squads, whatever, right? Maybe they just let out their frustration on a team that pushed them early on or made their tournament difficult. So that's the last place that you want to be in that scenario. You do not want to be in that 8th, 9th place right there on the cutoff during the last game. So, and I think that's why we see so many of these teams try to get these points so desperately. One of the teams that needs them was going to be Royals of War, and a team that is right next to them on the leaderboards is Regnum Caria Bra. So for them to be able to take out a player, especially from that squad, is going to be super beneficial for them.
Yeah, they could definitely be a great opportunity to just try and capitalize as best they can. It's interesting to see Royals of War taking a little bit of damage so early on. So hopefully they'll be able rather to bounce back from this, because I mean, Royals of War, it's a team that I'm really excited to see play as best, play a really, really strong game here. I mean, we've been watching them all the way back since the qualifiers, right? They've been just showing such capability and such prowess moving out through this battlefield. We want to see even more of that. We want to see that flow continuing. And I mean, they showed it back in day 1 of the prelims as well, right? Getting themselves that 4th place and 2 second place finishes. So they have what it takes to play really strong games here today.
Yes, they do. That's for sure. Every single one of these teams have it in them. You know, it's just sometimes it's more difficult than others for them to turn around a couple of bad games. And we look at the bottom, and we know that Foot can do it. Team Queso, All Glory Gaming even as well. But just, man, they have not been able to get their tournament started here. And, for some of these teams, it looks like it is too late. I mean, if you are Team Queso, even Foot, you need a chicken dinner in this game if you want to stand a chance at this point, at least in my eyes. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to have to amp it up, right? Because as we get further and further along, the opportunities, the chances for a team to really try and clutch it out, we're running out, right? So if Team Queso, they want to be there, rubbing shoulders in the top 8, they know what they have to do, and they're going to have to play a few amazing games. This match, the next one, and the game thereafter, they can't afford to make any big mistakes. They got to just keep their eyes on the prize. And for now, the prize is going to be a slot in the top 8. So we can see Team Queso off in the distance. I'm curious to see how they're going to be looking to respond to the presence of Regnum Karya over on towards this western side.
Yeah, Team Queso, Inco are in the same boat as well. I think they really need a good chicken dinner here. I'm going to put Hoorah on that list as well. Fireflux might be able to get away with one rough game, but they need, if they get away with one, they need a pop-off game, right? They're going to need that double-digit elimination chicken dinner to help make it up. So let's see if any of these teams are going to be able to do it in this scenario. Na'Vi, man, that last game was huge for them. Enigma Galaxy almost got knocked in the same position as they did last time, but they had a great turn right there. And that's Royals of War out of there. That is the team in 10th place. That is a rough way to go out for them because, you know, you got teams like Enigma Galaxy right below them. So, you know, it's going to be tough for them, but very beneficial for the teams that are trying to get into that 8th place position.
I mean, I can just almost feel Furia now starting to salivate, right? Because they've now realized that a slot just opened, right? The opportunity is there. Royals of War, they didn't get any points out of this game, so there's a golden opportunity for Furia now to try and play this position up onto Everest, see if they can secure themselves a few additional points. But it's going to be game on, right? It's open season for teams like Na'Vi, Influence Rage, as you said, Enigma Galaxy, and I think we could even add Fireflux into that mix. Really looking to up the ante moving through this game to secure those seats. And I mean, it feels like we're playing musical chairs or something here because, I mean, there's just so much at stake.
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, it is your tournament life at this point. I mean, the prize pool is pretty evenly distributed for the teams that don't make it. That's not the prize pool you want. You want some of that main event cheddar. And the only way to get there is if you do make it into top 8. Now, fortunately for teams like Smoke Gaming, Zebra Master, they crushed it on their final day yesterday. So we know they're going to make it. But there's still so many names that are going to be at question with this kind of circle as well. This one is brutal as it's going to be pretty heavy towards North George. That zone could shift up there. So we'll see what happens. You see Vampire coming in through the north. We got Death Wolves coming in through the south and still a lot of big names. One of the ones I see there that are still in the blue is Na'Vi. They're going to have to fight a lot of squads on their way in.
Yeah, they are going to have a pretty challenging time moving on forward. But an interesting thing that I've noticed as well is, again, Vampires, they are going for a very decisive play up towards the north. We can see Tony K now just starting to poke and prod as they do find themselves a little bit of that Furia play. But now this is where Furia has a very challenging angle because they've got Everest and we've got teams moving in from both sides here.
That is rough. Furia currently in 12th place. Not happy by any means. So we'll see how they opt to play this one here. Meanwhile, you got they are taking Everest, so they're gonna have 3 people up on top of Everest. They can still make it happen here. Oh, looks like they got one of the tires from Papi Potro. He's gonna hit the laydown. That's gonna be an instant knock there. And he is done for. So they do end up scoring at least 1 point. That's going to be huge. And even worse on the side of Team Castle. Oh, losing a player like that's going to hurt.
It's going to sting a little bit here, Shooks. It is going to sting a little bit. One team that we usually also see taking a little bit more of a calculated approach, of course, is going to be here from the players of All Glory Gaming, as we got them chilling over on towards that southwestern side. We got quite a bit of opposition just holding in front here, but this is the opportunity for a team like All Glory Gaming rather to really get the jump in, right? Have a bit of a say. I mean, you could even see them look to maybe make a move over on towards Enigma Galaxy, who's right there alongside them. But I think at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to what their strategy is moving into, you know, a second Erangel here of the day.
Yeah, this is a very tricky circle here, for sure. I mean, because the zone could still go in any direction. So I think the priority from these teams should be to find a position that they could still eject from easily in case of a hard shift, right? So you want to make sure you protect your vehicles, you put yourself in a spot where you can still rotate. That's why I really like locations like what we see from Hora Esports here, because they're pretty well set up. I mean, if the zone somehow hard shifts to North George, they still have that bridge and they're in a good position. So now Team Kessel, those warehouses that they secured themselves in are very difficult. There's nothing but open field around them, and they're very easily sighted. So you can see they have that buggy, but they're gonna have to time this person like perfectly if they have to eject. Fortunately for them, they don't. The zone landed right on top of them, so they're just gonna be, you know, sitting and waiting for a little bit longer.
I mean, this is almost a little bit of that deja vu that we start creeping in, that we've got creeping in here. I mean, we see 9Z again approaching that Everest position. They are going to be having to fight alongside Furia as well as Foot. But Falcons moving up from the south. Kesor still going to be trying to establish some kind of a controlling position here. But as you said, right, this compound here, it's going to be quite challenging. A lot of vulnerable angles that they will need to try and keep in mind as they move on forward. Regnum Karya, in the meanwhile, right, they just perched up in hospital. They got the angle, Fireflux down below. So again, trying to line themselves up here, and I think this was a good read on what the zone has brought.
Yeah, you know, hospital is a great place because it's kind of difficult to enter it. There's only a couple different spots where you can actually get through there. So you have that wall securing the place quite a bit. Helps, you know, slow down pushes. The problem, though, is it's one of those places that could also be a little bit difficult to eject from if you have teams on that hill, which they do. So we'll see what happens. You know, Enigma Galaxy can push up to that hill right there in front of them and make things difficult. So we'll see what they opt to do. Obviously, I think teams are very content with their spot now, as this is that planning phase, folks. This is that time to put yourself in a good position, try to predict where the zone's going to go and have a plan. And it looks like Influence Rage does have a plan, and that's going to be to push up on 9Z here.
Ooh, come on. The angles are in, and of course, Falcon's not going to let an opportunity pass them by.
Third party?
Nurzed reaching in, getting the hits in, and this is now a very tough spot. I mean, Falcons, they just causing so much damage here.
Oh, they're in the vehicles.
Influence, they are so weak at this point, so vulnerable.
That was 2 knocks, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see T-Falcons push, because guess what? Influence dropped on them in boot camp, and if you're going to drop on me in boot camp during the main event, we don't want to deal with you. So why not take them out right here and now? They have enough points on the leaderboards, and here they go. This is what happens when you touch us on lobster building.
It's 9. Leave it alone. And here we go now. Nurzed just 1 nade away from ending the run there for Influence. And there it is. Top's going to be filling up that bottle as they take names and kick butts all over the place. But what a play, though. Falcons, I mean, you think they turned up aggressively in the previous game? I mean, they taking it 1 step further.
No, they turned up right there specifically because they knew it was Influence Rage. They saw the elimination feed. They knew who was fighting each other, right? And because of that, I know for a fact they push extra hard. They got a couple knocks. They could have stayed, right? They could have stayed. But the fact that they realized that Influence Rage is right here, boom, let's take them out right now. Let's make sure we don't have to deal with them in the finals, because come finals times, you're going to need every advantage you can get. And if you know a team's going to make it hard on you, especially on a map like Sandhawk, why not just kick them out here and now? So this is why I was so shocked to see Influence Rage give it up. Like, yeah, finals time, you could drop it on Sandhawk, but with the position you are now, you shouldn't have poked the bear.
Yeah, because that bear be biting. It's going to kick. And so let's see what is going to be happening here, as we do see a little bit of a fight up on Everest, but down below, it is going to be Hura, Navi, as well as Team Queso and Vampires. You can see Vampires now just rushing on forward. Hura going to be feeling quite a bit of the pressure here. Oh, nice quick trade there up on towards Nuzi. Trips. Oh, is now the last hopeful, and that is it. Hura, out of here.
Man, I love the way Vampire pushes. They full commit as a squad. I mean, that's a very risky one. They realize that, hey, you know what? We want this position, but we're going to push as a full team. We either go out right now, or we're able to get a great position. Team Kessel trying to hold down their spot, but they end up going up against Navi, and it looks like they're doing a great job of it so far, as Navi Axer is trying to run across the street. He's down to 1 HP, gets caught in the back by Milos. And, man, Team Kessel doing a great defensive job here, right when they need to as well.
Yeah, we're seeing that snowball effect now starting to come on through here. Team Queso definitely looking good, but let's see whether or not Psych is going to get anything to happen right here. Meanwhile, look at that. It's going to be 5 Flux also now just moving up a little bit more on towards that northern side. Hospital is going to be in heavy contention. Enigma Galaxy also just knocking on the doors, getting themselves situated as they are prepping for their push on forward. But now, this is where the pressure lies solely on Team Queso here. If they want to get any of that continuation, right, get that lead, that push further in towards this match, they're going to have to stand their ground and just keep it nice and steady. But it's going to be challenging play, though. I mean, again, looking up on the hill, Foot, Furia, curious to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was like, those warehouses, I don't like them at all. I mean, you're trapped. You have to really pray that the zone goes to you. If it goes away, you're going to have a difficult time even trying to get outside of those warehouses. So we'll see how long they're going to be able to hold on here. Meanwhile, these are two teams going at it right now. It's Enigma Galaxy versus Regnum Karya Bra. And Enigma Galaxy needs to win this fight. They really do. If they want to keep their tournaments alive, I think that this is one of those ones where they got to get it done. It looks like they know what's at stake, so they're going to play it safe and try to get position here, and we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, Team Falcons, they don't got nothing to worry about. These guys already know they're going to the finals. Now it's just deciding, right, which teams are going to make it harder on.
Yeah. Who are we going to allow to accompany us up into the main event? Death Wolves also finding a really good rotational pathway, right? Just managing to sneak themselves on Enigma Galaxy. In the meanwhile, are going to be losing yet another player. So now this is a little bit of a troubling play here. Enigma holding on to a 2-piece, but Regnum Karya Bra are going to be pushed on over in that hospital, looking to make the most out of the situation as the zone is going to be committing over into Everest. And this is where I think Furia and Foot are going to be feeling somewhat comfortable with their current positioning.
Oh, yes, they are. Terrible, though, zone shift on the side of Team Kes. So they realized that they had to leave soon. So they push that last player of Na'Vi. They take him out. So 4 eliminations, 3 players up on the side of Team Kessel. And I did say, like, if they want to make it into the main event, they need to win this game. I think they really do. And with 3 players up and the position they're in, it's going to be mighty difficult. But you got to make it happen. If you want, you got to risk it to get the biscuit. While we got Death Wolves on top of Everest in a really good position. Furia getting attacked as well. I mean, everybody's chilling up on top of the mountain right now.
Yeah, that's going to be the place to be. Getting a beautiful push. We do see those nades now getting let loose. Up comes the push. Inco also trying to get their own position secured up onto his Everest. It is going to be Foot now having to defend. Up they come, nice quick little wraparound, but Inco on the money. Nunez now coming through with a beautiful DPS, but they too will get dropped on down. Let's see, yep, there we have it. Inco is going to be sending Foot right out of here. Now they can focus their efforts right here over on towards the Death Wolves.
Inco desperate for some points as well. I mean, so many of these, every single team pretty much alive at this point are just desperate, trying to make sure they can get to that top 8. Inco need a dinner just as much as Death Wolves do, and you can see how they are pushing together as a squad. That finish is going to definitely pump them up. And let's see what's going to happen here. Is Inco's outside of the zone. They're going to have to push into Everest for sure, but they still have a minute on the clock. So here's the lull before the storm.
Well, at least the position up on Everest is not going to be as challenging as the plays that need to come on through down on the foothills. Oh, there we have it. 7 though.
Here comes a push.
It's going to be locking it in, and it's going to be obscured. The next one to drop to their knees. Inco now starting to build up a little bit of that momentum. Death Wolves, they need to be super cautious here, but we got Furia still in the mix. You can see Augusta just going to be pushing up from that lower edge, looking carefully if they can find any potential opportunity to make a play here. Vampires also now trying to see what their best play, what their best option is going to be to cover the ground, but Nene Bete taking a little bit of damage, quickly managing to fall just back into that hard cover.
Yeah, Inco's in a really troublesome position here because they desperately need points, and they know it, right? So they know they need to get aggressive. At the same time, they're hesitant because they don't need just eliminations. They need eliminations and a top 3 finish. So that could cause a little bit of hesitancy, force them to be a little bit more passive than normal. If they were, at the top of the leaderboards, I think we would have seen them push hardcore, but that is not the place that they're in. And sometimes if you second guess yourself, even just for a little bit, that could be the difference between main event and going home. So let's see what decision they're going to make here as Death Wolves are definitely in a better spot. Trying to get some shots here onto Vampire. As the zone starts to close, 5 seconds left on the clock here.
Oh, it's going to be a tough shift that we'll have right now. Team Queso going to be down to Milk and the last one left, but the zone is going to be moving up here. I mean, this is where I'm looking over on towards Inco, right? If they want to get that play, if they want to get even close to the top 8, they're going to have to get double digits. But 10 points alone is not going to suffice because, I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they're sitting on 10 points ahead of them as we see it right now. So they're going to have to go over and above. They're going to have to unlock that aggression mode like we've not yet seen them unlock in these games here today. But it is going to be a very contentious play, though, to try and make it. I mean, Falcons also starting with a quick reposition, just trying to read the angle so they can get the best possible play moving forward onto his Regnum Karya.
Now, let's see what they decide to do here. That's why I was surprised that we didn't see Inco push on Death Wolves after that initial knock. I think that they definitely needed to, but they decided to play it safe. Let's see if it pays off for them. Meanwhile, we got All Glory Gaming getting a knock on to Team Falcons. These guys are toast at this point, so we'll see what they, how they end up at the end of the day. Who knows? I have been proven wrong before. Let's see, is Team Falcons on the edge? Oh, starting to gatekeep Fireflux. Fireflux is one of those teams that need a very, very similar finish to Inco. And they are on this edge, dealing with the top team in the lobby. They're going to have to hit that crucial knock to get that opening.
Ooh. All right, so the action is going to be heating up on Everest as well. Inco now just trying to dip dive, duck, and dodge all the nades getting sent in their direction. As Obscure is going to be found out. Nunez now getting a little bit of a sniff in the wind. Let's see. Will they be able to lock in the blaze? Oh, here goes now. Oh, the shot, the pop is there. 7 now quickly trying to secure as much of anything as they can find right here. But the Ernest is going to be right over onto the side of the Death Wolves.
Nunez got put in the washing machine. He had no idea which way was what. There was so many players, shots in every direction. But here we go. As you can see, Vitali getting a nice shot on the Tony K. That's a perfect Molotov right there. It looks good, and that's going to get him knocked. Oh, such a crucial one as he's the last player up for his team, trying to keep their tournament hopes alive here. And he's going to have to do it against some of the best squads in the lobby. He's going to get this res on 7. He should be able to do so. But this is why I was hoping to see them push Death Wolves. If they had that control, they would have had this entire Everest side to themselves, and they would have dominated it, but they took too long, and now it's up to Vitali, who is down to 1 HP, and here comes All Glory Gaming to just clean them out, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
I mean, All Glory definitely going to be playing the upset here, but let's see Vitali quickly getting themselves patched right back up. So there's still a bit of an opportunity for that BBA, right? The bounce back ability. But let's see whether or not it is going to be on the cards. Vampire is also still going to be hanging down on towards that lower edge. So Vitali needs to be super careful as to how they play this position here. But they do find Newsy down below. Beautiful connections being made, but not going to be finding that knock just yet. Vitali uses that as they queue, but unfortunately, it is going to be All Glory Gaming ending the run right there for them.
Yeah, I think they should have played it a little bit more active in that mid game. Once they got that knock on the Death Wolves, they needed to push them. They needed to clear them out. And yeah, if they go out, it is what it is. They still got some decent points, but they're going to need a lot more than what they got. That's for sure here in the future. Meanwhile, let's see who still has a chance here. Fireflux have 5 eliminations, but only 1 player up left. Nigma Galaxy have 2, and Furia with 1 as well. Vampire, they have plenty of points so far, and it looks like they're only going to add to that total here in this game.
Let's see where this one is going to take us, though. Nigma Galaxy going to be feeling quite a bit of aggression as Melgar and the rest of All Glory Gaming coming out of left field, just finding sprays, finding angles, finding plays that we've been waiting to see come through from their end. They've, in fact, more than doubled their points in just this single game so far. But now, it is going to be Regnum Karya also now trying to get back on their feet, right? Trying to recover a little bit of a position over on towards the southern edge of the current zone.
All Glory Gaming has averaged less than a point every match they've had so far. That's right. They played 8 matches with 6 total points. They've more than doubled it. Schwap! Woo! Schweppes with the absolute laser beam straight to the dome right there. That's going to stop that momentum. Let's see if they can turn it around here. CQC fight. They do get the one knock, but Stone was right there to help support him. Oh, and now All Glory Gaming in huge trouble. As Vampire looking to do exactly what they do. Just suck that lifeblood out of All Glory Gaming's just beautiful little run there.
I mean, it was interesting looking at the Vampires there. It's like they were asking All Glory Gaming, like, are you done having fun now? Here we come. We're going to let it all loose. We're still going to watch out for Furia, right? They still have a player up here, so they could still be a potential bit of a setup at hand. But Furia, at the same time, needs to be cautious of Regnum Karia coming in from that southern position. Angles are going to be the thing that counts at this point in the battle. So here we go, Nuzi letting one loose. Down it goes. Easy claps Furia out of here. And we're down to the final 3.
Regnum Karia Bra, man, these guys are doing exactly what Seven told them to, right? Get 10 points at least every game. They had 18 in the last one, a top finish here. I mean, they could have asked for a better performance. 8 eliminations, still 2 players up. Top 3 finish, make that 9 eliminations as they shut down All Glory Gaming. And now it's Vampire versus Regnum Karia Bra. Both these teams, with this game, this could solidify them already. As now they're only going to need a few points after this to definitely lock in that top 8. So let's see who's going to get these last final eliminations and the chicken dinner.
I mean, it's going to be a hairy, scary fight, right? Both these teams now just trying to get a little bit of that confirmation going here. As we saw, Regnum Karia, they are very well within the points now to get their foothold in the top 8. As we know, Vampires, they've already made it in, but nothing is guaranteed at this point. But with a performance like we're seeing from both these teams coming through here, I think we could maybe have quite a bit of a change at hand. Schweppes now starting to make things happen. We've got a Wild and Loxy trying to just hold their own here.
Regnum Karia had the positional advantage, but they had to give it up to Vampire because they just have so much pressure with those three players still up. Now, the thing is that they have an advantage of is the fact that it's so difficult to throw nades on this kind of elevation. The nade molly has to be placed perfectly. Otherwise, it's just going over the hill. So they don't have to worry too much about that. But, oh, they have been backed into a corner now. And you can see Vampire starting to close on in. Regnum Karia needs a crucial knock. The fact that now they're at the bottom of these trees, now they're very easily nadeable. But Vampire, I think, used all their utility already. So it's really going to come down to who can hit those shots. You can see Vampire doing a beautiful 2-1 split. And I think realizing that, you can see the smokes come on out to Wild to try and buy him a little bit of breathing room here. Beautiful shot from Wild, though. Oh, my goodness. Make it 2. Regnum Karia shutting down Vampire. Here comes the gun switch. It's a 1v1. Wild versus Stoned. Who's going to win it? Stone switches to DBS. Wild, wide on the open, no cover, has to hit the shots, and he can't do it! What a beautiful attempt, though! You can just see the hugs coming out from Vampire. That's the most emotion they showed so far. What a way to finish it, though. That was intense.
I mean, yesterday they were looking pretty cool, pretty relaxed, like it was effortless, right? Now they weren't that sure. It was a pretty dang close call. But you got to give it up here, though. I mean, Regnum Karia, they brought in the heat, sticking it to the side of Vampire Esports. But Vampire, at the end of the day, that quick little sneaky flank that we saw come up from Vampire Esports, that is what secured their position here. So what an insane clutch up that was.
Straight up 1v1 action. Hey, you know what, folks? DBS still OP. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about right there. What a way to finish it up. And honestly, just 2 huge performances from teams that definitely needed these points.
100% there, Jukes. I mean, come on. Those shots from Wild 77K. I don't want to be biased, but I was kind of hoping he would clutch up that final fight right there because it was just so hyped up, man. But overall, Vampire Esports showing the Vampire Esports that we are used to seeing whenever we do end up going to PMWI. This is what we want to see, and we saw them high-fiving, as DK was mentioning there after they won. We saw them laughing with each other like, they thought it was the same Vampire Esports as yesterday, but we got to slow down. It's just prelims. But with that performance, as you were mentioning, I think they are more than likely going to end up going to that main event.
Yo, yeah. I mean, it was just perfect timing. And I was talking about how like they desperately needed to put those points on early as possible because we don't know what's going to happen in the last games. They don't want to leave themselves in that middle, you know, right on the cusp of making it position because it's just going to get so intense. But one question, speaking of intense, Seven, what do you think about Team Falcons, huh? Team Falcons? Keeping an eye on Influence Rage? What do you think about that?
I love that, man. As soon as it happened, I even sent you a message. I was like, I think they realized it's Influence Rage because 9C got eliminated. And if I remember correctly, the elimination feed doesn't actually show them until the players do get eliminated. As soon as they realized that, as soon as they got that knock, they were like, full sended. And that's what we want to see that Team Falcons. I mean, this was a team that in the qualifier finals, they experienced some of this in the final match. They could have been in the main event. I think they're looking for a little bit more revenge. I think they're looking to make the lives harder of other people.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? We got an awesome interview with Sir Tanny, the coach of Vampire Esports.
Winner,
take it over to him.
Double chicken dinner, and I'm back here with Sir Tanny, the coach from the Vampire Esports. Congrats in this last match. It was incredible. I can see the smile on your face. And let's talk about one important thing that last year you guys have some troubles qualifying for the PMGC, but you guys came for the PMGO with a totally different strategy. What have changed from last year for now?
So it's about the in-game leader. So we changed from Ravenclaw to Stone. So that's why you will see our playing style is changed a bit. So we are not playing at the edge only anymore. We can play on the center of the circle, or the middle of the circle. So, and also we are still focusing on playing on aggressive style to make the players more confident and more the good moral for them. Yes, so I hope it's continue like this.
And right now, you guys are practically qualified for the main event. What are your big expectations from the main event?
I think I'm focusing on the moral first and the confidence because I think this PMGO is just like we can play together with a strong team around the world. So I think it's the biggest stage that we can try to maintain our morale and confidence first. So if we won the tournament, it's just the second thing. But the first thing is we focusing on teamwork and the confidence.
Awesome. And because of your last results, the team last results, are you guys not afraid of any team comes for you?
I think it's, as I say, it depends on the circle. So if you have more confidence and you have a brave to play, it's better than the other team. So I hope they will continue and maintain this morale.
Awesome. Congratulations. And we'll see you guys in the next match. And hopefully, maybe a third chicken dinner. We'll see.
Oh, man. I think what I'm going to be Sir Tanny's translator, as we're going to end up showing you the MVP, and there's no surprise there that it was Wild 77K. But as Sir Tanny's translator, what he meant to say after he was asked if any team's going to be targeting them, he wanted to say, bring it, baby. Because right now, we have gotten 2 chicken dinners today, and if you want this smoke, we'll deliver it to you.
I saw that grid. He was like, good luck, right? Good luck with that. and it was so funny because he was just like, oh, we'll see what the circle brings. But yeah, right. 100%. He knew what was up for sure. So a great performance from him. Meanwhile, you can look at the top 5 players. Yeah, Wild 77K doing a great job there. Stone cold at the end of that last game, DK.
I mean, that was such an impressive play coming through from Stone. But I think we also got to give a little bit of respect where it's due, right? All Glory Gaming coming in hot here, finishing on 8 eliminations just off of 2 of their players here, right? We can see Fran and Cardix definitely just packing it in, but it's all going to come down to what we have happening right here. Regnum Karia now moving up 3 slots all the way up into 6th place.
And I know what you're looking at, Seven. You're looking at 7th place, aren't you?
I was looking at that Team Liquid going down more and more and more. And guess what? Furia trying to make that push. Goodbye, Insanity Sports. Influence Rage being able to move up one spot, but I mean, that gap. I wish this overall would go a little bit slower so we could actually break it down even more, because Death Wolves currently in 8th place with 59 points, right? And then below that, you have Furia, you have Royals of War. Those two teams are separated literally by just 4 points. Influence Rage by 9 points. Anything can happen. I'm really getting a feeling here, Hotjix and DK, that it is going to be coming down to that last match. We might have something of the likes of what happened during the qualifiers, where it's going to come down to either 1 point or possibly, Hotjix, a tiebreaker.
Yeah, totally can. And that's why we were telling, when we were watching the games yesterday, we were really stressing that Team Liquid needed like another 10 points.
Yep.
Right? They needed just that little extra buffer, because we were kind of just guesstimating that, that 80, 85 points was going to be that cutoff. Now they're currently sitting in 7th with 71. Right next to them is Death Wolves with 59. Right? And tied, right below them too is Furia. Any one of these teams, one chicken dinner here and now, that could be it. So, it's going to get even crazier. But you know what's crazy, guys? Of course, PUBG Mobile's 6th anniversary version is now available. Go check it out. Go check out some of that themed gameplay as well. The Sky High Spectacle. You guys can teleport in game. All kinds of crazy stuff. Makes, not having to use a vehicle too bad. But there's some pretty sick vehicles that are out there as well. But you know what, guys? We're going to be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
How to be a portrait master.
Bounce in the streets, I'm a boss till I call. Bounce in the beast, I'm a boss till I fall. I'm a boss on the beat, I'm a boss, spit it raw. I'm a boss, keep it G, and I walk in the talk. I'm a boss.
Salve, rapaziada, a gente continua tranquilo pro último dia, focado, a gente conversou sobre as partidas ontem e se Deus quiser hoje, ele vai deixar a gente levantar essa taça e levar esse título pro Brasil.
Энэ тэмцээн төрүүлэхийн тулд бид нар өнөөдөр чадахгүй их болно. Ингээд юу ч хийхгүй ингээд хожигдж ирснээс юм хийгээд хожигдвол бас нөгөө гэхдээ бид нар хожигдохгүй чадахгүй.
Mungkin feeling atau emosi gue sih nggak sedih atau marah, tapi lebih ke senang sih. Senangnya karena pertama sih gue udah balik ke final ini kayak one of the best player juga. Gue senang udah bisa balik dan gue senang aja sih kayak udah kemarin gue bisa ngasih gameplay kayak terbaik kita juga. Nggak buruk-buruk banget.
Энэ үргэлжлээ. Одоо 3 дугаар байранд бичигдэж чинь дэше 14 оноо. Тэгээд өнөөдөр хичээгээд хийдэг зүйлээ хийгээд чаддаг бүхнээ гаргаад аврагыг авах болно.
За миний бодлоор бол энэ тоглоомны угаасаа агуулга нь одоо өрсөлдөгч бага элемент хийх. Хин сайн байлт хийж чадсан байлтын талбар дээр хин давмгааллыг илүү багтаа үүсгэж чадж байгаа энэ багт үлдэх чадвар. Мэдэн жолторгүй ямар ч мэдрэмжрээгүй. Тэгээд дараагийнхаа тоглолтыг бодоод дараагийнхаа тоглолтод фокус авсан.
Тэгээд тухайн моментээс болж амар их мөрчлөгдөж болохоор яг өнөөдөр хэлсэн мэдгүй байна.
There's not much more left for these teams. They need to put up a good performance here and now, and they'll have their first chance.
With the final day's games underway, who would emerge as the ultimate champion?
To keep themselves up. Oh, a good bouncer.
A7, despite their points advantage, was eliminated early by IHC.
Red Force versus Godless, who has had a very lovely run yesterday. They will be taken out in third place. Only 4 eliminations on the match. Not enough to catch up to the Xavier.
Stalwart fighting now. 6 eliminations blank. They want to push up towards the top of the table, but they're right next door to the Xavier.
What a nice little play there coming through from Lamborghini.
And a close range push. Levi steps out wide, and he gets completely put down to pieces. Lamborghini's next.
But a lot of those top teams still really need to win it. The major talking point, though, Alpha 7 going out as early as they did.
Yeah, and even when I was watching the fight, I was like, okay, this could be the championship fight for Alpha 7 right here, depending on if they're going to be able to win it against IHC or not. And it didn't end up happening.
This is realistically exactly what I was talking about. The hard leadership allows Stalwart not only to maybe steal away some eliminations, but also to pick up some more of these placement points. A third place for Stalwart right now would be very beneficial towards their rankings. They're still currently behind IHC. Taking a lot of shots from Titans. They go down. And there's a real possibility now for Stalwart to take this.
97 down low. Top looks for it. Another nade. It looks good. That's enough. For Stalwart. A crucial juncture here in the finals.
If we fail, we cannot be the champion. So I told my player, like, until now, what you learned, like, use all the things today.
And we cannot call 100% who's going to be the team up there to claim the trophy. It just makes it so intense every single match and super unpredictable.
Well, we can see here, Alpha 7, a bit of a struggle there, but at least they're able to survive and get some points, right? 3 eliminations, the 1 placement, better than DXavier did, as DXavier did get wiped out by Stalwart. And we're back. It's time to hop into our next Errand Go of the day. Stalwart Esports started off strong here with victory on our last Errand Go. Can they do it again, Max?
Mafioso, that's found by top. Icy looks for the flush as well, and they'll find it. Alpha 7 are starting the ball. A roll up forward in the buggy, and Stalwart one more. It's all up to Revo, but he can't do it. He cannot make it happen. And Stalwart put the double digits on the eliminations. Take down Alpha 7 and take off the top spot. 10 eliminations. IHC coming in though very quickly. Looks over towards with the 4MB play. Pops offsets with the nade. Now the last man standing for FaZe, and Godless wants to shut this one down here and now. It is IHC making their bid for the top of the tables. Stalwart claim it from Alpha 7, and now
Mongolia. That's the name of the game pretty much for this match.
And I do think it might be a little bit downhill from here for Alpha 7. Likely not knocked out from the top 3, but that trophy.
Estamos muito perto do título, né? Tem mais 2 partidas ainda. Vamos dar nosso melhor nessas 2 partidas e vamos tentar sair daqui campeão. Fé em Deus.
The way that Stalwart's been playing, the way that IHC has really changed up the game at the end of the day, it is fantastic. And I mean, I only want to see this continue going forward, John.
And Carrillo now has to hold it together. 1 goes down, 2 face him off, and now 1 more is just too much. Alpha 7 fall, 3 eliminations on the match. A lot of damage sent back to 33Z now. 433Z to take it home. 4628, he steps up. This is bold, this is too late for 33Z. Chucked to bits with that one. Blows up the smithereens.
We'll focus up here on the game because we don't have much time. Well, we don't have any time, actually. So let's get into Miramar. 2 matches left to go. Let's find out who our New Year champion's going to be.
Waiting, set off right now.
The burning heat of the desert will beat down on these teams. Sweat on their brow as they try and lift it for the first of 2 on Miramar. The plane path right down the middle. Not just yet. Revo through the window finds Boba but Alpha 7, they're down to just Sen up now, and the knock is crucial to keep them alive. 3 players on the inside, gets through the window. Good spell disaster, and Alpha 7 have more to worry about. The need, it doesn't find it, but there's Garou to shut it down, and Alpha 7 out for the first of 2 Miramars. They make a good crossing, but Morph are just too quick.
Incredibly holding on to their never-give-up spirit, STE managed to survive to 4th place in a dire situation. At this moment, STE still led IHC by 1 point.
Looks for the challenge on flats with the DBS on the flip side, and it will be good. The road rash is strong, and FaZe dragging to victory. 13.
As we said, didn't quite get the elimination, so maybe it's going to be a bit different. 1 point.
Ooh, chills, baby. Chills just watching that video. 7, what was it like, man? Just being there on stage, just watching that craziness happen.
It was amazing, man. Heartbreaks, excitement. You see the fans, too. By the way, we're sitting right next to S2G, the hometown heroes, and they had drums in front of us. I was showing an Alpha 7 jersey. I was getting flipped off. It was awesome. Absolutely.
Hey, you know
awesome.
what? Hey, the passion, right? You know it's there, and it's there from people at home watching right now. You know, the teams that are just barely holding on, Team Liquid, I guarantee you they're wearing a Falcons jersey right now saying, you know what, just keep going, boys. Keep on going. You know, start taking out some of these teams because Death Wolves and Squad they're coming for that spot, DK.
I mean, they're hunting, right? They caught wind of some of that opportunity, and they are just grinding. And I mean, they've been doing quite a bit of grinding if we look at their overall performance that they've been bringing through. Today, they started off on, I would say, on an interesting position here, but as we know, they still have quite a bit of a way to go if they're going to be looking to solidify their position in the top 8.
Oh boy, yes they are. Let's take a look here at the standings one more time and get a look at this here, right? So Regnum Karyabra doing a great job, right? Them as well with Vampire. Look at that. They're right next to each other, and they were literally right next to each other in that last match, 7. So they are pretty well set. I mean, they got 3 more matches left to go. All they got to do now is just put up some decent points on the board, and they should be good, right? Team Liquid trying to hold on with those 71 points. But Death Wolves and the rest of these people on the second page are coming right after them, 7.
Yeah, with Death Wolves having those 59 points, Team Liquid having those 71 points. But this is the scary part, right? Insanity Sports not going to be playing today. They already finished off all their matches. But Furia is playing. Royals of War is playing. Influence Rage. If this team even wants to have a slight chance at making it to the main event, they need to get a chicken dinner here in this next match. We need to see a lot. If they don't end up getting a chicken dinner, Jukes and DK, we need to see a lot of eliminations out of this team because today, so far, Influence Rage has just not had the day. Started off with Hot Drop in boot camp. That was a big old donut. And then going to the first Erangel, they ended up with 4 eliminations, 9th place. Then the second Erangel, 3 eliminations, 14th place. So yeah, they're able to get eliminations whenever they're not getting Hot Drop. But I mean, we just need to see a lot more out of this team. I want to see a chicken dinner out of them.
Absolutely. Now, DK, right? I know you're good at math, right? I want a good guesstimate, right? A good estimation of what do you feel, right? Those 3 teams are going to need to go into this. Need in order to get into this next game because you got Fireflux, Enigma Galaxy, Influence Rage, right? They are very close together on the leaderboards. How many points do you think they need if they want to keep their chances alive and make it into the top 8?
I think if they want to stand a really good chance at it, they're going to have to aim for not just 10 points, but they're going to have to aim for like 15. Right? Because I think 10 points alone is not going to be enough. It is not going to carry enough weight because then they will have to play 10 points a game for each of the 3 preceding matches, and that is going to be applying quite a bit of pressure. And you can't necessarily rely solely on a performance across 3 games. It's tough. Looking at this lobby, we've been seeing teams attempting to step it up, but then faltering along the way. So I would say if you aim for at least 15 points, that would help catapult you much further up that leaderboard. Because also take into consideration, as we can see, Influence, right? They stand in 13th position, but they've got 15 points to get a good foothold in the top 8. You're going to have to aim for 60 plus points, right? So that's where you need to get it, because going from 7th to 8th place, you're also looking at quite a bit of a gap. There's a 12-point difference there between 7th and 8th position. So yeah, the pressure is on.
Oh, and not to mention 7, right? The team Liquid and a team like Influence Rage, that's a 21-point difference, right? So what do you think about that? 15 points, or do you agree, or do you think they should aim for something else?
I mean, I already said it. I want to see a chicken dinner out of this team. It needs to happen, and they need to at least just start some momentum, because the run that they're currently in, they're getting some hopes up by the eliminations that I mentioned earlier that they are able to get, but it's just not good enough, man. The consistency isn't there. Now you're starting to get some of the other teams that are currently within the top 8 get those extra points. Vampire Esports now being able to get 2 chicken dinners today. Then if they do end up deciding to get more chicken dinners, Team Falcons could get them, and that's a team that doesn't need them. That's a team that's already at the top. And then on top of that, right on top of all those point spawns and all this stuff that we're talking about, you have exactly what we just saw in this previous match, and that is teams starting to target you. We saw that happen between Influence Rage and Team Falcons, And that's just going to get worse and worse because now it's just not just teams that are towards the top that are already set and qualified going to the main event. You're going to have to start worrying about those teams towards the bottom that got nothing to lose. They want to be able to at least showcase their skills. They want to be able to at least set up a clip that they can post on their social media to get engagement and to get other teams to talk about them and hopefully pick them up. And that's when it starts to get into a very, very scary zone.
I mean, we already saw in the last match, right, DK? We saw All Glory Gaming pop off a little bit and start to get it happen. And it happens so many times where a team realizes that, hey, we got nothing to lose. That pressure just like falls off them and they finally start playing like the way they should. And I think we just saw a little spark of that from All Glory Gaming. It could happen here again, but man, it's just these are the championship times here and the rounds. You got to be able to just grind through it and get that game going, right?
Yeah, and I think what Seven was saying about the team sitting towards the lower end of that board, they are in such a sweet position here, right? Because they now can decide who gets in and who doesn't. I mean, All Glory Gaming, they got 14 points out of this last match, going from 6 points in how many ever matches they played, adding 14 points on top of that. So if we see more of that kind of approach coming through, it is going to be so dang scary for anyone trying to get up into the top 8. So if you are Enigma Galaxy, if you're Fireflux, if you're Influence Rage, the pressure is going to be on.
Yeah, another team is going to be Royals of War. Royals of War, we've seen these guys kind of stay in that same spot. We can see the players feeling okay, but they're going to have to definitely ramp things up here if they want to get that beautiful top 8 position and golden ticket to the main event. It's going to be coming out on Friday, guys. That's what we're all looking towards. We could just take a look at some of the squad rosters here and their names. 7 out of these names here, who do you want to see just kind of lead the charge in these final 3 matches of the day?
I could pick 3. I could pick the 3 teams that are on the right side, especially on the screen there. Navi, Regnum, Enigma Galaxy, because those teams, I mean, we were just, at least from my end, I was expecting a lot more when it comes to Navi. I was expecting definitely a lot more when it came to Enigma Galaxy, hoping that Coops will be able to frag out. That didn't end up happening. That's not happening. I don't see a change of it at the moment, and it's just a little bit sad. But as I was mentioning earlier, with some of the other teams, that they're gonna start realizing, okay, once we get to those last Miramars, if you are 20 points away, it's gonna come down to the urgency of you getting the chicken dinner, which is a lot easier said than done, and then being able to back it up with the eliminations, because now you're gonna have the momentum from some of the other teams. Vampire Esports, Regnum, and Karia being able to put up those points as well. Deathwolves trying to maintain themselves there within the top 8 at the moment too. So anything can happen, man. I'm just intrigued to see if Vampire Esports is going to continue to treat us to some of these wins that they'll be showing today.
Yeah, I want to see that. But you know what? You talked about Enigma Galaxy. I'm starting to wonder, like, should we feel sorry, though? Should we feel sorry? Because they put themselves in this position, right? We haven't talked about it at all today, but they kept hot dropping over and over again onto D Xavier. That crippled the amount of points they could have got on their first day of play. You know, imagine if they would have had a performance like Falcons, right? They wouldn't have to really worry so much today like they're having to sweat now. So, I mean, this is definitely a position that they put themselves in, right?
100%. 100%. You can see that even looking just at Enigma Galaxy's performance on day number 1, right? You can see a clear distinction between when they were dropping in hard and when they weren't, because when they weren't, they were getting themselves a 2nd and a 3rd place finish, right? The rest of the way, it was looking pretty grim. So I 100% agree with you. They kind of set themselves up for this one. But I mean, if they're looking to bounce back, they know what they got to do. They got to bring it in. They got to back that heat, and they got to play one hell of next few matches here. And I mean, it's scary. It is such a difficult position to all of a sudden try and make up all those points that you've been lacking.
You can see Coops right there checking out those settings, right? Trying to figure out what's going to help out. As we take a look at a break, and we'll be right back, guys.
Go.
Bye.
Every round, our players can pick 2 or 3 sticks. Whoever takes the last stick is out.
Na minha ideia eu tinha te quebrado, pô. Não, eu tinha uma tática, velho. Olha, também a minha.
É sorte, velho, não tem fazer isso.
Arrombada, velho. Meu pirão. Parabéns.
É o campeão daqui do negócio. Toma uma cabeçada, o cara é bom. E no joguinho, ó. 3 alsam da kaybediyorum. 3 aldın değil mi? Ne? Bir balık var.
Please pull up your pants, no offense. Won't be dancing in race. I'm not telling you twice. Nothing you can do to make things right. I'm a Gemini. I'm a Gemini. With my Gemini rights. I'm a Gemini. I'm a Gemini. With my Gemini rights. Sitting all alone on your back, hoping for some cash, but they're burning off the flesh flag. Talent, but you get the parents so proud how you manage to date. Everybody lonely in this God city. God city got me pity all the pretty. I'm getting high in a room full of hippies. God hippies. We got no room. Only Gemini, right? You're a bunch of fools. That's what your mom's trying to say. We fly with you. While you rub your turtlenecks, is what we do. We win and you lose. I'm a Gemini.
This might be all that I know. Think it's okay. I've got a long way to grow. At my own pace. Go the wrong way. No one taught me how to walk, but I figured it out fine.
Long strides, long strides, long strides. Every day's your time. You climb, you grow, you fall. Get back up, ask for more. Got a long way to go. Scenic routes sound fine. Head hanging out the window every time you take a drive. Gotta soak up all this life like you alive. This the only one you got. Don't you toss it to the side. Right now's the only time you'll ever be. Right here on this day, in this moment, in this place. Like around, what you take it all in for a phase, and it's gone, and in place is a place. You never thought that you'd be where you ask, why you went where you want. That's just all, it's alright, let it fall, or rebuild it stronger than it was before. You're resilient, you're brilliant, there's love in us all. You're okay, you're alright. This might be all that every day is your time. You alive. Stick around.
This might be all that I know. It's okay. I've got a long way to grow. At my own pace. Go the wrong way. No one taught me how to walk, but I figured it out fine.
Okay, look at how far we done made it. I put it all on the table. I'm a product of cable cars and the soldiers that raised me. A tribe of women from heaven that brought me miracles daily. Now they the ones that he's saving. Moms ain't been the same since my grandma faded, then turned to an angel. When she could see me right now, wanted to know that we major. See from all of the angles. Can't ever turn off my brain from everything we done saying. But I'm just shocked that I'm stable. If there's a God, she's amazing. Wave. I spill my soul on the table. I give it all while I'm able. I can't break bread with no stranger. I hold it down for my brothers. Been tight since snaps in the cradle. Since pick up rounds in the park, we found peace and sound to that chain link neck. Catch our dreams with each page ring. Got a knack with the pen. It's an apparatus for magic. I scribble slow as his skill till I feel the earth in rotation. I know the timing is crazy, but I know somehow we okay here. I'm out in Florida enjoying Atlantic shores. Look like a postcard scene. Soak up the rays for days. It feels so euphoric. Feel like I'm soaring, a floor in the pedal, swerving a foreign, all off the personal statement. Ain't take a Uber to get here, all in the stride and the cadence. Got so much farther to take it, my mind's a power container. And I use that wisely, don't let nobody contain it. I keep you safe in my ribcage, just north to left of the navel. One good look in your eyes can show what the new day might bring.
Every day is your time. You alive. Stick around.
This might be all that I know. It's okay. I've got a long way to grow. At my own pace. Go the wrong way. No one taught me how to walk, but I figured it out fine.
I've been giving you the worst. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. I like it when you check. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy to find, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like it. No sweets, no rush, can't my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church, please tell me to end up. I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me do it. I'm no vegan, a bee. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. I got PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being so patient. That is how you do it right then and there, guys. Man, this is it. Last 3 matches of the day. DK, how you feeling?
I'm pretty excited to see what is going to be happening. We're in the last half of it. It is all down to what these next 3 games are going to be bringing in. And I mean, Seven, I don't know about you, but this is going to be a pretty hot and heated play about to find its way onto this battlefield.
Indeed, as we're going to be going into the final Erangel of the prelims. For some of these teams that absolutely love this map and need the points, I'm going to be looking straight at them in the eyes, even though I'm not even there in Brazil, but I'm still going to be looking at you in the eyes and seeing what you're going to be able to do whenever they do start dropping down, whenever they start looting, whenever they get into those fights, because we've seen so much third partying today. And I'm absolutely loving all these third parties that have been happening, DK.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really enjoy the third-party action. I mean, it's just so dang chaotic. But I think the big question is going to be here is, will we see some teams maybe coming in a little bit hot? I mean, we've not been having too much of that really happen here today, which I think is amazing. But who knows, right? There could always be a little bit of an opportunity. I am looking, however, at 9Z and the players there from Team Queso all the way up towards that Savoni position.
Well, let's see what they're going to be able to do. I'm going to be looking at Enigma Galaxy, a team that needs the points, a team that, if they even want to try to do anything, I was talking about Influence Rage possibly getting a chicken dinner here, trying to challenge there for the 8th place. For Enigma Galaxy, is going to come down, at least to this match, at least in my eyes, if they're not able to end up with a top 3 finish, if they're not able to get 10 or more points, man, it's going to be looking so sour for that team. The pressure is just going to be starting piling on. And then on top of that, you're going to have them kind of switch their role, right? You're going to have them at some point switch their role, going from, okay, we're going to make it to the top 8 to now, how can we save face? How can we make ourselves look good here, even though we're not going to be going to the main event?
I mean, I think that's where a lot of the creativity comes through, because I mean the teams can really play this in such a, I would say, lucrative way to some extent. So I'm really looking forward to what they'll be bringing out of here. But I mean, for the time being, there is what seems to be a little bit of at least decent tranquility for now out across that map. We did see Navi coming in pretty close towards the players there from the Death Wolves, but they broke off. They went to their loot location. But I think the big point of interest at this point is going to be Georgia Ball and those surrounding containers.
Yep, as we were looking there at the two-time winners today, Vampire Esports, just looting around, trying to find anything that they could find as they are down to Primors. I remember they started landing in Primors last year in PMWI, and then after PMWI, after people saw what they were able to do, a lot of new teams started landing there. Usually a place that wasn't really that well known. Boy, they made it well known after PMWI. We're looking towards the circle. Death Walls, you were mentioning them, currently chilling here in military, taking their sweet time. And luckily for them, if they were to end up pushing out at this very moment towards that west bridge, there's nobody camping them. And something that they were able to do earlier was make sure that they ended up rotating a lot faster. Another change that we have seen as we're looking there, the drops and the playing path, Team Falcons is not going to be going to Noah. Team Falcons is going to be going to a completely different place towards south of Hospital. So that's going to benefit them in a big way, especially with the circle that we're currently working with.
Yeah, but I think a change up at this point is pretty good, because it keeps the teams guessing, right? So if there was a team that was keeping an eye on the Falcons, you know, just trying to hunt them down for whatever reason, now they don't know where to find them, right? Because you've said Falcons, they've gone over towards the western side, but I think hunting a team like Falcons at this point would not be making all that much sense, because there's not going to be any benefit in that, right? What it's going to do is it's going to add on more points for the Falcons, and I mean, to what extent, right? So this is where I think the team needs to keep their focus in on playing with a strategy, ensuring that they can make it into those later stages, get as many possible points as they can find, and do so while playing their strengths.
Yeah, 100% no team should be dropping or trying to think about hunting Team Falcons. That's just please don't do that. We saw what happened to Influence Rage earlier, even though it might have not been planned, whatever the case might be. They got absolutely smoked. And then on top of that, Team Falcons, remember what happened in the first game, like Hodges was saying. It was like, okay, you know what? Boot camp, you gonna challenge us there? Are you for real? We're gonna make you pay here in Aaron Goes. We see Furia once again on top of Everest, trying to take shots on anybody that's passing by, making sure they make them back off with the circle just starting to close in. We're gonna have other teams towards the north too. Team Queso, a team that we expected a lot more out of, a team from Latin America, one of the partner teams as well, just not having a good performance so far in this PMGO. And at this stage, that's a team that's not going to be making it to the main event. And we were talking earlier about Influence Rage, Hura Esports, a bit disappointing for me, not gonna lie, DK. I had higher hopes, especially with the way that they were able to start off in day 2 yesterday with the second place, 9 eliminations. Another team that kind of catfished me. I thought, okay, all right, Hura Esports, let's see what you got. And then after that, it was just an absolute fall off. Today, they haven't really been able to follow up with anything. 13th place, 11th place, 13 points. 13 place again, and not that many elims. So a team that more than likely is not going to end up making it to the main event either.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite unfortunate looking at that kind of performance, right? As you've mentioned, second place is really good, but then what we had succeeding in that, I mean, oh, dude, it's quite a bit of a worry. If I'm being honest, at the end of the day. But we can say the same thing about a team like Fireflux, right? Also starting with a decent bang, getting themselves that 4th place finish as we saw on the first Erangel just yesterday, but they just haven't been able to get that same kind of consistency, that same kind of pacing, pushing through the remaining games and, of course, in our matches here today. So it just shows you how challenging this lobby is, right? I mean, there's so much going into this, and even 9Z. Also, we saw quite a bit of a play from them all the way back in day number 1. It seems like they're just trying to get that foothold, trying to get that ball rolling again, while making a few little oopsies along the way.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to that urgency of day 3, right? Some of the other teams are feeling that pressure. Some of the other teams do want those extra points, and 9C might have not been ready for that. You mentioned they have a good performance in day 1. So far today, nothing close to the performance that we're able to see out of them. A good team, though, that has been able to step it up at least a little bit in regards to eliminations is Fireflux. In the first Erangel that we saw earlier today, 10 eliminations for this team. They were wanting to third party absolutely everything. And then on the previous one, they ended up with 5 eliminations too. So you can see the urgency is there for that team. But as we're talking about Enigma Galaxy, as we're talking about Influence Rage, Fireflux is currently below them. They're currently in 16th place with 47 points, so they need to continue on with that aggressiveness. But at the same time, you have to make sure you don't put yourself in a bad spot, because all it takes is just you losing one player, and then you could have a team like Enigma Galaxy or a team like Royals of War straight up pushing to you, and there goes your hopes for that game.
Yeah, and I mean, even looking at a team like Enigma Galaxy and what their capability is, right? If you give them the opportunity to build up a little bit of the momentum we've seen in the past, that they can really capitalize on that opportunity. But as we've been discussing throughout the day, it doesn't seem like they've been able to find that exact moment to strike, right? They did show a little bit of promise all the way back in day number 1, but looking at what we've been seeing so far, right, in day number 3, things looking pretty tough, and I think the zone shift now centering up towards, right on towards Enigma Galaxy, they could maybe be a bit of an opportunity here.
Yeah, and if I'm Enigma Galaxy, I'm currently looking good. I'm making sure that all my players are going to be looking everywhere. See if you can possibly get somebody. With them being on top of that Pachinki Hill, they're going to be able to see just so much. And if you can maybe clutch out some extra points, as we do see Royals of War, even though they're not in a hill, even though they're currently in a compound, and the first floor looking out of a window, trying to see if they can get more shutouts. And this is what I was talking about, Enigma Galaxy. Luckily for Lord, he does have that beautiful sniper with an A time on it, so he's going to be able to spot any little pixel that is given to him. And then we have Foot landing on All Glory Gaming. Here comes the push. This should be an easy cleanup for Foot, and they do just that, as Foot Chaos is now going to be taking it here to All Glory Gaming. Alucard, or actually Cardi, is going to be raining some grenades. They're not going to end up hitting, and he is the only player that I'm seeing with the vicinity here. I think his teammate ended up abandoning him and rotating out, which might be the smart play, because it's not looking good. There you go. You see Fran there towards the end, all the way in the back, seeing if he can maybe provide some support, but that is going to be tough considering that Foot right now is on the hunt. They're taking shots, and there goes the knock and the elimination right away, and they take control of this compound.
I mean, it's like Fran got a good sense of what's approaching, right? Fran's like, nope, no, I'm gonna just stay at the back. It's like, good luck up ahead. And I mean, we saw what Foot was able to do on that one, but that also then puts quite a bit of pressure on what is left here of, All Glory Gaming, because it's just Fran. So that could maybe be a bit of a pickup, but we are looking at quite a bit of congestion now starting to pull up in towards the zone. Vampires, of course, going to be looking to get themselves situated a little bit of the high ground, playing the ball here as well. But Schweppes now starting to move out. There could be something about to happen here.
It could be. Regnum Karya there towards the back. And we still have Enigma Galaxy Lord taking on some shots there on Foot, trying to see if he can spot anything. He's not going to be able to. Royal War currently sitting pretty. A lot of the teams are starting to push in, and I think right now they are set. Nobody got caught in their rotation besides All Glory Gaming. Losing a lot of their players there. Fran nowhere near to where his team was now. He backed off, absolutely gone, and it's good. At least he's going to try to clutch up some points, or he could end up surprising. I mean, you talked about it earlier too, DK, and I'm glad you pointed it out. It was how All Glory Gaming was able to clutch up a lot of points. Yeah, even though they're not in contention to make it to the main event, all those points that they're able to get and make themselves look a little bit better on that overall leaderboard is taken away from the teams that are fighting for that top 8 as we see the circle starting to close in.
Yeah, I mean, because they essentially are hurting points to some extent. But speaking about hurting, I mean, there's going to be an opportunity down south now. As you can see, Regnum Karya, Death Wolves, Vampire Esports, all finding themselves really well situated up in towards the zone. And I think we're going to be looking at quite a few clashes now coming in, especially towards the edge of zone, as the teams are going to try and get themselves situated, trying to lock down these compounds ahead of any other rotations that are coming in. But look at this, though.
Yeah, with how much open space that there was available, everybody is going to be fighting, and you see it right here. Foot Chaos Esports taking on some shots there on Regnum Karya. They're going to be able to knock one player. They have to jump off that vehicle as it exploded in chaos. Foot Chaos Esports is not looking good here for them, as 3 of their players ended up getting knocked, and it's only 1 player left. And he really doesn't have much, and there you go. He gets eliminated, and now we switch it right. Random Karya being aware, having this wonderful split here, knowing that they were going to get crashed. Fireflux trying to find the opportunity, trying to find the timing right to hopefully third-party this team, as they were taking on some shots there earlier to Foot Chaos Esports. Foot Chaos Esports, I mean, that was a perfect example of the madness that I was expecting to see once I ended up seeing that circle. So much open space. You know, a lot of the teams are going to have to drive around. A lot of the teams are going to have to rotate, and you are bound to get caught at one point.
Yeah, man, I mean, what a really beautiful preemptive situation that is. But as we are going to be looking a little bit closer towards the bridge, Death Wolves going to be taking up an interesting position, right? Opting for a 2-2 split here. As you can see, half the crew holding on the front line, the others now providing that backup up on the bridge. But here we go, Inko Nunez trying to just maybe get out of something, but it's down to 7 as Inko has been dealt such a devastating blow here at the hand of the Falcons.
And Falcons once again showing why this is such a scary team. They saw one not coming through it, and they are pushing it. They're pushing like madmen. Here we go. They're gonna clean it up. As much as I wanted to be biased, just because that man has the same name as I do, Inco Gaming get eliminated, and their hopes just keep flushing away. And at this point, I'm gonna have to pull a hot juice. I'm gonna say Inco Gaming needs to stop thinking about making it to that top 8 and start thinking about how they can maybe save face here in this last 2 matches that they're going to have coming up, because they are just so far away, and I mean so far away from those top 8 that they would have to get to back-to-back chicken dinners. And with the way that they've been playing, it's going to be very unlikely.
I mean, it's tough to argue the point, right? It's evident. It's right there. So, yeah, hopefully we'll see something happen as we get over in towards the desert. But for the time being, we are still sitting here with 14 teams. Team Gesso now going to be playing a bit of that hide and seek, as we do see them situated up in towards the north. The whole team huddled into one little shack. One nade could definitely spoil their day, but speaking about getting days being spoiled, Influence Rage having a little bumper car action out on the edge. Buncher King just capitalizing, locking in spray after spray, and now it is going to be 9Z also feeling so much of that heat.
And Influence Rage, a team that I was hoping we would end up seeing that win. Look at this little boy being able to spot Raouf there from Enigma Galaxy. He takes him down. and they are not going to be pushing because now they're going to be switching their focus over to Navi. Navi being able to find a spot there on Little Boy makes him calm down a little bit, stop peeking, and right now in the position that Influence Rage is at, it is going to be so tough to be able to exit out of this. Not only do you have Navi, where they more than likely want to be able to rotate, but on top of that you have Enigma Galaxy, and remember, you already knocked one of their players. They're going to be waiting for you to make this push out. Here we go, Law trying to make that push. He's going to be running in between two players. The 2-2 split there of Enigma Galaxy, and Enigma Galaxy, it seems like they're just letting that team get away with it. The impossible is happening right now, and I'm so surprised. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Coops. That's what I was expecting. I was expecting Influence Rage to get caught in that rotation, and that's what ends up happening. Luckily for Influence Rage, I believe one of their players does end up making it out and surviving, and not for long, as there you go. The hopes for Influence Rage go down the drain as they get eliminated here on the final Erangel of Prelims Day 3 of the PMGO Brazil.
I mean, I thought we were getting trolled or something, right? I mean, that rotation is just like, what? How? But in the meanwhile, it is going to be Falcons also then just inching their way up towards the edge of zone. Royals of War now going to be feeling quite a bit of the heat here. But one thing that I'm noticing as we looked over towards Navi just a few moments ago is they actually are holding up quite a bit of a wide spread over on towards that eastern side. So curious to see whether or not they are going to be looking to maybe condense that position at some later point. In the meanwhile, it is going to be Enigma Galaxy now just running on some adrenaline here as they are just peeking all the angles they can find. They still have that full 4-piece up, but Falcons also, it's like they've just found another bit of something, right? The energy is starting to build, it's starting to go, and they've already found themselves 4 eliminations.
I'm over here just smiling to myself, looking at Team Falcons just being risky too. Usually when you see a team there in that shack, you see a team just bundle up, just play it super safe, try to be inside the shack, hope that nobody sees you. Meanwhile, what does Team Falcons do as we're looking at Navi here, looking at Team Queso? Team Falcons says, we're going to throw as many smokes, we're going to look around, and we're going to see where's the opportunity where we can strike. And here comes this strike as they were able to find Royals for War. They're going to switch it up. They're going to end up getting knocked, though, but they do end up eliminating one player. Icy currently knocked. He might end up getting picked up, but oh, Team Falcons, the aggressiveness might backfire a little bit more, but it doesn't matter for this team. This team knows that they're going to be going to the main event. They can afford to be aggressive. They can afford to take this risk that some of the other teams cannot afford to do, and I'm absolutely loving the way Team Falcons is playing this, not giving a damn and taking it to everybody.
I mean, it seems like they are out here having an absolute amazing time. But now, well, it's going to be up to Navi to see whether or not they can make a little bit of something happening here. They came in just 4 points behind the position that we saw for Enigma Galaxy. And as we know, they've only been able to secure themselves that 1 elimination so far. So the pressure is going to be on Navi. They're going to have to just dominate the hillside over towards the southern edge. And it seems like that is exactly where they're looking to go. Now, trying to get themselves set up. In the meanwhile, it's going to be top now. Fun out in the open. Freak picking up some points. Enigma Galaxy already up onto 5. But they still have a long way to go here, 7.
Yeah, Freak getting that knock, but luckily for Team Falcons not being able to confirm it into an elimination right here. And now if we know anything about Team Falcons, they're going to be like Michael Jordan. They might take that personal and take that fight to them. We have Vampire Esports getting 2 chicken dinners so far today. I'm sure they're going to be looking for that third one. Just send a bit of a statement before they end up going to the main event. They have Regnum Karya nearby. You can see Schweppes just driving around debating whether he wants to take that fight or not. And look at Icy. Not really caring. He's like, okay, I know you guys are far away, but I'm still, if you give me the chance, if you give me the slightest pixel, I will take these shots down on you, as they're doing so right now to Stone. And on top of that, they're making it their ring right there in Schweppes. And that, just as I was mentioning, here you go, Team Falcons. So far away, it doesn't matter if you have 3 times. It doesn't matter whatever scope they have. They're going to be taking out these shots here to Vampire Esports and making the end of the game a little bit easier for them.
Oh, look at the rush though. Vampires getting swept under the rug, right? They might have evaded the Falcons, but I mean, they pushed on into the Royals of War. I mean, what a play. I mean, looking at what we had coming through there from the Falcon side, it's like they were sitting there pushed and ready to go. It's telling the other teams, like, I dare you to move. I dare you. Try it. And then, I mean, they let loose, right? They got the sprays, they got the blaze. And now, speaking of blaze, though, Ura gonna find themselves in a little bit of a tricky situation as they are also still trying to recover a little bit of the ground, but they do find 2 plays up into action and top.
Yeah, Icy there being the last one standing. Enigma Galaxy, I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, this is perfect scenario right here. They do need those points. A team that wants to get on those top 8. And Icy, meanwhile, he sees somebody from Hura Esports trying to be cheeky, trying to sneak up on them there with a buggy. And he says, no, you're not going to be doing that for us. Meanwhile, Freak and the squad are going to be keeping their eyes locked in on Falcons, as Falcons is just continuing to take that fight. I wonder if Freak's going to be able to see this right here with the PP Bison. Okay, all right, if you want to do that, go for it. Navi now is starting to get pushed. We saw what Navi was able to do earlier when they needed to defend one of these compounds. They're going to have to definitely defend this against Deathwolves, the team that's trying to make it to the top 8 and actually stay within the top 8. Navi's going to turn up the heat, though. Here comes the push, as you do have some players throwing nades, trying to get those knocks. They're trying to go on the offensive as well, getting a good knock there from Deathwolves. Oh, and he gets eliminated too. Navi having to slow it down. One of the players, King, does end up getting a little bit hurt by the nade that was thrown by the Deathwolves players. And here comes the push. They're just chasing each other right now, DK.
I mean, Navi just out here getting them claps going. Let's see whether or not they are going to be able to find the final blow into the side of the Deathwolves as the blue zone comes up, nipping at some heels. But it does seem like Gonzo and the rest of the crew, they are prepped and ready to soar as they do find a bit of an opportunity through the window. Gas can is there. It goes off. The HP bar takes quite a bit of a chunk, and that is it. The angles have been played. Oh, Deathwolves getting sent on back. And here we are left with 6 remaining teams. And already 3 teams getting themselves situated up into a zone. Nigma, Navi, and Falcons now have to get themselves situated.
Yeah, Enigma currently outside of that circle. Luckily for them, they have some points on their board, but it's not going to be enough. They need more. You have viewers downing themselves. Those Enigma Galaxy fans right now trying to do the math. Is this going to be enough? If they continue to do this, is it going to be enough? Let me be the bearer of bad news. They need to do more. They need to do a lot more here if they even want to try to make it into the top 8. Because if we think this is madness right now, wait until we get into that final match in Miramar. Anything can happen. Targeting can happen. Hot drugs can happen. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. But you know what's happening right now? This Navi team trying to make a push, trying to wrap around Regnum Karya, and it ends up backfiring for them as one of the players gets knocked and gets eliminated. Luckily for Navi, Gonzo gets... Oh, I thought he was going to get away with it, but Navi's not able to. That rotation was just a bit too much, and Regnum Karya takes full advantage of it and adds some points to their tally.
I mean, what a step up, what a play that is that we see coming through here from Regnum Karya, but we are still not having any decisive plays here. Because, like, looking at Enigma Galaxy, they now need to make a push for zone. The blue is going to start closing up on them. I'm not quite sure where they're going to look to go because this is just open, barren fields, not a lot of options with regards to positioning. This is, again, going to be a serious case of hide and seek, but out in plain sight.
Oh, okay. Enigma Galaxy just got the luckiest bless in the whole wide world as the Team Falcon players ended up getting eliminated. I think whenever they were making this push, I don't think they were aware that there was still one player there from Team Falcons, and they would have been super exposed to him. So they definitely get lucky, and they are barely, and I mean barely, within this circle. The push out, whenever they do end up having to push out, is going to be tough. They need to wait for Team Queso to come a little bit closer, and then we're possibly going to start seeing those snakes just laying down, inching up closer and closer to each other, hoping that they don't get caught and hoping that they can surprise somebody else. Team Queso, a team that I've been wondering what's been going on with you. When are you finally going to show up? They're not going to be making it to the top 8, but I mean, it goes with what we've been saying, that there could be more teams towards the bottom looking to clutch up those extra points and make themselves look even better here when we get to the final overall.
Yes, sir. And as we know, with great power comes great responsibility. And, well, there's going to be quite a bit of that now at play here. As, I mean, Enigma, beautiful setup up towards the north. But how are they going to be able to recoup it if the zone doesn't shift their way, right? Because looking at the position that they've got, they can get the play over onto Regnum Karya, they can get the angles onto Wheels of War, and, of course, onto Team Queso. But now, all of that gets turned on its head because Enigma, well, they're going to have to take the plunge here.
They're gonna have to, as well as Regnum Karya, if I'm not mistaken, where they are currently at least the majority of their players, it's not gonna be within that circle. And guess what? Team Queso, they're currently looking pretty. If I'm Nigma Galaxy, I'm looking to hop on this car right here and make a push there towards that Team Queso player, 2MV. He's looking like he's gonna be in a good spot, even though it's easier said than done because they're gonna make themselves a big target. But that decision needs to be made. It needs to be made soon because they're gonna have to push out at some point. You can see they know that he's there. They just don't know how many players are going to be there from Team Queso. Here comes the push. A 2-in-1 split. Exactly what I was thinking was going to happen. You know what? They don't even decide to push it all the way. They decide to just get a little bit closer to the circle. Maybe they can make their way by just snaking around. And I think that's what's going to end up happening as the shots are going to keep on coming through. They're wanting not to even make this push in the car. They want to make it on foot. They want to make it a little bit harder on themselves. They want to be a little bit more flashy. 2-2 split here from Nigma Galaxy, trying to catch the player from Team Queso. Meanwhile, as the fights continue in the background with Royals of War and Regnum Karya trying to be snakes. They end up getting caught there by players from Team Queso.
Wow, we just see shots flying all over the place. Team Queso finding a few pickups, but getting picked up themselves. It is going to be Rauf with a very cheeky reposition, moving up right alongside M2M. But here we go. Team Queso holding nice and steady. Regnum Karya also now essentially down to a 1P. So let's see whether or not Nigma Galaxy can follow through, get their hands on that winner chicken. Did you said before, Seven, that they were going to have to do better. I said the teams are going to have to try and get more than 15 points, or at least 15 points at a minimum. If Nigma Galaxy continue with this flow, that is exactly what they are going to be unlocking come end of this match.
Yeah, this is the perfect foundation that they need for it. This is why I've been hoping that they go and get that win. Right now, I'm enjoying what I've seen out of this team. They have 2 in the shack. They have another one split. And then they have another player, which I believe is Freak, currently just crawling around, trying to find where the other team is going to be. They know that other teams are going to be crawling around too. And Freak is going to be able to spot him. Hopefully, he has that trigger discipline. Hopefully, he can find the right spot in the right time. And I don't think he was able to see that player there from Royals of War laying down. And yeah, he's still looking at the shack. He didn't get a chance to see him. They need to be careful with that, as now some of the other players there from Nigma Galaxy are a little bit too focused here on Milos from Team Queso.
Ooh, that molly came super close. Coops nearly getting caught in a very uncomfortable position on that one. But a quick little reposition could maybe take them a very long way. I like this, that Nigma slowly starting to assert themselves in the zone. You can see Lord now getting a little bit of that height advantage. Oh, but Milos now going to feel it. That nade gets close, but is going to pop. No, instead it is going to be Colgoat rather, hitting the hits in from up above. Royals of War might be down to 2, but that is not going to mean it's the end for them just yet. They are still going to give it everything they can. And I mean, looking at what the spread that we've got here, it does seem like this is leaning quite favorably towards the side of Nigma Galaxy, but it ain't over until it happens.
That is correct. We've seen it many times where we think one team is going to win it, and then the chokes start coming in, and now Rauf getting a little bit closer and closer. Luckily for him, he does have the backup from Lore. We were talking about all this, Nate. There you go. Look at that. Royals of War taking on those shots. It's going to be just one player now alive from Royals of War. They're shooting at the grass. They're hoping that they're going to be able to find him. Nigma Galaxy looking to get that win that they've been needing and they've been wanting to get. And there you go. And you can see the players are not celebrating because they know what's at stake. They know that this, even though it's a good win, is not going to be good enough to make it to the main event. They need to be able to follow it up coming up in the next 2 Miramars.
I mean, what a play. Nigma Galaxy stepping up to the plate, bringing in exactly what they needed to try and secure those positions. I mean, 11 eliminations alongside a winner chicken dinner. Oh, 7, a very comfortable 21 points. And I mean, Jukes, what do you say?
Oh, man. Oh. Talk about a sigh of relief, right? I mean, whether it's enough or not, the door has been opened. You know, when it was pretty much almost closed, right? Let's put it this way. If we're talking about nail in the coffin for Nigma Galaxy, there was a nail and a hammer hanging over an absolutely shut coffin, right? But they pushed right through it, burst out, and man, they are that much closer. Another team as well. That's a very similar position, right? Royals of War, they were right there next to them. So in all honesty, it could be a battle between these teams. This one, Death Wolves as well. It's anyone's game going into Miramar, and that's going to make things very scary.
Yeah, and talk about nail in the coffin. This was the biggest nail in the coffin right there as Team Falcons made that push on Inko. Inko just couldn't do anything. And earlier on, we saw that fight there. Enigma Galaxy players being able to take some shots. That was massive that they were able to fully reset on that scenario. Vampire Esports, I was wondering if maybe they were going to be trying to go for that third chicken dinner. It didn't end up happening. But so far, they are looking good. So far, that team is showing showing us the Vampire Esports that we actually want to see. But overall, man, like we said it, we keep on saying it, this was the foundation that this team needed. As Hajuk said, this was the door opening that Enigma Galaxy needed. Now they need to continue on. Side of relief, no, they know what's at stake. They know that the job's not done. They know that possibly they could end up getting hot drop. But this is how you want to react. This is what we want to see. This is what the fans for Enigma Galaxy want to see. An 11th elimination chicken dinner. And not just that, look at the amount of damage that they were able to output too.
Couldn't have been at a better time. Couldn't have been at a better time. It's what they needed to see. So beautifully done for them. But how well that Enigma Galaxy just did, and Royals of War with their performance that they just did. Influence Rage, right? Fireflux. All these names, they're gone, in my opinion. They're done with. So we'll have to see what they're gonna do as we get a nice interview with Enigma Galaxy themselves.
And I'm back here with Rauf, the player for Enigma Galaxy, the last chicken dinner winner. Thanks so much for being here, and lots to talk about, because last year in PMGC you guys didn't go well, and I want to know if what happened last year reflected in what is happening here right now. Are you guys feeling the pressure?
Yeah, of course, we're feeling some pressure that we might not make it again to a global final. So we're trying to do our best and not to make the same mistakes like we did in PMGC.
Okay, so what are you guys are willing to do here, especially today, to reach the top 8?
We're willing to do whatever it takes. We're just going to play our best game, try to make as less mistakes as we can, and we make it top 8 and we go finals.
Do you think it's time right now to come for something that is bothering you guys during the matches or even on the standings?
What's the question again?
What you guys are willing to do? Like, do you guys want to come for some team that is probably ahead of you in the standings?
Not really. If we do our best, we just win our games, we're going to qualify, so we're not targeting any teams.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview.
Yeah, no targeting. No targeting at all for Enigma Galaxy right there. Now, a team that can do it is Team Falcons, as Action's going to be the MVP on this one. And oh boy, speaking of targeting, Seven, right? Not only can the top teams do it, right? But if Influence Rage, right? And Fireflux, Na'Vi, if any of these teams even wanted to attempt to try to make it, they have to target Enigma Galaxy. They have to target Royals of War at this point if they even want to stand a chance, and they have to win the last 2 matches. So you were alluding to it in the last game, right? I mean, these Miramars are going to be crazy.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, you have the teams that are fighting. You have the teams that are so close in those placement points, in those just points overall, that they do have to start fighting each other. They do have to start targeting. Enigma Galaxy, after that win, they don't have that pressure. And you could kind of see it there from the player interview. You could see him realizing, okay, yeah, we don't have to target. We just have to do our game. We just have to be able to do our stuff. And we're going to be able to qualify towards the top 8. Now, for the other teams, as you just mentioned, for Royals of War, for whatever other teams are currently chasing them, they do need to target. They do need those points. They do maybe need to even target some of the teams that are towards the bottom that might not be having good days, and roll that dice, because right now it's just not working out for them. And if they, for some reason, Enigma Galaxy, if this is the wake-up call that Enigma Galaxy needed, I'm hoping that we do start seeing some of the other teams towards the bottom that are also in that hunt take their destiny in their own hands.
Absolutely. But also a big shout out to Regnum Karya, bro. These guys, after that performance, that should 100% put them into the finals, right, DK?
I mean, they are giving it their all. And what a beautiful change-up it has been that we've been seeing come through from them. And I mean, there's the confirmation. They are now up on 87 points, locked in on that 4th place, taking a beautiful 2 slot. But yes, yeah, you see it there. You see it. Yes, sir. They got that nice score next to their name. It's none other than Enigma Galaxy taking a 7-slot jump all the way up into 8th position.
Team Liquid 7 not looking too happy as Royals of War are tied with them.
Nice.
Very,
very nice. Yo, somebody please go check on Team Liquid right now. Maybe bring a doctor with you and check their heart rate because it is at an all-time high, especially after they just saw that overall standing. Death Wolves. The crazy part, look, is that Death Wolves is still in contention there as well. Furia, technically, they could try to do it influence rich. Like, all these teams, they're still within a chicken dinner, and their name is going to be put on the list for that final game. That's what I'm saying. It's going to come down to that final game. If one of those teams that are currently in that contention within the 50-something points, they could try to get in there, Jukes. They could try to make it to those top 8, and it's going to be making it even harder for some of the other teams, like Team Liquid currently watching.
Oh, they could, but I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. I mean, I don't think Team Liquid's heart rate's at an all-time high. I think they're flatlined. They are flatlined. I think they are done with, because in order for them to make it, it's literally going to take a miracle. They're going to have to come back from the dead. Something has to happen, because I mean, it's only going to take 2 points from both these teams. If they do it, they're gone. So there's 2 matches left to go. Anything can happen, but the only hope that I think Team Liquid has is that the teams below target Royals of War, target Enigma Galaxy at this point, because they need to. That is, oh yeah, look at that. These are the qualified teams predicted for the main event. What do you think about that, Seven?
I agree with it. I mean, Team Falcons, we kind of called it smoke gaming yesterday. Secret Masters, I think at the end of the day, we're like, okay, you know what? You guys did enough. You guys are definitely a lot more comfortable and set yourself up. You're not going to be falling into the segment that Team Liquid is currently falling into, which is pretty much hoping that there's a miracle happening. But you were talking about maybe teams getting 2 points, maybe teams getting 3 points to try to be able to pass them. With Enigma Galaxy, it's just going to come down to that follow-up. And you know, I mean, I don't know how much I can say this, Hodgix and DK, but you know that the teams that are in those 50-point marks, Navi could even make a push, which is crazy. Influence, Rage, Furia as well. All they need is just that one chicken dinner. Bye-bye, Team Liquid. And then now you're in contention. Now you're in contention not only with Enigma Galaxy, now you're not only in contention with Royals of War, but it's going to come down to that last game.
It is, but I mean, I think at this point, you're going to have to get those points, that chicken dinner, and you have to stop these guys. We have to see what we saw in the qualifiers, DK, right? We saw Hi-Fi's hot drop on Team Falcons, shut them down and get that golden ticket to the main event. They didn't have to even worry about this because they were able to adjust their strategy and be able to make the right play to get it done. Now, the question is, are we going to see those teams at the bottom do it? Out of what you've seen so far, DK, which team do you think has it in them to be able to adjust their strategy and still make it work?
How many choices do I have? Because I think I can throw a few names
There's
in
a
the
lot.
pot there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of teams that are going to be looking to step it up. And I mean, we were looking at 2 points, right? 2-point deciding factor here. And I think there's more than one team that is going to be able to secure 1 or 2 points coming into this next bit. So it is going to be absolutely nerve-wracking moving into these last few games.
Oh, and guess what, guys? I can hear the pitter-patter of some nervous feet because Miramar is about to get going. And here we go. Seven, thank you so much. We're going to catch you here in the last game. It's going to be me and DK taking this one on. And oh, it's an important one here. First Miramar of the day. You have to set the pace. You have to get it done because in the last game, I really do think it's going to come down to like 1-2 points of who makes it into that top 8. You do not want to be in that position. Now is the time to shine. We need to see a back-to-back performance here for Royals of War and Enigma Galaxy if they want to feel at all comfortable in the next game.
I mean, like, we're just sitting here watching, and I'm already feeling my heart rate starting to climb. And I mean, this is such a contentious play. I mean, this is even just the prelims, right? It's not even the finals. It's the prelims. We're looking to see who's going to be making it up into the main event. And I mean, what a lead up this is, getting closer to that. So yeah, talk about pressure. Mario is going to be full to the brim with some pretty sweaty decisions that have to be made here.
Here we go. First circle comes on up, and it's going to be right dead center. So nothing too crazy. El Pozo's not going to be in play, so Enigma Galaxy are going to have to loot up pretty quickly and start heading into this next circle. Meanwhile, we got teams like Navi, Influence, Rage, all the way at the bottom of the map. Worlds of War in Los Leones. These are the teams that we're going to be staring at big time here. Now, you know, we're talking about teams that have the ability to gatekeep at this point. Team Falcons, Regnum Caria Bra, and Vampire. They've done enough. There's no way they're not making it at this point, right? So as long they can pretty much decide what they want to do when it comes to gatekeeping, all that kind of stuff. Enigma Galaxy, Rolls of War, you know, Death Wolves, Furia. I mean, there's so many names, right, that need to make this happen. Even if I was even Fireflux's coach, right? It's not impossible. It's improbable, but it's not impossible, right? If you're Fireflux with 47 points, the strategy has to be, we need to stop Enigma Galaxy, Rolls of War, and Death Wolves somehow, right? And we need to win this next match. If we don't do it, it's 1,000% over.
I mean, they're going to have to drop a 20 bomb to pull that move off in this match, right? If you're for the 5-Flux is going to be looking to clutch up like that. So, yeah, the pressure is on. I mean, and knowing 5-Flux, it's not an impossibility, but as you said, it's all down to the level of probability of that happening in this particular game. And we use the evidence of the previous matches to try and kind of help us figure out what the odds is of that happening. So, I mean, if they've been hiding some insane tactic over the past few games and the past few days, now would be the time to let it loose. But looking at what we've got here, I think this could definitely make for an interesting dynamic, looking at how we've got that zone positioned. I mean, Furia finding themselves in a very comfortable spot within that zone, nearly smack dab center. They don't really have to move all that much, but this also allows them the opportunity now to get themselves set up, right? Lock in those positions and make sure that they can defend if they see someone rotating up.
Yeah, 100%. You know what? And that's the crazy part. And that's the thing that kind of frustrates me a little bit, because, like, you know, when it comes to tactics, there shouldn't be a hidden one, right? There's only one tactic, and that is we got to stop Enigma Galaxy, Rolls of War, and Death Wolves, and we need a 20 bomb. That is the only way. You know, it can't be just 20 bomb. Like, that's the thing. It's like, it can't be just, hey, we're going to sit back and we're going to get a 20 bomb and hope for the best. Hope that Enigma Galaxy didn't put up 10 points. Right? Because if they did, you're done. So it's like, I want to see at least the attempt from a team like Fireflux, because we know what's going to happen. If I don't see even the attempt here, I'm going to start having my doubts, because, I mean, this is the rest of PMGO on the line here. You got to do something, right? Fight until it's over.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean,
that's Worlds of War!
Yep, they're feeling it. The action is on. That knock has been secured, but now it's game time, right? Now they gotta do something.
Go back to Worlds of War. We don't care about these two teams. I'm sorry, we don't. Team Kesso and Worlds of War. That is where it's at right now. As we're watching these two teams at the bottom go at it, you know, hey, that's good for them. But you know, I'm gonna be staring at that board there, that feed, to see what's going to happen on the other end, because Royals of War losing a player is going to be devastating to this squad here. I mean, yeah, as long as these teams below them don't perform, I mean, it's only going to take a few points and they should be good, but you can't bet on that, especially in the last game coming up.
Yeah, you definitely can't bet on anything, but the one thing that you can bet on, and I'm sorry to say this, Team Liquid, is the points to aim for is going to be 71. Right? If you get 71, 72 points, you know that you have a fighting chance, at least after this match, for the top 8. So the heat's going to be there. The pressure is on. And of course, we can see the players here from All Glory Gaming and Foot Chaos. just trying to go out with a bit of a bang, right? Try and secure themselves a few additional points. I mean, we can still maybe see a little bit of a shift down there, but it's not going to matter all that much at this point. We are instead going to be looking over on towards teams like Nigma, Galaxy, and I mean, All Glory Gaming, they just to the east, right? So if they make enough noise, they could be luring in a little bit of that Nigma action.
Oh, yes, they can. And I mean, this is where it's hard as an IGL, a coach, to decide what your strategy should be, right? Because if you're in the boat that is Nigma Galaxy, Rules of War, Death Wolves, you have to put points on PUP, right? But you have to do it safely too. So the problem is at this point, when teams get stuck in this position, sometimes they change their strategies. They're like, oh yeah, you know what? Aggression is what got us here. But because of where we're at, we got to play more passive. And sometimes that changeup doesn't bode well for them. So at the same time, you got to play a little bit, more careful, but not too careful to where it messes with how you would normally play. That makes sense.
Yeah, I would say like you could maybe even call it strategic delayed rotations, right? You gotta play the water as it kind of is delivered to you. You gotta test it, see what's cooking. Can you actually afford to make that move? And I mean, I have to agree with you. This is a very, very tough position to be in as an IGL or coach. But I mean, looking at Godix, that's not a difficult spot, right? Just pull in, get a little bit of cover, ensure the vehicle is going to last a little while longer. But what I'm going to be looking at is Hura that we've got just on the back end here. I'm not quite sure whether or not they're going to be able to secure anything out of this game. It's looking pretty tough, but I mean, they could also just look to have a phenomenal time, right? Step it up, play a good game, lock in some points, and in doing so, deny points from teams who really need it.
Yeah, I mean, for them, it's too far because it's more than a 20-point game, and we haven't even seen that once, So that's going to be pretty difficult for them. Fireflux, still, in my opinion, like, for this game only, it's Fireflux on up, right? But like I said, Fireflux, Na'Vi, Influence Rage are in the same boat. They need to stop these teams, and they need a 20 bomb. If they don't do it, then it's over, right? Yeah. And this is the last game they have a chance. So because the final game that's coming up next, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we could see 6 or 7, 8 teams just go out early because they're so frustrated that they couldn't make it, and they just wildly push, that does happen. Sometimes, these teams are just like, hey, you know what? I just want to go home. I'm just going to hard push these squads. And if we win, we win. Or maybe you have some players that are like, hey, I'm just going to do what I want because it didn't work out with this team. I'm going to go out there and just try to make a name for myself and get some eliminations. And that changes up the dynamic of the gameplay big time, So we'll see what happens.
I mean, but it's plays like that that leave a lasting impression, right? Especially on the teams that could have had an opportunity at points. So, yeah, I mean, there's so much riding on this. But, well, in the meanwhile, we are seeing a few nades coming through on the side here of Hura as they are going to be pushing on in, clapping some points up. And there we go, right? All Glory Gaming is going to be having to settle for the first one out this round. But now the zone is going to be moving all the way down towards that nearly center zone, right? I think this is where San Martin, no, that's not even San Martin, that's Pecado. I think Pecado, Casino. That is going to be an interesting setup to look at once we get there.
Oh, yes, it will be right here. This final circle is going to definitely kick things up a notch as we're starting to see these rotations come up. Of course, All Glory Gaming out of there already. They are done for. Another little factor that comes into play is, the frustration between the team when they realize they're not going to make it. That's a big thing that happens. It's been a long while since I competed, but I guarantee you it's the same thing with these players. You could start playing the blame game, saying like, oh, this happened because of you or that. And those kind of arguments destroy a squad, right? That's why we see so many roster swaps after a tournament. Oh, this is huge. Death Wolves versus Fireflux. Fireflux has to win. Has to win if they want to keep the tournament alive. Death Wolves get the initial knock. That is huge. Oh, and the instant thirst. Now they know who it is. They realize this is Fireflux. Death Wolves need to run And honestly, if you're Fireflux, even if you have 3, you have to take this fight. You don't have a choice at this point.
Yeah.
You can't
That's
leave.
the unfortunate, but yeah.
You have to take it. Even though it's a 3v4, you're out of the odds. You have to take it. If you take him out, if you have a chance. If you run away, it's over.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is essentially right where we're sitting right now. And I mean, speaking about the importance of engagements, right? Even just looking over onto Furia, they find themselves in that exact same boat, right? We see them sitting there on 57 points. There is an opportunity for them to make a slot securing play, but now with the zone that is going to be moving a little bit further down, it adds even more complexity to this whole situation. But I'm just happy to see that it actually moved away from Los Leones and it didn't stay over on that city.
You know, I think Fireflux is getting baited at the fact that the zone shifted to them. So they're trying to think about like, yeah, we need those 20 points, but you have to stop Death Wolves. You have to. You cannot afford for them to even be up in this match at all. They can't get any points. So even though you're a 3-man, yeah, you're at terrible odds, but if you do take them out, that's 4 points. You shut them down, and then you still have the chance. If you leave them up here, I mean, it's done for. So I don't know. It's really tough in these situations for sure. A lot of pressure right on these teams, and sometimes you have some IGLs that just route to safe. You know, like they're automatic. Just I don't know what to do. Let's just play it safe.
Yeah, the default setting goes right to an interesting one indeed. Falcons, they go down to 15th. Yeah, the points, they're starting to come on in, but now comes the challenging party for Furia because they've got Vampire Esports up ahead of them, and that big bad blue zone is going to start nipping at their heels. And I mean, we're in stage 3. The moment that thing swaps from a 3 to a 4, the damage goes up.
Oh, yes, it does. And it really starts to hurt. Zone 4 stings, and then Zone 5 just chunks on over. So we'll see what happens. You know, Fireflux now knows where Death Wolves are at, right? They have 100% knowledge of their position. So they're keeping on that bay for now. But, you know, every single team that gets eliminated is a bigger chance that, you know, teams like Death Wolves on up are going to get more placement points. So, you know, these teams now need to stare at that elimination feed, start counting in their head, having a good idea of who's still up, where the leaderboards are at, and have to apply their strategies accordingly. Because I kid you not, if Enigma Galaxy, Royals of War, or Death Wolf get 10 points here, they're making it.
Yeah. 100%. And then I mean, then Vampires are going to have a whole different thing to start worrying about, because I mean, once these teams start nipping at your heels, it also puts quite a bit of pressure on. So that's why I actually can't wait to see what is going to be happening once we make it into that last match of the day. But before we get there, we still got to work our way through this last, well, at least the first Miramar of the day. Hura, though, surprisingly taking a very quiet position over onto with the eastern side. Team Kessel, though, on the other hand, they are right there up in the heat of pressure. 9Z also going to come in, knocking on their door. And again, right now we are seeing points being denied from teams that need it.
Yep, and that's the problem, and that's what we were kind of alluding to, because in the next game, you're going to see teams just decide to push each other for no reason, and that's points that are going to be taken away from squads that desperately need them. Now, Furia needs this. So Furia understands the situation. They're pushing Team Kessel. I love to see this from the squad. Yeah, they can play it, you know, safe. They can rotate away. No, they need these points. Every single one they can get, and they're doing it the way they're supposed to. Here they go.
Let's see where this one goes now. Krista's just on the edge, trying to peek in through the windows, but there's just so much movement happening in between. Adrian, in the meanwhile, is going to get knocked on down. Ooh, come on, Furia. They could still put this one in the bag. Already sitting with those 4 points on board. Going to go in for a quick pickup while the rest of the team looks to get up the points. There we go. Kesso getting one down. Now, the pressure is building up. Are we going to see Furia land that final confirming blow into the side of Team Kesso?
Man, Furia are doing everything that I wish we would have seen from teams like Influence, Rage, Navi, and Fireflux. They're taking their future into their own hands, right? They're taking that early game, and because they know that, hey, we need 20 points, right? We need a huge, huge game here. So 6 eliminations already. all 4 players up. This is how you start it, right? Now, they didn't do the you know, attacking Enigma Galaxy and Royals of War, but this is one key, right, to opening up that door. And that door at the other side of it is the finals, and they're trying their hardest right here. So let's see if they can continue on over. This is huge. Death Wolves versus Na'Vi, and Death Wolves seem to be getting the better of them.
Oh, these continuously locking on in. But you know, one thing that I also just realized looking at the standings is that if this match goes well for a team like Nigma, Royals of War, or even the Death Wolves.
Fireflux?
What?
This is all those 3 teams. This is all those 3 teams. Na'Vi eliminated. That's done for. Fireflux isn't hurt. I am just staring at the feed right now as Influence Rage seem to be into it with all of them. And oh my goodness, what a crazy fight. Na'Vi done for, and that's going to be it, folks. There's no way I think they're going to be able to make it with just 1 game left, especially the last game of the tournament. So Influence Rage still alive. That's 1 more team out, but that's Worlds of War. This is a huge fight. If Influence Rage has any inkling that this is Worlds of War here, they need to push them. Need to.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be a very, very decisive engagement coming through on that edge. Meanwhile, Furia going to be sitting on the edge, but Federal is going to be starting to push on up. Rivas holding it nice and steady. Influence just trying to find themselves an opportunity, find a bit of a way to get the sprays on in. But looking at what Worlds of War are doing here, I mean, it's so far proving to be quite challenging for Influence Rage to get a good successful landing. Look at that nade, though!
That nade was so perfect. Cold Gold went down, so it's possible that Influence realizes that this is Worlds of War. With that nade on the Federal, though, that's going to make things that much more tough. Next zone's about to pop, but we really need to keep an eye on this fight between these 2 teams. Next zone goes outside of these 2 teams. So Influence Rage and Worlds of War need to get it done. And you can see them, they're starting to press that action. One of the players did get finished, so they 100% know it is each other now. And regardless of Influence Rage losing a player, they need to take out Worlds of War now or never.
Let's see if they can pull that one out of the bag. The heat is on. The pressure is mounting. You can see now Vampires also just trying to get a good assessment as to what is the opportunity at hand. Furia starting to push on up. Also trying to regain a little bit of that ground, a little bit of the territory. But looking at the Vampires' position here, they are not going to look to let any of that slide past them. Furia now getting spotted out in the open. The hits coming on in all the way from 7, but Vampires could actually be stealing those points away.
Augustus gets knocked. That's going to hurt for Furia. Furia did a great job at the start with 6 eliminations, but they got to finish strong here. They have that knock. That'll leave them down to a 2-man. They got to get that res if they can afford it. Let's see what they opt to do here as... Oh, no! Inko getting the finish onto... It looked like Influence Rage. They blew up a vehicle. Royals of War are going down as well. Man, these teams that are in contention are in big trouble. Now we see Coops getting knocked by Death Wolves. Death Wolves are putting in work here. And that's INF done for.
Oh. Man, it is such a tough blow, but well, it's not going to stop anytime soon. We still have 11 teams kicking it around here. Let's see what the Death Wolves are going to be able to secure in this one. I mean, the scary thing is, like, if Death Wolves make it on up, come on. Oh!
Wow! Death Wolves are absolutely shredding teams. Royals of War just went out, and they only had 1 elimination. What a beautiful return knock, though. Death Wolves have to step it up. Furia trying to keep their tournament hopes alive here. Furia with 8 eliminations have been absolutely crushing it, but now Death Wolves are staring them right in the face. And Furia, you know they're warmed up. They're getting that res off. Need some suppressive fire here. Ooh, beautiful peek down. Trying to shoot some shots on back. They're outside of this circle, and they cannot touch it. It's closing. They need to move.
I mean, the pressure is on now. Death Wolves, they're just going to be lurking on the edge. They want to lock in those confirmations. They want to get the Furia team out of the way. But this is going to take quite a bit of work. As you can see, Gusta now also getting met. Down they go. Stone coming through with quite a bit of a contribution on the edge there. Furia holding on to only 1. It's going to be up to Arthur to see if they can actually ride the storm. But Vampires coming through on the edge is going to throw the biggest spanner in the works here for Furia. I mean, it is absolutely devastating. Off they go, and the Death Wolves lock in the points they need now just to make it into the Snake Zone.
That was crucial. Furia were like a wrecking ball, and the worst team that could stop them was Death Wolves, and they did. So Furia, oh man, they did a lot to start it off, but it ain't going to be enough here. And meanwhile, we're going to watch Enigma Galaxy going to have to defend against Death Wolves. Death Wolves are going to start knocking on their door here real soon. And Enigma Galaxy only has 2 players up. This is a really, really bad position to be in.
Yeah, and not to mention that we do also then see Fireflux just holding north of them. So Fireflux definitely in a position to play a major upset here at the expense of either Enigma or the Death Wolves here. So, I mean, quite a bit of power now in the hands of Solke and the rest of the team here from Fireflux. So let's see what their call is. Because also, as we can see just behind them, Regnum Karia also now starting to get a little bit of sense of something happening in the vicinity. But Death Wolves trying to figure out what is going to be the best way to get themselves back into safety.
Yes, they are. They are just hunting in a pack. Just like their name has said, and these guys have been on an absolute wrecking crew. They did a rotation though. Meanwhile, Catch casts his freak out, and meanwhile Inko gets one of the players from Enigma Galaxy. Coops, the last player up, is trying to keep Enigma Galaxy's hopeless alive, and it's looking very slim here though. Yes, Coops goes down. That has gotta hurt. Death Wolves now in a big position here to get that ticket to the finals.
I mean, talk about a stressful situation at hand. I mean, this is such a defensive match that we've been seeing, right? The teams not exactly within reach of the top 8, causing so much problems for the teams that could potentially be in contention. Up comes Fireflux, a quick molly across the way. Doesn't exactly connect up the way that they would have wanted, but look at that. Raton Boy is going to be down as well. Death Wolves having their numbers really taking quite a bit of a beating here. Regnum Karia also holding on to the 3-piece. They are going to be sitting quite comfortably over on towards the southwestern side as well. But again, right, such a decisive play can be made at the expense of everyone ahead of them. Vampires, they just keep on cooking, already sitting with 7 eliminations in their hand, and they're not done yet, right? They are still going to be looking to pack in even more.
Vampires just eating at this point. 7 eliminations, just having fun with it. Right now, the eyes are on Death Wolves. How many points are they going to get here? They are on an absolute tear. Fireflux, they're done. They did not play this right, strategy-wise. They just tried to play the same game that they normally did, and that is not going to be enough, as Regnum Karia is going to shut them down. So, bye-bye, Fireflux. Better luck on the next tournament as we take a look here at the squads that have really been getting it done. Regnum Karia, brah. Man, these guys are on a tear. Vampire saying, wow, top 5 is not enough, right? We want to make sure that we're in that top 3, baby, as they just keep racking up the points.
And I love that switch up, that back and forth now with regards to points between Vampires and Regnum Karia. As you can see, they're just alternating positions over on that right-hand side. But this is where Tony K now finds himself in a phenomenal position, looking to just get that angles in. Quick play coming through there, as we do see the knock now on towards Regnum Karia. But now the big question comes is whether or not the Death Wolves will be able to get themselves back into the safety of the zone. But there we go. The confirmation is in. The cleanup is happening. Obscure can definitely still clutch this one out, but they're going up against World 77K, who we saw play a phenomenal game in the last Erangel.
And he's just staying there. I mean, I don't think he realizes the situation, and it's totally understandable. We as observers can see what's happening. They cannot, and there's a lot going on. So many players still up. That nade from Wild 77K is going to go ahead and finish out Obscure. But I think they did enough. 7 eliminations and a good, not the best placement, but some placement points as well are going to help out big time, especially considering that the teams right below them, right, that they're hunting them. Royals of War went out with only 1 elimination. Enigma Galaxy didn't even get a single one. Furia, on the other hand, got 8. So it's going to really come down to the last match to see who's going to get that 8th position on into the finals. as we're going to watch two teams that unfortunately mathematically don't have a chance of making it in. Are just going to try to have their last little hoorah and, you know, put on a show for us here.
Yeah, well, speaking about shows, I'm doing the math. Death Wolves, if you take 64, you plus 7, that equates to 71. Right, and that's just on elims. So I think a little bit of something is going on somewhere. What that is, we'll find out a bit later on. But in the meanwhile, yeah, it's going to be Foot Chaos. Ooh. Now
it's going to be Vampire. That's what it's going to be right now.
Angle, yeah. I mean, there's like 8 players down below for them to pick up more. I mean, they've got 9 elims. It's like, sure, let's go fishing. Let's go get 8 more elims. Why not just like try and pick up the whole entire lobby?
Literally, I just see Vampire just like licking their lips at this point, just big chilling. And you know what? One thing that we didn't really talk about, but we heard Sir Tanny, right? I mean, this guy is one heck of a coach for the squad. He stressed the importance of playing central circle, right, in these types of lobbies here. And I see why. I mean, with this type of contention and this many like solid teams, playing edge is just too chaotic. So I need to see more teams utilize that strategy here, because I mean, once you get that central zone and you're in a position like the way they are, look at this. They're just going to be soaking up points like crazy. They're stuck. There's nothing these two teams can do. It's right now. It's how many points are Vampire going to get? How many more?
Yeah. I mean, well, we've got Regnum Kari also still in the mix, so it's essentially, you know, a fight to see who's gonna be sat in 4th and who's gonna be sat in 1st place, right? But I mean, they're also just widening the gap between that 4th and 1st place, and of course whatever's trailing behind them. And one thing that I was wanting to say earlier is we've been talking about Team Liquid now, you know, having quite a bit of a stressful situation, then flatlining due to points. But next Ria could be the next team to really start, you know, wondering whether or not they've got enough points on the leaderboard.
That's a good point too. Oh, it's gonna get crazy here. I can't wait to see the overalls after this one. And here comes Vampire running on down the hill. Oh, starting to get some shot a little bit, but he said, no problem. I got some nades for you. Let me go ahead and send these on down. Hello. Oh, hoorah. Not feeling too good as they are eating an absolute red zone. Here comes Stone. One more nade. Is it on point? Looks pretty good. It's kind of hard to throw. You have to cook it perfectly with that little hill there. That's going to do it, though. Yep.
Yeah.
Schwab says, nah, you know what? Forget it. He actually ran up with the DBS and gets thirsty. But you know what? When you're so high on the leaderboards, you can do that.
Yeah. I mean, but that's exactly.
Inko said, okay, enough of that, guys. Enough of that. All right, calm down.
Cut it out. But, well, it's going to get snuffed quickly, right? Because we are in stage 9. No more zone. It's just blue. That's all it is. It's just going to close on up, and it's going to take no names, take no nothing. It will just bulldoze its way on forward. But it's going to be between Inko and Regnum Karia to see who's going to be walking away with that winner chicken dinner under their arms. And, well, yeah, Regnum Karia, they out for it, right? They want that chicken.
Uh-oh, finding the toes. Oh, kiss you. That's how you do it right there. Gonna go ahead and finish him off. Regnum Karia soaking up the points, and Regnum Karia, brah, getting the chicken dinner. You can see the frustration right there on Foot, who are, I believe they're sitting in like last place, and that's what happens. You know, this is what I was talking about, is when you don't have a good tournament, frustration between players, between teammates goes on, right? The blame game starts happening, all kinds of stuff, right? And when that happens, especially in the last game of the tournament, all of what you know is out the board, right? At that point, you're just having to react to what's happening, because you're going to have teams push you like crazy. You're going to have single players go off. Right now, I am definitely feeling for those teams that are just trying to hunt for that last spot, because it's going to be one hard one to grab as we get into the last Miramar of the day here soon.
I mean, you can just imagine how tough it is hunting for points, but you know the timer is ticking, right? That countdown is slowly just ticking away, and it's time that you can't make up again. So, yeah, so much pressure coming through here. But, well, we did see some strong performances here. We did see points getting secured in on the leaderboard, but what a crazy show it was, though. I mean, we were talking about the teams a little bit further down the board, having quite a bit of control, right? And there's been so many points that have been denied from the teams that needed them.
Oh, so many points denied indeed. Seven, get back in here, bro. Tell us what you think about that last match.
I'm actually impressed with the way Regnum Cario was able to play that towards the final circles there. They weren't even close to the circles. They were going to have an awful push out. And they took advantage of the crazy fights going on between Enigma Galaxy, Death Walls, Fireflux, and just kept inching their way in closer and closer and closer. Overall, man, teams that needed to get the points, I mean, some teams were definitely able to get the points. The other ones, I'm thinking about Enigma Galaxy not really being able to get any. It's gonna be tough, and I feel like it's gonna, once we see the overall, it's gonna be an absolute nail biter, man. Everybody's just gonna be so close. Anybody's gonna be able to take it, and then we start talking about the other teams towards the bottom. Who's gonna be surprising? Who's gonna be wanting to at least maybe stop some of the other teams from making it to the main event, and then the other teams that are already qualified. Maybe do you try to BM a little bit? Maybe do you try to be a little bit more aggressive? Vampire Esports, by the way, great game out of them.
Wow.
12 eliminations. This is Hot Jukes, the Vampire Esports that we've been wanting to see.
Yes, sir, indeed. These guys are feeling really good. I will say it hurts to see Enigma Galaxy with 800 damage and not a single elimination. That is so tough, and it's going to be even tougher here in this next match. I mean, yeah, they had a great one in the last that really opened the door, but they got to walk through it. They got to walk through it here, DK.
I mean, that's what they got to do, right? There's no point in, being pleasant at this point, like casually opening a door. You got to kick it down, just burst on through. And speaking about bursting through, look at these points, though. I mean, Vampires, they got that Sanguine Elixir going, right? Up onto 16 points. Hurrah, coming through on 14. But, I mean, what a sweaty play. We've got to see whether or not the Death Wolves with 9 points on board is going to be enough to maybe play a bit of an upset here.
Oh, man. I mean, that's a lot of points. That's for sure. They weren't too far away from Enigma Galaxy or Royals of War. So, I mean, we're definitely going to see a change up in the leaderboards here. The question is, right, who's going to get that 7th and 8th spot? Team Liquid? I think, like I said, Team Liquid. Hold on. Let me just do my impression of Team Liquid. Ready? That's them right now. Just... It's got to hurt. It's got to hurt because they did a lot. But imagine if they were able to get those 10 points that we begged them for, 7.
Yeah, they needed to start getting that. They weren't able to. By the way, the MVP, the one, the star, there were doubts. Is he the main star of your team? Here we go. Tony K says, let me just showcase it with a bit of an MVP performance as he was able to take on some players there from Falcon. But going back to some of the teams that needed to put up the points, like Death Wolves was actually quite impressive for them to be able to put up that amount of eliminations too, and then back it up with those placement points, as you guys were saying there during the cast. And then another team that actually ended up impressing me too was Furia. I mean, Furia ended up, if I'm not mistaken, with what was it, 8 elimination points? That's massive for that team. That's what we want to be able to see out of that team to put themselves into contention here for this last match. And that's why I've been hyping up this last match so much, man. I knew it was going to be close. I thought it was going to be closer between maybe 3 teams. But wait until we see the overall. It might be more than 3 teams that can actually get a chance to fight for that 8th place.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Furia's one of them, right? Because they got it. They did what they were supposed to, right? And out of all those eliminations, 6 of them, DK, right, were in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, like, what were they up to? Where was this Furia in the days that we needed to see the plays, right? I mean, we want all the action, and it's amazing to think that teams remind you when it gets to the really important moments that they're like, you know what, we can actually play an amazing game, right? But sometimes they wake up a little bit late, so we're going to have to see whether or not the point situation is going to work out for them.
I hate it when teams do that. Absolutely hate it.
It hurts so bad to watch because, I mean, it's just absolute nail biting, just shivers down my spine action because you put yourself in such a terrible position because we've been alluding to it all tournament long, right? These entire prelims, the last game, shenanigans, right? It's just absolute craziness, right? With the top teams, they know they're going to make it. They can do whatever they want. Teams at the bottom, I mean, we saw just from the players, we could see them kind of arguing and frustrated with each other. So we don't know what's going to happen here, DK.
I mean, it's going to be the wild, wild west, right? And what better map to do it on 7 than moving straight into a bit of that Miramar action, of course.
Yeah, and then on top of that, you have Deathwolves. Remember what Deathwolf was able to do during qualifiers on the last match for qualifier finals. They ended up winning that match. So they have a good trend, a good pattern here when it comes down to Miramar. How are they going to be able to perform? If we were able to put some, some predictions here up, Deathwolves should be able, based on what they've been able to do in the past and based on what they were able to do just now, get just enough points to put them within that main event. But it's easier said than done. You just mentioned it too, Hot Jukes. Shenanigans can happen here. We can see hot drops. We've seen it already in this tournament during those qualifier finals that I'm mentioning. Team Store's the top. Team Falcons, you already know you're going to be first place, right? We see what you've been able to do to influence Rage. How about if they decide to just target somebody else as well? Anything can happen here with the way that this is set up. I love this format, by the way. This format, 24 teams, I'm loving it.
Dude, I mean, who knows, too? I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, maybe, one of the teams at the bottom, they had lunch there, and one of the teams on contention took the last piece of, steak or something, and they're just saying, you know what? We're going to hunt those guys down, dude. You know what? How dare you take that last little piece of picanha? I know they're over there in Brazil right now, so they're eating good. But I'll tell you what.
Hungry, bro?
I know, dude. I'm hungry right now just thinking about it. But I'll tell you who else is hungry, right? It's got to be teams like Enigma Galaxy. Coops has to clutch it up big time here, because I don't care what everybody said with their names. I know Coops picked Lord as that clutch factor player. And that last game, the game before this one, Coops had 5 eliminations, and he needs to have a performance like that here if they want to make it into the main event, DK.
Yeah, that is going to be of the utmost importance. So if you've ever seen a clutch master step out onto the battlefield, this needs to be the game. Game number last, right? It is all coming down to it, and that is where, I need to go get my seatbelt, because I'm gonna need it, right? There's just going to be so much happening in here, and based on the basing that the teams brought in onto game number 5, the last Miramar, it's going to be insane.
Oh boy! I
want to see the overall.
Me too. I want to see that overall
so bad.
Real bad. Like real bad right now. I know you guys as well. Thank you so much for being so patient with us here. The second it comes up, we're going to do the full breakdown on it, because, I mean, like you mentioned, I have a good feeling there's going to be, those 2-3 teams just really trying to make it happen here. Now, one thing I want to talk about, Seven, because I know you were watching the game, right, is Fireflux, okay? Right? What did you think about them and their strategy? Did you hear what I say? Did you tell me? What do you think about that?
I mean, for a team that was able to get 7 eliminations, right? At this point, it's not going to be good enough for them. They needed to do more. They needed to go for that chicken dinner. They needed those 15 eliminations to even put themselves in contention with some of the other teams that we are talking about, like Frudia, like the ones at the top, Deathwolves now possibly being there within the top 8 as well. But now, like, that's just the mental change, Hot Jukes. You need to be able to just make that switch for those teams. Like, you're not going to be able to make it at this point. You're going to have to go for something completely different. And here we go. We've been asking for it. Now we got it. The overall standings. And look who's moving up. Deathwolves makes it to 7th place with 73 points. Team Liquid just barely holding on.
How?
You were talking about maybe being a miracle if Team Liquid holds on. And going into the last match, barely holding on. I can't wait to see that second page, though.
How are they still alive? How? I mean, I think we need 2 teams. Oh my gosh, that's how. That is how. Enigma Galaxy, Royals of War, tied with 70 points. 1 point being the difference. Now, Team Liquid has 1 chicken dinner, right? So Royals of War, if they tie, they lose, right? Enigma Galaxy, if they tie, it comes down to the next one, which I'm not sure of right now, right? So regardless, right, it's going to take 2 points from both of these teams. Furia, after that last one, have now put themselves in position. And then, Fireflux on down. It's over.
I'm trying to think of scenarios here, DK, of Fireflux being able to even get into that. They would need a 20-point game. And even that, you're just kind of hoping that those teams that are a little bit higher, like Enigma Galaxy, Royals of War, don't end up getting any points. So for Fireflux, Jukes, I'm going to be thinking you might not need to hot drop somebody, but you definitely need to hunt somebody early on in this match. And teams that you're going to need to hunt are going to be those teams at the top that you need to stop from getting those points. Enigma Galaxy, Royals of War, Furia, all these teams, they need to be stopped if Fireflux even wants to get a slight chance at making it there within the top 8.
Yeah, I will say, personally, I would disagree because I think that they have to hot drop Enigma Galaxy or Rules of War. Like, you have to. Yeah, because you need those 20 points and you need them to put up nothing. And you can't hope that that's just going to happen by itself, you know? So if you're Fireflux, if I don't see a hot drop here, then you just gave up. Like, literally, that's what I see in my opinion. What do you think, DK?
I mean, we're gonna have to have a super intense game, as we saw those points, right? Team Liquid in trouble. Next Rio could also maybe be in a little bit of trouble on that one. So there is quite a bit of play at a hand here, and who knows? Maybe they could change it up.
What do you think, Seven? You think I'm right?
Ah, man, like I like hot drops. This is where I'm like torn apart because I like hot drops. But I feel like the better strat would be like maybe not like hot drop and don't start the fight right away. Just wait a little bit and then try to hunt them down on the rotations.
Well, we'll see what happens here, guys. Get ready. Get your drinks ready as we'll be right back after this short break.
How to be a portrait master.
I'm a boss till I call. Boss in the beast, I'm a boss till I fall. I'm a boss on the beat, I'm a boss, spit it raw. I'm a boss, keep it G, and I walk in the talk. I'm a boss.
Welcome back, everybody. It was a short break indeed because, we're going to start heating things up here in the last match of the prelims. We're going to find out which teams make it into the finals. Just a quick recap here. It is top 8 that move on. Now, Group B, as you can see right here, they have already played, right? So they're not playing today, and with how Zebra Masters and Smoke Gaming did, they're 100% going to qualify. Team Falcons, we know they've made it as well. Might as well, yeah, I was going to say, Vampire, where you at? You got to have that qualified sticker as well. They're big chillin'. So according to this, 1, 2, 3, 4 teams, 5 teams, right, already have it for sure. It's all about those last 3 slots here, Seven.
Yeah, I mean, next Ria not having it there with 85 points. That would mean that, let's put that in a scenario, right? Death Wolves would have to get 13 points to pass them for next Ria, and then on top of that, you would have to have Enigma Galaxy be able to put up 16 points. And if we go back to what Enigma Galaxy was able to do during their win, they were able to put up 21 points. So it is possible, but I feel like next Ria, it is a little bit safer. It's going to come down to that Team Liquid and also Death Wolves, how they're going to be able to close up this match, because they just put themselves in such a good contention. But anything can happen here. We've seen this before. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen indeed, guys. But you know what? We got another quick video for you guys. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to that, and we'll be right back.
Which you give them 2 shotguns, they're going to eliminate every opponent for you.
So that was the 6th game of our life. We looked at how other teams play and the teams that are playing with us.
I'm not too worried about Alpha 7 and S2G.
And the second day we say to each other, like, we have to do 40 points, otherwise we're not going to make it.
IHC, we've got the Korean best teams, D+.
So we decided together to drop on Falcon, and that was probably the play of the tournament.
It's our first time to play in a LAN event. It's not very difficult to play in because I've got the best teammate of France in my team. I've got the best IGL, Snowix. I've got the best Fragger, Robs, which you give them 2 shotguns, they're going to eliminate every opponent for you. It's very brilliant, so it's easy in close range fights. We've got Ozzy, the best supporter, very good in taking angles. I'm a free man, so I do a support role, co-IGLing and stuff. A brilliant brains, mindset and gun skill.
As a team, we formed 2 weeks ago.
Tout d'abord, on est parti de rien, on avait zéro synergie.
And we haven't had the best games, but until now, we've talked about strategy and everything, and we've overcome our problems.
Donc on s'entraînait avant, on a fait quelques scrims.
That was pretty difficult because like we come from the online qualifier and we was top 45.
First day we did not too good, I would say.
First day it was pretty hard also because we did like almost 20 points, so we was close to not pass.
After we went back to the hotel, we studied different strategies.
所以其實喺更多嘅時間就係我會花喺睇唔同嘅比賽，去觀察其他唔同嘅隊伍，去留意佢哋嘅進圈嘅路線啊，佢哋嘅打法，然之後從而去為整個 team 去準備更加多嘅唔同嘅戰術，令到佢哋喺場上面可以更加好嘅發揮。
We looked at how other teams play and the teams that are playing with us, and we made a strategy to overcome them.
And the second day we say to each other like we have to do 40 points, otherwise we're not gonna make it.
So day 2, of course, we did better than day 1.
然之後喺第2日，我哋由原本嘅12名追到上前5名。
Je pense qu'on y allait en mode on n'avait rien à perdre. We was playing like do it or die, like just try to do our best. No pressure because we was outsider. Last game we was second place, so we decided together to drop on Falcon, and that was probably the play of the tournament.
This would have to be it right here. We got 3 just off the distance.
My squad, they need to be coming in hot right now to help their teammates. And they do, right on time. In big trouble. It's all up the top. The man, the myth, the legend, and get shot in.
Donc on a tout donné, on s'est motivé entre nous, et puis voilà, on a réussi l'exploit, un exploit historique, et vraiment je suis très heureux.
Obviously we make it, so that was pretty cool. And yesterday there was only 6 games, so that was the 6th game of our life, and we basically did everything possible for do it.
而去到琴日，我哋仲要係可以直接攞到第1名嘅呢一個資格，直接進入呢個決賽嘅門票，亦都好難得。
Final there is gonna be only good team, but for me the main contender for the title is Alpha 7 and Nova Esports.
Nova is a really good team. They do good globally.
Of course, Nova Esports, the 2-time PMGC champions.
From last PMGC, IHC, they're very good as well. They're good at fragging.
IHC, we've got the Korean best teams, D+. We've got Indonesian team Boom. I'm not too worried about Alpha 7 and S2G.
Pour moi, ça va être Nova Esports et je vais dire des plus qu'il y a. C'est des teams que j'apprécie vraiment, je regarde beaucoup leur gameplay et je pense que ça va être des teams vraiment très difficiles à battre.
Oh, you got a player from a qualifying team saying we don't got to worry about Alpha 7 or S2G. What's going to happen in the finals? That's my question, and we're about to find out who's going to make it there as we get into the final game of the PMGO Brazil Prelims. It all comes down to this 7. Ooh, I hope you're ready.
Give me a second. Let me choke up a little. Okay. All right. Gotta get that out of my system because, boy, I don't want to see any choking for some of those teams that definitely need the points. And look at that playing path, too. Anybody that tends to go towards the south, it'll be a little bit harder for you to get there. We'll have to wait and see what the first circle is going to be looking like. Enigma Galaxy going to El Pozo, Navi going to Ruins on the top left. And I'm looking at some of the teams that are in contention for that top 8. And what was it, Jukes? Remind the viewers which teams, in case they're for some reason just tuning in. Oh my goodness, look at this map. Look at this circle. They couldn't have asked for anything better here for some of these teams. But what were the name of the teams that are looking to get into that top 8?
Let me list it for you, right? The squads right now that are in contention, right? Obviously, we know Team Falcons, Vampire, those guys have made it, right?
Yep.
The ones that right now are really got to try their heart out are Death Wolves, Enigma Galaxy, Royals of War, and Furia. And for maybe some of the very, very hopeful people watching, right? Fireflux. Me, they're done. After they played how they played that last match, there's no chance. I have been proven wrong before, but that's my opinion, you know? When it comes to these teams, though, that I mentioned, you can see it right there on the right-hand side, 7th to 11th. These guys need to be able to pass each other up. And anything can happen here. Death Wolves are not safe.
Just imagine if Fireflux, for some reason, are able to pull that upset going from 13th place all the way up to 8th. Anything is possible. Team Liquid's not playing here. Team Liquid's watching this, hoping that Enigma Galaxy, Royals of War, and Furia end up getting eliminated very, very early on, which for some reason, if Team Liquid does end up qualifying, I'm going to go absolutely crazy.
I'm going to blow my mind.
That's just so unlikely, dude.
I mean, literally, I said that it would take a miracle, and that would be, in fact, a miracle. And honestly, the only way that miracle is going to happen, right, is that X factor, and that's those teams at the top: Falcons, Royal, Regnum Caria, Bra, Vampire. They know they're making it. They can do whatever they want, right? Not to mention all the teams below Fireflux. They don't have a chance at this point, so they're just playing for fun here, as it's their last match of the tournament. They could decide to say, hey, let's just go ahead and hard push, hunt down Enigma Galaxy, Royals of War, and make sure they don't make it into there, and that could happen. So we'll see how it goes, but so far everything seems to be pretty friendly. No hot drops that we noticed yet.
Yeah, and as nobody's fighting right now, you know what? Let's talk hypothetically here.
Okay.
Let's do some crazy scenarios that could happen with Team Liquid having those 71 points, right, for 8th place. Enigma Galaxy, Royals of War being 1 point behind, which 1 point, I would say it's easily achievable. You know what? Let's say both of those teams get 1 point and then they end up getting eliminated. So they're both at one piece. Then you have Furia there with 65 points. They somehow end up getting 6 points. We could technically end up having a four-way tie between 4 teams. That just blows my mind. That's how close this is, where those kind of scenarios are likely, which if I'm thinking about in the past, usually it's just 2 teams top that we can have a tiebreaker. I don't think I've ever seen one where it has 3 teams. But the point that we currently have 4 teams possibly ending up with the same amount of points for the last slot to go to the main event, that is absolutely nuts.
Oh my goodness, that would be nuts. And considering, if there was a 4-way tie, Team Liquid, Enigma Galaxy, Furia all have a chicken dinner to their name, right? So, that would be absolutely insane to find out, how that's all going to get sorted. I don't even want to think about it, dude. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see how that ends up. I think that teams, Enigma Galaxy, Worlds of War are trying to avoid that at all costs here. It's only going to take a point, guys, right? 2 points. 2 points to avoid that scenario. Don't make us have to do that, right? So
but even if the 2 points, Jukes, even if the point, if for some reason, let's say Enigma Galaxy gets the 2 points, right? Okay, you've now secured that you passed Team Liquid. You still haven't secured that top 8 because you do have Royals of War and then you do have Furia as well. So I'm just excited. I'm excited to see who's going to start clutching it up, who's going to be taking the fights to who. We were wondering if Fireflux was going to be taking any hot drops for the teams there at the top that they needed to stop from getting those points. And they maybe didn't even want to feed the points because they did only just need 1 point to pass the Team Liquid right there for 8th place. Maybe they want to be able to set up a little bit later on because Fireflux in a weird scenario. I'm being like Doctor Strange right here. I'm looking at all the possibilities, shaking my head back and forth. It could possibly get into that top 8.
I mean, it's possible, right? It is possible with how they played. I don't see it, but at the same time, right? The only way they can do it is you have to hope. Let's just put on the conspiracy theory, right? They have to hope that Enigma Galaxy, Royals of War, Furia, or Death Wolves, right? Pretty much all those 4 teams just do nothing in this game, and then you have to have at least 16 points, right? Yeah. 16 points plus. So that's going to be a tough one to hit if you're Fireflux. But when it comes to, that top 8, we could still see, if Fireflux were to do that and Furia were to do that, Death Wolves will be kicked out, right? So
many scenarios.
Yeah, so many scenarios. All these teams just need points desperately. And the problem is, Seven, these teams at the bottom that don't stand a chance, some of them like to push extra hard since it's the last game.
And some of them want that action too.
That's true. Every single team that goes out, though, are just 1 more point that these teams that need them cannot get.
And on top of that, we have Regnum Caria as well. We saw in the elimination feed. They're getting some points, too. They're getting at least 1 point towards their tally. And this teams, they're not going to end up making it. But as Hotjix was saying it perfectly, they could stop the other teams from getting those much needed points. And this is when at what point, Hotjix, at what stage, at what circle do we want to see a little bit more urgency? Maybe not so much out of Enigma Galaxy, maybe not so much out of Royals of War, right? Because they're just 1 point, it's technically 2 points to be able to pass Team Liquid. But the other team, Furia, they definitely need to, they need more than 1 point. They need 6 points to even tie Team Liquid. They need 7 to be able to pass them. At what circle do we want to see a little bit more urgency out of this team?
Honestly, I would personally like to see what they did in the last game, right? I mean, I would like to see them to take a little bit of urgency in that early game, try to get some eliminations. I mean, they had 6 before, you know, it really started getting going. So they're in a good position right now. They're pretty central in the circle. One team in particular that's got me shocked, though, is Fireflux. These guys are in the blue, coming on from the edge of the south side. What do you think about that, Seven?
I'm trying. Give me some time here to think. Give me about a second. Okay. You know what? As we barely saw this there, coming up from the south, it is going to be a tough entry, especially with the new circle popping up. My goodness, if there was ever a chance for a team to get lucky, they have the worst luck possible as the circle said, oh, yeah, you guys are about to touch the circle. Psych. Yoink. You know, we're not going to put the next circle nowhere near you. So, it's not looking good.
It's not looking good.
The chances have increased by a lot.
So yeah, let me tell you right now. Yeah, put put on. You know, start looking into that Doctor Strange crystal ball right now. Right? What do you think the percentage chance of them getting those, you know, 17 points and everybody else not making it is? What do you think it is?
With that circle, 0.000000001.
That's a lot of zeros, folks. That is a lot of zeros. So if it does happen, right? Then that just goes to show you how insane that would be, right? But right now, it is not looking good by every means possible. Furia, though, going up against Vampire. Very, very close. They need these points. But I tell you what, that's like the last team you want to face right now.
Uh-oh. And I think they realized that. I think that there's a team right there on top of that. Yeah, Royals of War is going to be very close by. Influence Rage is going to be close as well. And look at this. Okay, that's fine. You know what, Vampires, it's probably better for a lot of the teams for Vampires Esports to get eliminated right now so they don't have to worry about it. So, Glory Gaming, All Glory Gaming, do your thing. Go for it. Do whatever it is that you want to do, as Death Wolves does end up getting a player eliminated. And here we go with this fight. This is going to be a massive fight because this is a team that's trying to just make sure they put themselves in the top 8 even more. They're able to confirm that elimination. That's going to be 1 point with the fight against Hura Esports. And here we go with the action. Hura being able to get knocked, getting some players knocked as well. Death Wolves getting 2 players knocked. They're going to be cooking some nades. It's not looking good here for Death Wolves.
The DBS, these guys have nothing to lose. The 180, jumping 180, it's down to 1v1. He has to survive. Death Wolves cannot go down, but Enigma Galaxy is getting shot up by Team Kesso in the feed. This is going crazy. Or he's going to get the thirst. That is brutal. You can see him shaking as he's spinning and he's like, no, please let me survive. This is the worst case scenario for Death Wolves.
Death Wolves, whatever chance they wanted to have, it got a lot worse. Losing 3 players, that's not where you want to be. And boy, you know, Rada Boy is currently stressing. He doesn't want to have to deal with this because guess what? It's not just Hura Esports anymore. Now it's going to be Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya team that's set to go to the main event. If they can stop this team, Death Wolves, from getting even more points, make it even tighter, make it even closer, anything can happen here. You were mentioning that Enigma Galaxy was also getting into a fight. As we're looking at this fight, Enigma Galaxy already lost 2 players. A team that only needed to get 1 point. It's looking tougher and tougher, Hot Jukes.
Rada Boy's in trouble. It's done. It's done. Regnum Karya, they have to know that Death Wolves is here. So they're going to push this and take him out because why not? They can. You know, they have nothing to lose. They've made it. So they could just push for fun at this point. Oh, this is the worst thing that could have possibly happened. It all came down to 1 DBS shot here as, yeah, now they definitely know who was fighting. So they know there's a remaining player of Death Wolves here. He has to pull off a miracle. And he has a UMP that is like one of the worst weapons to have in a 1v3.
Yeah, what you want to have there is going to be a shotgun. Guess what? He's going to end up getting pushed by shotgun and a UMP as well. And here comes the push. Can he clutch it up? He's not going to be able to clutch it up. And Death Wolves, there they go. They are out and they were only able to get 2 points. So they're not going to be able to do much on that. And for all of the other teams, for Enigma Galaxy, for Royals of War, for Furia as well, if I'm looking at that elimination feed, I'm getting just happy right now because there's an even a bigger chance for them to be able to push up. And there's even a bigger chance for Death Wolves to not even make it into the top 8. For the moment, though, they are within that top 8.
Yeah, they are safe for now, but that's only 75 points. Easily passable. Enigma Galaxy, Rolls of War, Furia all can do it, but they all have 0 elimination so far. Enigma Galaxy lost 2 players to Team Castle. If you are a Team Liquid fan, you are cheering on every other squad besides these right now, hoping that they're able to get shut down, because if they do, they'll sneak in by an absolute miracle.
You are right now on your knees opening up PUBG Mobile and saying, I will buy every single PUBG Mobile skin if you are a Team Liquid fan. As Fireflux, there you go. The 0.00001 chance has come down all the way to 0, as it was going to be super tough for that team to be able to do it. And now Enigma Galaxy is currently getting shot by Furia. Furia, a team that definitely needs the points. They already got 1 point to their name. If they can somehow find a way to knock 1 player for Enigma Galaxy, it's going to give them an even bigger chance. And as we were looking at that leaderboard there on the right hand side too, I'm noticing that Royals of War is currently missing 1 player. 1 player has been eliminated. Okay, there you go. He got picked up. Oh man, I was scared there. He was at 0.001 HP and I thought he got eliminated. Okay, that nice heart attack there, Royals of War.
Oh, right. Oh my goodness. And not to mention, Furia they needed that knock on out of all players. It could have been on a Enigma Galaxy player, and he gets them. Now they know it's them. If you're Furia, you have to find the other player. You're pushing him. And that's Enigma Galaxy done for. Oh, like a dagger in the heart. That is not going to be enough. And Furia with 3 eliminations, they're not there yet. They still need more.
They're definitely not there yet, but you know who is getting a little bit hyped up? We were just talking about it. The Team Liquid fans. They know that they're currently sitting at 71 points. When Enigma Galaxy getting eliminated there, they're looking good. Enigma Galaxy, bye-bye. See you in the next event. Hopefully you guys won't be hot dropping, because man, that was just such a horrible way to start off your tournament by hot dropping 4 times. And you know what? Now we have some of these teams, Navi, but good job on the fight. I'm kind of focused on some of the other stuff. I'm kind of focused on what can possibly happen between Furia and Royals of War as well. Royals of War, we really haven't heard much of them. We've been seeing Furia getting into the action. Deathwolves got into the action. They got eliminated. Enigma Galaxy got caught in rotation by Team Queso, and also there in the end with Furia. Royals of War, we need to start seeing a little bit of life from them here.
I'm gonna put something out into the universe right now. Are you ready for it, Seven?
Send it.
Influence Rage. 52 points. Have center circle. They have a good position in this zone. Okay? If Royals of War and Furia go out right now and they pull off a 10 elimination chicken dinner, we could see Influence Rage make it. It's possible. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even look at it. But how this game has gone so far, right? The door isn't closed on them either.
I like the way you think. I like this scenario. Influence Rage is one team that definitely pulled that through. I'm looking at the numbers here. Yeah, I mean, they got a chicken dinner with 9 eliminations. It could be possible.
It's possible. I mean, Navi, I would have said so as well. They have 4 eliminations, but they're down to 2, and that's going to be really difficult to make happen. You know, I believe in Axer. You know, I got to meet him there at PMWI. He was with Team Falcons at the time. You know, and I know this guy can make it happen, but he's going to have to do it as a duo.
That's going to be so unlikely, too. And you have some of the other teams. This is what we're talking about. Teams that wanted to get into that action, wanted to see if they could make things a little bit harder. We saw what happened early on, too, with Hura Esports and Deathwolves. Hura Esports, the team that, I guess, in a way, wasn't even in contention, right? They were like, okay, we pretty much have them already in our minds that they're going to be eliminated. They're going to be sent home. They took the fight to Deathwolves. They ended up hurting them in a big way. And then for Deathwolves, it was just a nightmare scenario. Meanwhile, Regnum Karya here taking some shots on Navi. I wonder what's going to be happening, though, with Royals of War. I haven't seen him at all. And I can't wait to see where they're going to be whenever we do end up showing up the map. Furia, 3 eliminations. They at least give themselves some cushion. A team that definitely needed those extra points. That team was not at just 1 point. They're looking to get even more. And that's how you want to get started as Team Queso Papi Potro here. Trying to get away from there as the car is close to blowing up.
Oh, yeah, it's about to blow up here. And Team Castle just having a nice little fun ride here, putting in some work towards the end. But yeah, you know, all eyes right now are on Royals of War and Furia. Looking at the map, Royals of War are all the way to the east side, so they're hugging the edge of the circle. They're hoping the zone comes to them. The problem about that is there's a team right next to them, Seven, and guess who it is?
Vampire Esports.
That is not the squad you want when you need some points to make it into the main event.
Yeah, out of all the teams that you could have asked for, like, you know what, give us Foot Chaos. There we go. You can now see on the right-hand side, this is going to be able to tell a lot where this circle closes in. And who is it going to bless? You were talking about Influence Rage. If Influence Rage does end up getting this circle here, they could cause a lot of damage. They could try to get a lot of eliminations, and they're still going to be inside of it. Furia is going to have to push in. And now, guess what? Royals of War is going to have to rotate in. They're going to have to figure out if they're going to keep on coexisting here with Vampire Esports, or if they want to find themselves a much, much better location. As we saw in the center of the circle, All Glory Gaming was by themselves. And I mean, if there was ever a chance, third-party team, All Glory Gaming, even though they did have a good performance earlier today, it's just one good performance. They have been absolutely awful this whole tournament. Why not? Take your chances if you need the extra points.
100%. You need to try to soak up as many as you possibly can, because if you don't do that, you're going to have a 0% chance of making it into the main event, especially if your team like Influence Rage, because you need a chicken dinner and double-digit eliminations. That's a lot to do, but they have the position, and you said it too. I mean, any team that can do it, it's definitely them. And oh boy, would that be a crazy thing to think about here. Meanwhile, Royals of War, this is one of the main teams that we're staring at. Tony K is creeping up mighty close to them. And Vampire know that they've already made it, so they have nothing to lose here.
Team Liquid fans cheering, Tony K.
Tony
K. Just give us hope. Just give us hope. That's what they're hoping for. You know who's asking for hope. You know who's asking for them to bring it. Furia saying that Inco. Okay, I mean, we need the points, boys. If you guys just want to send it to us blindly, we'll definitely take those points. Royals of War now sneaking out of this. Oh, that is a risky play, as he's going to be giving out his position. Great knock right there from Royals of War, as he's going to be able to connect there on Adrian. And then on top of that, another player from Furia gets knocked. This is wonderful. This is exactly what you want to see out of Royals of War.
That's the perfect team for them to eliminate as well, as Furia is one of the teams that can actually knock them out. So we'll see what happens here. Furia down to one player left. Furia, that single player, needs to just go crazy now if he wants to keep his team alive. Meanwhile, you got the Hungry Falcons just doing whatever they want. Oh, Schweppes takes down Rivas.
Finally,
that's huge.
Vampire starting to strike there on Royals of War, as they gave out their position by trying to clutch up those extra points there on Furia. Furia right now with the 3 eliminations, only 1 player alive. Things are not looking good for them, and we're talking about the possibilities of maybe Influence Rage pulling something insane. One of their players is also getting knocked. Royals of War, though, continuing on shooting the players there towards the mountain, but they need to worry because Tony K and the squad from Vampire Esports is pushing up, as Cole does end up going now. Is going to make him back up. Tony K continuing here with the push, currently getting shot himself, holding a grenade. If he's able to connect with any of this, is going to be massive. Now other players from Vampire Esports are going to be making the push here, Hot Jukes. And here comes the full push as Vampire Esports is trying to take the fight to Royals of War, and they're going to continue on. Is he going to be able to get that heal off? He is going to be able to get that heal off. Vampire Esports clearing out this building, and Royals of War hopping into that car and getting as far as possible from this fight. Can he clutch it up? Can he get out of there? Can he make it behind a rock? And he's going to be able to do just that, as All Glory Gaming decides to third party this, Hot Jukes.
Survive, and he's made it. Now they're at 8 teams left, so they'll get at least a placement point here. But Royals of War running for the hills. Furia, the last player alive. That's Gajovski right there, trying to keep his team in the game. Meanwhile, Influence Rage, what are you doing? You gotta get out there. You gotta get some eliminations. There's hardly any left.
There's going to be none left. This is not going to be good enough. With only, 15 players being left alive, Influence Rage needs to start fragging out, and they need to start fragging out right now, especially with what we've seen out of Royals of War. With the eliminations that they were able to pull up, they're just going to make that gap even bigger and bigger. It ain't going to be good enough. And then on top of that, to make it even worse, you have Team Falcons still in here going up against 9C. Team Falcons could decide they don't only want to be first place, as he takes the nade to the face. Simple, send him back home. Team Falcons might want to be ending this prelims with the win and sending a statement before we go into main event on Friday.
Influence Rage, what are you doing? You need to push everything. You need to push everything. You can't be doing a split or, I mean, you have all 4 players up. You need every elimination left in this lobby. The fact that they're still playing passive right now must have their fans just yanking their hair out.
They definitely do. Look at this Furia player. He's just hoping. He's hoping that nobody's going to be able to spot him. But the good thing for him is that he does have that terrain to work with. And I don't think he's noticed yet because he also has 2 players from Royals of War crawling on the right side, which could possibly try to get an angle on them. And if he was able to stop them, it would be even bigger because he can stop them from getting those placement points, even more placement points. And on top of that, possibly getting some elimination points. Because we know as the circle closes and closes, some of these teams are going to forget where some of the other teams are. And it's going to be getting easier as the Influence Rage now finally they're starting to take those shots there. It's not going to be good enough. It's just not going to be enough. I think it's going to be a little bit way too much. Random Karya getting eliminated here. Royals of War still alive. 40 is still alive. And then on top of that, you have Team Falcons at the top. They're wanting to finish it with a win, Hot Jukes.
They definitely are. You can see right now 7 eliminations. Team Falcons are putting in work. Federal getting a knock on the Icy is nice, but Influence Rage need to turn up the aggression to another level. I get being passive, getting to late game. You got so lucky that a lot of these top teams and these teams in contention went out early, but you gotta walk through that door. You gotta push it down on over because every elimination that you don't get is that door that closes on you. They gotta take out Team Falcons here. You can see the little boy going on the rotation. And here they go. Influence Rage trying to pull off a miracle at the last second.
Anything can happen. Influence Rage. Would it be enough? Oh, little boy gets sit down there by Team Falcons. Team Falcons is saying, you are not going to ruin our storyline. You are not going to be doing this. We want this win. And here come the nades, the smokes, everything going on for Influence Rage. Influence Rage now getting knocked. Look at this. Team Falcons make the full push. It is going to come down to just one player of Team Falcons. And he might end up backing off as Influence Rage is looking to get all of those eliminations. And there's a chance, Hot Jukes. There's a chance if Influence Rage does end up clearing out this team and they continue to clear out other teams as shots are coming down from Federal there, they could possibly get the chicken dinner and get enough eliminations where they can make it to the top 8.
But they have to get every single elimination possible. They can't even let Action or any of these players go out to the blue. They get him. That's Team Falcons done for. And now it's up to Influence Rage. 6 eliminations. And there's only a few players remaining. They need to win this game and take out everybody if they even want to stand a chance. And who knows if that's enough because Kayovsky from Furia is still alive. And not to mention, you got Aragon from Royals of War. Single players there. Oh, Colgoat's still alive from Royals of War, so there's still 2 up here. Anything can happen.
Anything can definitely happen. It's going to come down to the end. This is what I was hoping at. And you know what's even crazier? Possibly a tiebreaker. It might not be the crazy tiebreaker that I was imagining, but anything can happen here. And look at this circle. Some of the players are already inside. At least one of the players is inside from Royals of War. Influence Rage becoming a little bit more aggressive, trying to make a push here, trying to see if they can find anybody because they need the eliminations. They know that there is a chance for Influence Rage, even though it is a tough one. Anything is possible, and their destiny is within those fingers.
Kayovsky found a beautiful bush here, and he is going to be staying mighty close to it, just trying to get all the cover he can. Both these players need to survive as much. I mean, this is it. This is do or die right here. Sometimes you got to be able to take the game in by yourself and make it happen if you want to keep your whole entire tournament alive. Meanwhile, All Glory Gaming are just like laughing in the corner because they know they're not going to make it. But oh man, they're like, oh, you want some eliminations? We're right here. And guess what? Every single one of these players left in the lobby need them.
They definitely need them, man. This is just going to be such a stalemate. This is exactly what Royals of War needs to do. Just get those extra placement points, play it safe. And then for Influence Rage, even if they do end up winning this out, is it going to be good enough because of the amount of points that Royals of War is now being able to collect? All Glory Gaming trying to save a little bit of face here, trying to get those extra points just to make sure that they are not more towards the bottom of that leaderboard. But Influence Rage, you can see a little bit antsy there, wanting to see more people. He's gonna have to wait. He's gonna have to wait and see what's gonna happen after this circle closes in and starts closing in, because it's gonna start closing in 20 seconds.
The problem is, too, this late in the game, you got Aragod, you know, hugging the zone. He can just deny points and go out to blue. And that would be just brutal for all these teams left. Best case scenario for Influence Rage, you have to take out Furia, Royals of War first, and then All Glory Gaming out last. So that way you could deny some of those placement points. But every single, like you mentioned, every single placement point that they get, elimination that they steal, or even point deny, could be the difference between making it into the main event and not. So now All Glory Gaming is finally starting to step on out. It looks like Cardi happens to have a Groza on hand too. So hey, I mean, I know that we've been joking about All Glory Gaming here. They can disrupt and destroy Dreams here in the next few seconds.
They definitely can. Now, All Glory Gaming, as they are making that push, they are going to be leaving themselves a little bit exposed. And some team that's looking to capitalize is going to be Influence Rage. None other than them. The team that wants to be able to get all of these eliminations. But Influence Rage needs to be careful, because they could end up getting third party with everything being so close, with Kayovsky just being a little snake there on the bush. I think Federal might have an idea. There is going to be somebody there. That circle is closing in. Kayovsky, he could get an angle here on Royals of War. He's going to be looking for it. He's going to be making that push. He's got a shotgun from that far away. He's not going to be able to connect, and the elimination goes to Araga from Royals of War. It's looking better and better. Not only is that going to be an elimination point, it's also going to be extra placement points that team's looking to get. One player, though, does end up getting eliminated there by All Glory Gaming. What is going to happen here, Hot Jukes, as the madness is starting to go around?
I will tell you what's going to happen right now. All Glory Gaming just denied another point to Influence Rage. That has got to hurt. Every single one of these is so huge. Influence Rage needs to take out the entire lobby here. Cold Goat right in between these two squads. And like you mentioned, he can definitely play spoiler. The question is, will Big Milo see him? Will he see him here? He needs to so desperately. They have to take out Cold Goat in this position.
Yeah, Cold Goat currently being patient, waiting for his opportunity. I think right now Influence Rage might be a little bit too focused on All Glory Gaming, and he could give the perfect chance here for Cold Goat to just surprise a lot of teams, or even evade the point. Here we go. That's exactly what he's going to be looking to do. He's going to be looking to confirm that into elimination. He's not going to be able to. He does get eliminated, but third place is going to be massive placement points for this team. And now it comes down to Influence Rage. Can they close this out with the win? And is it even going to be enough in regards to eliminations? We'll have to wait and find out. But I'm just excited that some of the teams that we needed to clutch up and get some points were able to do it, as now Influence Rage is getting knocked.
All Glory Gaming ready to just crush the dreams of Influence Rage here as they get another thirst right here. That push on the Cold Goat put Influence Rage in a very bad position, and now it's up to these final players. Lil Boy has to make something happen here. One of these players has to make a big play. Lil Boy, it's up to him as he waits for his teammates to get the res off. He can't do it. All Glory Gaming coming to finish off Influence Rage, and Big Milo with the last knock. He's got to do it. And he couldn't. It's All Glory Gaming that get the chicken dinner here right at the end.
We talked about it over and over again. Not only do you have to worry about the teams at the top, you also start to have to worry about the teams towards the bottom, because those teams towards the bottom don't want to end up being in last place. Guess who was in last place coming into this last match? Yes, if you said All Glory Gaming, congratulations, you guessed that right. They were in 24th place with 22 points, and with this win right here, is at least going to be able to help them out a little bit. But the main thing is that by them winning, it stopped a lot of teams. By them getting so many eliminations, it stopped a lot of teams from getting those points that they definitely needed to get into the top 8. And honestly, I can't wait to see that overall. I cannot wait to see that overall.
I can't wait to see that overall. I can't wait for Friday. We saw that little cut snippet right there in between. I saw Paraboy. I saw him stretching, getting ready here for this day coming up. Oh, and as we take a look at the highlights, let's go ahead and bring back in DK. What'd you think about that one?
Heck of a match. Talk about upsets, talk about pressure. It was just all over the place, right? Death Wolves feeling quite a bit of a sting early on in the game. We did see Nigma finding nothing but bubbles. I mean, this is definitely not the way that they would have hoped to close out the final match here after the prelims. But as we know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Oh, dude, It's been such a tough play. And I gotta say, Jukes, what an insane match to close off the final match here today.
I don't know who made it a top 8. I have no clue.
Yeah.
I am not sure. I mean, it's anyone's game here. That's how crazy this was.
The one that we can definitely say for sure, Team Liquid. Team Liquid should be out with the way some of the other players were going to be able, with the way that some of the other teams were able to perform there. But when it comes down to doing the math, I'm not going to be doing any math here. I want to be surprised. And here we go with the match ranking. We got it. All Glory Gaming there. Influence Rage, man. They just needed to turn that trigger on a little bit too soon. If they were able to close it out with at least 14 eliminations and also the chicken dinner, that might have been just enough. And you know what? We went from teams at the bottom in 24th place to the team at the top, stopping the teams from getting points. Falcons with those 10 points.
Oh man, dude, so crazy. What a finish. What a way to end it out. It could have gone either way, and it all comes down to the last play. And I mean, that's the hard part about this type of tournament, right? Or any tournament in general, right? Is when you get stuck in that spot, you just rethink, oh, which play was the one that made it or not. At the end of the day, it's a team game, right? You could have done better in the games before, but I would have loved to see Influence Rage turn on that aggression so much quicker, DK.
I mean, I have to agree with you on that 100%. But you know what? It is what it is, right? The teams did everything they could have. They played the best possible game that they could in the situation. But what an absolutely insane push this was. I mean, who would have thought, right? The team sat in 24th place would come in with an 18-point bomb. And speaking about bombs, look at Silas dropping the bomb here. 7 elims and 840 damage packed in alongside that.
That is insane. Silas putting in work, going for some runovers. Look at him go here. And then, of course, that was a big one right there. Eliminating Death Wolves. I wonder if they made it. That's how crazy this is here.
Yep.
We'll see if they had enough points to hold on. I will give props to them. Those guys definitely put in a lot of work in this tournament 7.
Yeah, and for Silas, this is going to be a great way to finish here the prelims, because remember, this is a player that used to be in S2G when S2G ended up winning that PMGC. And guess who's going to be looking at when we go to the main event? That's right. He's going to be going up against some of his old teammates when they meet S2G on Friday. And anything can happen here. The amount of storylines, Paraboy finally being able to come back here to a global event, and not just as a caster, as an actual player. Some would say Paraboy, the GOAT. The absolute GOAT when it comes to PUBG Mobile with everything that he's been able to accomplish. And if I wouldn't be mistaken, Hajux, he's looking to just solidify that even more. Make it so there's not even questions.
It'd be like Michael Jordan coming out of retirement. You know what I'm saying? And just winning a game. That's how crazy it'd be. You know, we'll see if he could do it. We'll see if he could do it. If anybody can, it's him and the rest of Nova. Because you could just see on the interview that we had earlier, we saw so many of these players just talk about how Nova was the team that they had their eyes on. But there's going to be some big squads coming in. Not to mention you got the previous PMGC champions, IHC, coming on down. It's anybody's game. Not to mention you got Team Falcons, man. How well did these guys do today, huh?
They did amazing, DK.
Oh, man, what a day. What a play. Falcons, again, just reminding everybody that, you know, they are here and they are just locked in on that seat, looking to get themselves into the main event.
Oh, well, you know what? Yeah, All Glory Gaming. Let's go ahead and go to an interview real quick, and we'll be right back.
And last chicken dinner in the hands of All Glory Game. We finally got to see some of these guys here, and I have Fran with me. Congrats on this last chicken dinner, and we want to know how was the experience for the team All Glory Game here, and what are their feelings right now.
Muchas felicidades por la partida que acabaron de ganar. ¿Cuál es el sentimiento que tienen de su participación en este torneo?
Pues el primer día pues no nos fue muy bien, pero este día pues logramos reponernos y pues cerramos con broche de oro.
Well, the first day we didn't go so well, but this day was a better day, so we are happy about it.
Okay, and what they have learned so far, are they prepared for a next challenge, maybe in the other competition?
¿Qué aprendieron en este torneo y qué van a llevar eso para los siguientes torneos?
Pues más que nada lo que te deja es la experiencia dentro de lo que es jugar un presencial y pues más que nada pues este es un camino que nos abrió para la competencia que vendría siendo la PMSL. O sea, aprender de los errores que tuvimos para venir más fuertes.
Well, from this tournament, we have experience, we learn experience. We already will bring all of it to the other tournaments. We will improve.
Okay, since they don't qualify for the main event, are they looking for some team? They are cheering for another team that was here today, or maybe they are already qualified to the main event?
Como no han calificado para este torneo, ¿hay algún equipo por el cual ustedes estarán apoyando?
Pues no clasificamos porque tuvimos muchos errores al principio, porque es nuestro primer presencial. Y al equipo que vamos a apoyar nosotros es Raw, porque son nuestros representantes de Latinoamérica y pues son mis amigos y ese equipo es el que hay que apoyar.
Well, we didn't qualify in this tournament, but we learned a lot. We will cheer up for Raw because it's Latin and they are my friends, so we will cheer for them.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, gotta definitely give the flowers where they're due. Give a big shout out to All Glory Gaming to finish off the day with a chicken dinner. And you heard it there, right? I mean, hey, to be able to get in here, get the experience, hopefully they could stay together and bring it on to a future tournament. Because one of the things that's always tough to see is the frustrations after this, right? How many times have we seen players swap over, roster swaps? Maybe, and we could definitely see a comeback for sure here, Seven.
Yeah, that's the thing too, right? This is the first time in PUBG Mobile esports in the whole lifetime of it that we do have a global event before some of these teams even get a chance to play within their regionals. That's right? True. Especially if you're one of those partner teams, you haven't even really get any chance to practice besides scrims. But scrims isn't the same as when you are actually in an event. Yeah. As much as people want to say that, oh yeah, but they won the scrim. No, it's not the same. All right, come your butts down. But now I'm glad that he took it like that. I'm glad that he said that we are going to be taking this experience to PMSL Americas. We're going to be trying to learn from our mistakes, and that's ultimately all you can ask for some of these teams.
Oh man, 100%. And you know what? When it comes to All Glory Gaming shutting down the hopes and dreams of Influence Rage, you know, at least they have that under their belt, DK.
I mean, they've shown now that they are quite a capable team when they want to be. So I'm curious to see how that is going to translate into into the PMSL for Americas, because now they've got no excuse, right? They've proven it on the global stage, and they got to bring in some of that heat moving on back. So I'm excited to see how that is going to translate. But yeah, I mean, strong finish coming in there from them, Jukes.
Yes, sir, indeed. All right, ready? Say it with me, guys. Leaderboards. Leaderboards. Right? Like, that is what we're waiting for here. We will hopefully see them here. I want it so bad. I want to know who made it into that top 8, because I mean, like we said, there's so many different teams that could have possibly made it. We know that Team Liquid unfortunately didn't, and it'd be crazy, Seven, if after yesterday, right, when we talked about like if Team Liquid just got 10 more points, right, of what we thought would be safe, if that ends up actually being true.
The thing is that's why we were pushing that so much yesterday with Team Liquid, right? They got a chicken dinner yesterday. They ended up with the 3rd place and 6 eliminations, and on top of that, we're like, okay, you know what? Maybe this is the momentum that this team needs. Maybe this is what we're hyping out so much of the other teams too, being able to create a bit of a gap, a bit of a cushion when it came down to those points. But then on the last 2 games, Team Liquid absolutely played not like how they were supposed to. 10th place, 2 elims, 8th place, 0 elims. Like,
yeah,
they just needed some extra points to be able to give themselves an extra cushion. It looked promising there. It looked like the miracle possibly was going to be able to happen until it stopped happening, until all the teams actually started clutching up those points. But talking about, I kind of want to talk a little bit more about some of the other teams, right, that aren't going to be going to the main event, just to kind of give them their flowers with Enigma Galaxy. Man, not how we wanted to, not how I expected this tournament to be. Definitely a stronger team, and they were nowhere near, man.
Well, you know what? I think it's time we talk to Death Wolves right there, because they definitely put in some work at the last second. Let's take it on over to Carol.
Wolves, who qualify in the 8th place. Thanks so much for being here, Hot Boy. And first of all, I want to know your feeling right now because you guys finally got to qualify for the main event. Muito obrigado por estar aqui. Eu quero saber qual é o sentimento de vocês que conseguiram se classificar ali em 8º colocado, mas deu tudo certo.
Muito feliz. As coisas não saíram como a gente previu hoje, mas mesmo assim conseguimos buscar essa classificação e agora é focar na final.
They are very happy. Not everything went well as they planned, but they are very happy. And right now they will focus on the main event. About the main event, we would like to know what are the expectations, if you guys are going to practice something that you can share with us. Sobre o main event, nós gostaríamos de saber quais que são as impressões de vocês, o que vocês estão preparando e se vocês podem contar pra gente alguma coisinha que vocês já estão treinando.
Estamos treinando várias horas por dia, estudando até mais tarde, estudando a rotação de todos os times e vamos dar nosso melhor para que a gente briga pelo título e consiga trazer esse título para o Brasil.
They will definitely fight for the title of the champions, and they are studying the other teams, they are studying new rotations, and they will come for it. And for us to finish, I would like to know how you guys were handling the pressure in the late stages of the game, because we know today were very hard for you guys. Sorry. Quero saber como é que vocês estavam segurando tanta pressão no dia de hoje, porque a gente sabe que foi um dia difícil, apesar de vocês terem conseguido se classificar.
Foi um dia bastante difícil, a gente chegou aqui com uma mentalidade muito alta, começando ganhando a primeira partida, mas não foi como a gente quis. Nas duas últimas partidas a gente estava muito animado, mas aconteceu o que aconteceu e a gente conseguiu classificar.
Like he said, not everything went as they planned, but they are sure very happy because the most important thing was that they got to qualify for the main event, and right now their head and their mind is definitely on the main event. Thank you so much for the interview. We will see you in the main event and we wish all the luck. Muito obrigado pela entrevista e nós vamos ver vocês lá no main event.
I want proof, baby. I want to see it for my own eyes that Death Wolves have qualified and the leaderboards here. But you know what? Hey, I mean, they said it. She said it herself, right? That they have qualified. So, I mean, hey, Death Wolves, I'm not sure exactly where they lined up at the end of this. But if that is true, man, I got to give them some major props for sure, Seven.
I do. But I'm with you. I got to wait until I see that leaderboard. Okay? So, my props will be hold until then, Death Wolves, but for them to be a qualifier team, we saw what they were able to do in the last match of Miramar. I was kind of hyping them up too here for this last match of Miramar and hoping that they will be able to kind of mimic what they did on the qualifier finals here on the prelims finals day final match. And boy, did it not happen. And it ended up happening with some of the other teams that were towards the bottom, with Hura Esports kind of surprising them. And we're just, I was honestly, as we were casting, I was just scratching my head. I was like, oh my God. Jokes. I think we spoke it into existence. DK, I think we made it happen. I think we might be the ones to blame as some of those bottom teams that end up fighting the teams that needed the points.
I mean, the one thing that I was looking at going through this last match is I was looking at the screen, maybe having a little bit of a shake as the teams are moving up. But it seemed like at least that level of nerve control was pretty evident through a big majority of the match. But I mean, we've been talking to two other teams so far, and I think we need to hear what the Royals of War have to say as well.
Another team that qualified to the main event, and I'm here with Eragoto. Congratulations for the to qualify to the main event, and we want to know what you're thinking right now, because the late stages of the game were sure very hard for you guys, fighting against Furia to qualify to the main event.
Felicitaciones con su resultado. Agora queremos saber qué ustedes han pensado, porque parecía un poco difícil para ustedes que ustedes estaban contra el Furia. ¿Qué estaban pensando ahora?
No, pues estábamos concentrados en darlo todo en la última partida. Fue algo difícil, hubo pequeños detalles que casi afectan la partida, pero pues supimos sacarla adelante desde el principio. Y pues muy orgullosos del camino tan difícil que pasamos desde el principio, desde todo. y pues a representar a la TAM y a representar a México.
They say that they are very proud to represent Mexico and that there really were some problems, but which were concentrated in some minor details. But they are very happy to continue moving forward and having some professional progress.
Awesome, and we would like to know what are their expectations for the main event.
¿Y cuántas son las expectativas para el evento principal?
Pues mínimo queremos entrar un top 5. Es un poco difícil porque están los mejores equipos del mundo, pero sabemos de nuestro potencial, sabemos lo que jugamos y a confiar solamente en nuestro juego.
So the main expectation, the main goal now would be to stay at least in the top 5. They know that they will be not an easy thing with such rivals, but they know that they're gonna do that.
Congratulations and thanks so much for the interview.
Felicitaciones y muchas gracias por la entrevista.
Muchas gracias a todos y a representar a la TAM. Nos vemos. Puro row.
Rolls of War, baby! Let's go! Okay, all right. Hey, I mean, it was so good to be able to hear from the players. Well, they're so excited. And you heard him say it, right? He's hoping for top 5 in the finals.
Easier said than done. I'm still waiting for the overall, man. I'm still waiting for it. I want some confirmation. All this news are being broken to me. And right now I'm like, okay, all right, but where? Where did they end up getting placed? Who ended up getting kicked? Like, you know what? If we go by what they just said, right? Those two teams end up making it. Okay, we know Team Liquid was out. Did Nexria get into that mix too? Is Nexria still in? Like, this is why I want to see this overalls before we even get to this interviews. But overall, I mean, if they did end up making it, he said it perfectly. The amount of quality of teams that we're going to be having once we go towards the main event, it's going to be absolutely ridiculous. Not only do you have the reigning champions of PMGC and IC Esports, right? You have S2G. You have Alpha 7 Esports, which we heard earlier. Hi-Fi say that they're not really worried about it. I would be worried about them, considering that they're at home.
At home, right? 100%.
We have Boom, D+, Reject from Japan, Nova. Did I say Nova Esports? Let me just say it one more time just to make sure the viewers heard it. Nova Esports with Paraboy finally making an appearance again in a global event. Yeah, easier said than done with the top 5.
I can't wait. I cannot wait because this weekend's going to be a fun one, DK.
I mean, if you look at what we've already been witnessing out on the battlefield, right? We started with qualifiers, which was pretty exciting. We moved into prelims, adding 16 partnership teams on top of that. And then we make it up into the main event. It's like there's levels of insanity to this entire event. As you think you've been seeing some insane PUBG Mobile action, it just keeps on getting better and better and even more challenging. So, yeah, I think I really hope that these teams that have made it now through, we don't know which ones exactly, but whoever's made it through into the main event, I hope they're ready for what is yet to come.
One team that'll be ready, Team Falcons. Team Falcons definitely going to be ready.
100%.
They were looking to send more statements, too.
These guys are feeling themselves for sure. But you know what? Let's take a look at the performer of the day. Who is it going to be? It's going to be, okay, Kiss You from Regnum Karya Broad. Man, these guys really performed well on the final day to solidify their spot into the main tournament. Look at that, 16 eliminations, 4,000 damage, 7. That's no joke.
That is no joke at all. I mean, Regnum and Karya, I'm also intrigued to see where that team finished because remember, Smoke Gaming wasn't going to be here, Supermasters either, even though there's not that much of a difference in between two prize pool. A lot of teams that when we go to the main event, they are going to be keeping in mind like where some of these teams did end up finishing within that top 8.
Well, let's take it on over to an interview to see you qualify.
Karya Bra here with me, and I'm back with Kiss You, the performer of the day. Congratulations on the results today. That was amazing. And we'd like to know the feeling of the player, the feeling right now.
Tebrik ederim ve şu anki hislerini öğrenebilir miyim? Günün oyuncusu sensin.
Öncelikle teşekkür ederim. Hem konuşan abladan, spikerden hem de bizi destekleyenlerden. Yani başka diyeceklerim yok ya. Bugün güzel oynadık açıkçası. İkinci olmayı da başardık. Bu kadar.
He's thanking to you and thanking to the organization, and he's so glad that making the second one, and he thinks that they played well.
he made a really good job today during the matches, and he did an amount of 16 elimination, more than 4,000 damage. And we would like to know how he prepared himself before the matches today.
Kendini bugün maçtan önce nasıl hazırladın ve nasıl bu noktaya geldi bugün?
Ya öncelikle koçumuz Deniz Apokalip ya bayağı bize motive etti, özgüven sağladı bize. Yani sebebi o. Özgüvenle oynadık, o kadar.
Our coach Deniz Apocalypse has just gave us the true motivation, and we played with self-confidence, so we managed it.
Awesome, and I would like to know what we can expect from him and his team to the main event.
Ana etkinlikte senden ve senin takımından neler bekleyebiliriz, ne beklemeliyiz?
Ya her turnuvada, sadece main event'te değil, her turnuvada hedefimiz şampiyonluk. Bu kadar.
Being champion is our main goal on every event, so it's just that.
Awesome, and I would like to know how proud he is of himself for everything you have done today.
Bugün yaptığın her şeyle ilgili kendine ne kadar gurur duyuyorsun? Bu konuda ne düşünüyorsun?
Yani buraya kulüp olarak geliyoruz ama aynı zamanda da Türkiye bayrağını da taşımış oluyoruz arkamızda. Yani Türkiye bayrağını taşıdığım için mutluyum. Bu kadar.
We are coming here and we are carrying the Turkish flag with us, so I'm proud of it.
Thank you. And for us to thank you so much for the interview, and we wish you all the luck to the main event.
Thank you.
Well, there's one team that we knew for sure was going to make it in after how they performed today. Regnum Karya, brah, these guys did not mess around. They put that future in their own hands and made it happen, Seven.
They definitely did. I mean, they were able to get 2 chicken dinners today, stay consistent too. I think they overall, with those 2 chicken dinners, they ended up with 4 out of the 6 matches in top 5, and they never went below 7th place. So for that team to be able to do that and stay consistent too with the eliminations, when we go to the main event, that's the main thing we're going to be looking at. And you know what? What are we going to be seeing here? That's right. The overall standings.
Let's
finally,
go!
baby. We get to see the old Royals of War as we saw. Okay. All the information that they gave us was correct. This is the order. And look at that. Regnum Karya ends up getting in 2nd place.
Wow. 2nd place finish. They jumped up big time right there. Beautifully done. These are going to be your top 8. Moving on in to the finals. And Death Wolves sneaking on in. Beautifully so. I got really nervous there with them going out early, DK.
Yeah, I can definitely understand why there was quite a bit of stress coming through here, but looking at how the teams just kept the pacing, we are going to be looking at 2nd page. Furia, they came super, super close to getting in on the action here, but as we see, I mean, 3 points, that is going to be the deciding factor between the top 8 and the rest of the teams here.
Oh my gosh. Influence Rage 7. 67 total points. That's an 8-point difference from Death Wolves. So that means...
And if I'm not mistaken, how many points would they have gotten if they actually won that match? Extra.
8 points. They would have gotten the 4 from the eliminations. Yeah, yep. And they would have gotten 4 more placement points. They would have tied with Death Wolves if they beat All Glory Gaming in that last fight.
Dang, okay, so we weren't crazy on saying that Influence Rage did have a chance. Good to know. I'm glad to hear that because, man, they were looking so strong too. But overall, congratulations to all the teams that are going to be going over to the main event. You can see it right there. We talked about the ones that are already there. Now we're going to get a chance to see all the teams that are going to be going there. And boy, is it going to be stacked.
Man, you know what? One thing that I'm really proud of, I've got to give a big props to all the teams that from the qualifiers, right? I mean, these were open qualifiers, folks. We had tons of teams compete. They just got dwindled down little by little by little. And there's quite a few qualifying teams that actually made it here to the big show, DK.
I mean, we see quite a few of those names, right? We got Smoke Gaming in the mix. We got the Zebra Masters in the mix as well. The Death Wolves also bringing in quite a bit of that, search and maybe even destroy action. But what a play it was. What a phenomenal prelim setup this was.
Absolutely. 7, any final words?
Tune in on Friday. It's going to be amazing. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. See you at the main event.
Oh, we got some of the best on the planet going to be competing against each other. And we got also 3 teams all the way from the qualifiers that are going to be running with the big boys as well. Who knows what's going to happen, guys? Tune in on Friday. We'll see you then.
If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Been ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Been ballin'. I'm winning, get buckets from the court side to the nosebleeds. Yeah, they love it. Yeah, they love it. I'm winning, get buckets on the first in and the last out. See me coming. First take, I'm hotter than hot. Hotter than some boiling water, I bubble the pot. Team full of ballers, baby, we winning a lot. I'm like Curry with the rock when I get to my spot. I'm tapping in, I'm passionate. This is what passion is. This here, nah, this is no accident. From the start to the finish, I'm cashing in. I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin'.